All right, hello everybody.
Goodness gracious, here we are, live, streaming. Hello everybody,
That's
nice
right.
to see you. Welcome everybody, and hello, look at this great group of people we have assembled here.
We have an amazing group of
We
people
have an
here.
amazing group of people. This is, hello, lovely to have you all here. And don't mind me while I take a moment with my long bottom leaf, just so I can settle my nerves. Just have to settle my nerves. So, welcome, hello, nice to see you, Justin.
Hello,
And
Cliff Broadway.
hello, everybody out there in the wide interwebs. Nice to see you guys. Here we are. And hello, look, this is, yeah, I did dress for the occasion. People are trying to, call me out on this already. I love that. Thank you, guys. This is from An Unexpected Journey. It's Bilbo's quite colorful dressing gown. And
Is that what that is?
Yes, it is. Indeed, it is. Hello, sir. Well,
It's not Saruman of many colors.
no, not at all. No, this is very Shire-like. This is very Bilbo, and I'm here in the Shire. Look at this beautiful place we're in. Smeagol is hiding in the distance, way over there.
We've got so much energy right now because
We
we're
do.
about to see the trailer. We're told that it will air any minute now during the big game. And if you're watching the big game on your second TV, we should be your first TV. And you're watching the thing on the second TV. So we're here live with all you on so many different platforms.
Lots of platforms.
Lots of fans. There's so much energy.
Not Discord. Everyone is there.
Everywhere else. So we've got a wonderful group of fans throughout the night. This is how it's going to work. You are here at the Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power Trailer Watch Party. The OneRing.net. We always do these trailer reviews for 20 years, and this time Amazon kind of tapped us on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Prime Video would like to help out in some way." And we don't. The only help we want is to let more fans know that we're here and we want to talk about it. And we've assembled an awesome group of fans from around the world. We've got so many time zones here. Some of them are in the chat right now, and we're going to be cycling through tons of perspectives and voices from all walks of life to get our initial reactions to the Lord of the Rings trailer.
Yeah, there will be quite a few people rotating through to come and visit us throughout this evening. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you all for being so generous with your time. The audience is here. The Super Bowl is crazy. I don't know what my home team is doing, but I have a cookie. I have my Go Rams cookie. It's my blue and gold cookie. Thank you, Cantor's Deli on Fairfax. This is great stuff.
Oh, geez, that was
a little bit
an
of classic,
unpaid promotion
a
there.
little classic Los Angeles moment because hey, we're hosting the game. I can't ignore that. But when is that trailer happening? It's got to be happening.
It's happening any second now. So we've got so much to talk about, and so many people join us, and we have a couple friends that are key to making all of this go round. And one of the long-running Torn staffers from the Torn is the OneRing.net, by the way. And Kirsten, hello, welcome.
Show up and be like, ah!
And there she is.
I do really want to introduce myself, but I also want to tell you that we are not streaming on Prime Video and we're not in the Twitter Spaces at the moment.
All right.
So I just want to fire out those technical things. But
Interest-
hi, and I'd love to introduce myself properly later and just make sure that we can get these things going.
So Kirsten is helping organize everything on the back end, and one of the producers here. I'll be jumping in and out throughout the night to help make the jiggery pokery go along.
The technical stuff has to happen. And yes, thank you for letting us know, Green Dragon. There's also Matt from Nerd of the Rings who's here with us. Hello.
Hey guys, how's it going?
The estimable Matt from Nerd of the Rings. It's so great to have the community joined together. There's so much mischief going on, and welcome. Let's do some other quick hellos and get our tech issues sorted out so that we can stream everywhere that we need to be streaming. Hello. Do I see Zoanna? I see Zoanna down there too. Hello, Zoanna. Actually.
Hello.
That's
Hey guys, how's everybody doing down there?
Michael
I'm watching
Regina.
from Canada.
All the way up from Canada.
I'm-
Hello, sir.
Watching from Canada, so I'm hoping I get to see the commercial. And if not, I'll definitely be watching it streaming online. But I'm hoping to see it live on TV.
Nice to see you here. He's one of our original founders of the OneRing.net that we started as a community web portal all those years ago, and here we are today. It's amazing. We're very lucky to be here.
And if you want to watch the trailer, like you want to be on YouTube Prime Video, you want to find Prime Video's YouTube channel right now, because the minute it goes on the air, maybe even the half minute, it's going to be posted live for everyone to watch on Prime Video's YouTube. So that'll be the first thing. And we're going to get it as soon as you guys get it. So as soon as it goes live, we're just going to hit refresh and dive in here. We haven't seen it. We've got some other wonderful people. I think from the UK. Anna Marie, you're in here, right?
I am. Hi, everyone. I'm Ana Maria. I'm a actor, writer, community organizer, Lord of the Rings enthusiast who rereads the entire Legendarium annually. Got my vintage Tolkien t-shirt on, and I am tuning in from London because I'm going to Rata right now. I'm very excited for this.
People might recognize your voice. I believe you were part of the Vanity Fair Twitter space just a couple days ago when everyone got the first look through Vanity Fair. And what was your first reaction seeing the article and the photos?
Oh my God, well, I've been able to talk to Joanna a couple months ago about the article, and so really got her sort of first taste, and we had a lovely 45-minute chat about it. I mean, the article was so in-depth and well done and lovingly crafted, and it hit all of the bullet points, right? It's like, how is this kind of going to be constructed? What were the creators' intentions? What were their priorities? And so I can't even contain I can't even contain my excitement in my own body right now. I've read the article at least 4 times since it dropped, and again have just spent all of my free time cooing over the pictures. And so at this point, I can't deal with static imagery anymore. I need to see the movement. I need to see the world breathing in real time. So I'm really pumped, y'all. I'm really pumped.
I think we're all pumped, and yet that basically represents everything that everyone's feeling right now. We want to see this in motion. We've got another Anna in here. My LSR is one of my favorite Twitter accounts. Just a constant stream of positive energy and Aragorn memes and everything that I ever wanted in a Twitter account. Hello, Anna.
Hi, thank you for having me. Yeah, you probably won't know me by face, but if you've seen someone tweet about Aragorn, it was probably me.
Welcome. It is so great to have you here. My goodness. We're also very, very glad to have Kelly Rice join us. This is like a community. We keep describing it as a community, and it's definitely author and a delightful friend and happy Hobbit producer and star who's been with us on the OneRing.net all this time. There's Kelly Rice. Hello. Welcome, everybody. Nice to see you, Kelly.
Oh, it's wonderful to see you too as well. I just wish it was in person. It's been so long since we've been able to see each other's faces in 3D.
I know. It's been a very long time. Anna and Anna Maria, it is such a blessing to have all of you with us. And Kelly, we have our original founder of the website, Mr. Michael Regina, also known as Zoanna. And pretty soon now, Green Dragon, Kirsten, is going to come back to our screen with Matt and everybody. We're all here. This is just the beginning, first wave of many successive people and guests who are going to come through and talk with us about this. The trailer. My goodness.
That's right. And so, like, I feel like I've got to jump behind the scenes right now and get that trailer ready, because as soon as it's live, I want to be able to like scrub through it, and so we can analyze it frame by frame. So, Cliff, I'm going to hand to you. But please. In the meantime, Matt, Nerd of the Rings, we're streaming right to your channel. Thank you for co-hosting this on your channel, one of the best YouTube channels for lore content and Middle-earth Legendarium. Matt tells you everything. And Matt, so how excited are you now that you've spent a couple years diving into the lore and that's about to come alive for us?
Oh, believe me, it's been longer than a couple of years that I've been diving into lore. It's just only a couple of years that I've been making videos on it. But yeah, I'm very pumped. I'm really curious to see what they do with this time frame in Middle Earth. And yeah, there's a world of possibilities, I feel like, with the Second Age. And I really don't know what to expect from this teaser. Yeah, I hope that they don't give too much away. I actually really like trailers that leave some mystery.
Guys, I'm interrupting, Matt. I'm sorry, but the trailer's actually up and we need to go and look at it. I interrupt this to read some messages. Justin, Cliff, we need to watch the trailer.
Here we go.
All right. Let's find this.
I can hardly bear the anticipation.
Suspense is terrible.
I know, right? Come on, you're killing us.
I wore a tank top on purpose. Whew.
I'm sweating.
It's posted on Twitter
And in
and YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he has the
I
same
feel like
special.
crickets are blowing through
Yeah,
here.
I know. I'm about to watch it without everybody, I think.
Justin, the UK
Taking all my
is in
willpower
our
not to
chat.
check.
Come on.
There is a moment of breathlessness where everyone just has to stop for a moment. He's back in the control room trying to get it to run.
Everyone's going to have seen it and we won't have. Come on.
That's right.
I think, yeah, I need the chat to describe it to me frame by frame, please.
Yeah, I'm fighting the edge to check my phone for it.
I have it loaded on my laptop.
Loaded.
That's funny. Well, then we're going to pretend that the whole thing just.
It's okay. This is
didn't
called
happen.
dramatic irony, where the viewers or the readers already know what's about to happen, and the characters don't. So.
I'm also happy to share my screen if that would be helpful.
Yeah.
I've got it pulled up.
Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Here we go.
I'm gonna have to start doing some Elven yoga to get the anxiety
Yeah.
out.
Boy, looking at the reaction in YouTube chat, boy, this is wonderful to see.
Haven't you ever wondered
Oh,
what else is out there? There's wonders in this world beyond our wandering. I can feel
Someone's
it.
playing it on their private. one more time.
Yeah, I've got goosebumps
You,
though.
you gotta play that again. Come on, play it again right away. Let's just see it again. Here we go.
Haven't you ever wondered what else is out there? There's wonders in this world beyond our wandering. I can feel it.
Whoa, holy Toledo. So many big moments. Oh my gosh. That's a lot.
I did for real like goose flesh. I don't know if you can see it, but
Cliff, how are you feeling? We're gonna check.
We're all being so polite and waiting.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go frame by frame on this thing.
I am ready to go frame by
How are you
frame.
guys? How are you guys feeling? Goosebumps?
Let's do the most granular.
I
What's
did.
going
I
on?
got
detail
goosebumps.
thing. Oh my goodness, guys, this is really quite something. I'm so glad to have everyone here. I'm not alone in this. This is amazing stuff. It looks really visually expensive. That's my first opinion. It looks pretty darn expensive, doesn't it? I mean, wow. We are going to have the ability to go frame by frame. And we're going to have this really cool technology that Justin has ready for us, where we can zoom in and out and draw with a direct stylus right onto the freeze frame that we're looking at. We'll all be able to do this together and look at these things up close and examine in magnificent detail. I'm really glad that I've got my appendices handy dandy. They're in my copy, my red copy of Lord of the Rings, the red leather edition. And now, where do we start?
Cliff, can we
Start at the beginning, Cliff.
Yeah, can we start with just first impressions? I know we're going to analyze blow by blow, and we've got all night to do that, but we've got all these amazing people here who've just seen this. Let's just get their impressions of it.
Absolutely. Just planting the seed that we'll have something to look forward to when we get to that. Just to plant those seeds. Everybody, give me your first impressions because I have to collect my thoughts for about a few seconds. Please, Anna, please, what do you think?
Which Anna?
You.
I think you. I'm Anna Maria, so I think you. Yeah.
Yes.
It's Middle Earth now. Like we're back there. It's so crazy to see it again after so many years, and I don't think you could see that and be underwhelmed at all. Like it's too simple. It's like it was worth the wait. Everything. There's so many big moments. I don't even know how to start unpacking it.
I know. I agree. Anna Marie, what strikes you out? Firstly, I mean, what's your first impression in broad strokes?
Okay, so first thought was just like the panning shot over. Just I just really want to see the world, like the scale of the world, and so I got like a tiny little sip of that, and I'm feeling a lot of nostalgia about being back. But we're back in Middle Earth. The shot. Oh my God, of the dwarf, I'd have to go frame by frame. I have to go frame by frame. There's so much going on. Okay. Like Galadriel dangling from the ice with the ice pick. What was going on? Was she? Okay. I need to see it again. I know. While y'all are talking, I'll watch it quietly again. Oh my God, I'm very overwhelmed. That's where I'm at.
That I believe it. I believe it. Zoanna, all right, we were there 21 years ago when Weta and Peter Jackson dropped a super early sneak peek, and now we're looking at this world for the first time now that Amazon has presented, their new interpretation. What do you think so far? First impressions?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely impressive. I think, you get some of those same feelings again where it's like, this is what we've been seeing come to life, and now we're actually seeing it on our screens and tablets and devices, and I think it looks really nice. I think these are the types of shows that need to be seen on a nice big screen. They need to be seen with that surround sound and the optimal colors, and because it just looks beautiful. It looks absolutely beautiful. And if I can go back to one of the very few sort of set reports that we had, or spy reports that we had of the ice cliff, I think we saw some of that in the trailer itself, right? So that might be a throwback to one of our earlier behind the scenes images, right? So that was definitely pretty interesting.
Indeed. Kelly, first impression?
I've stayed like this about the show, so I kind of have no idea what I just saw. However, it still really excited me. It's recognizably Middle Earth. It's not a Middle Earth I'm familiar with. It's not a version of Middle Earth that I've seen before on the big screen. But I am excited to see what the storyline is, where it goes. Just that opening voiceover set the tone for me that this is not going to be like Jackson's Middle Earth. This is going to be, I'm going to use the wrong term here. I want to say more folksy, and I think it's because of the voiceover's accent, but it's telling to me like this is going to be probably more about, Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring is really about the nobility of Middle Earth. It's about kings, and Bilbo and Frodo are really wealthy. This to me feels like this might be more about the denizens of Middle Earth, the actual people some of whom are the salt of the earth, and what are their stories intermingled with some of the backstories of the characters we know. If we know for a fact Galadriel's in it, as Anna Maria said. So those are my first impressions. That's the tone I got from it, and maybe someone going on an adventure from humble beginnings, going out into the broad, beautiful world and getting to explore it.
Indeed. Well said. Mr. Matt at Nerd of the Rings, very first initial thought of that 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Was that really 60 seconds? Wow, I can't even imagine.
It was. Yeah. I've been, as everyone's talking, I've been going through frame by frame and picking out.
Cheating.
It's just a head start a little bit. Right off the bat, I love the shot of what I'm assuming is Numenor. For me, the locations in Peter Jackson's trilogy are some of the most breathtaking things of those films, and Numenor was a realm that I really wanted to see them get right. And what I saw in this opening shot looks promising. We see like the mountain of Men El Tarma, I'm guessing, in the background. And not to go through, I'm not going to go through frame by frame, even though I probably could right now. It didn't give us like much of the story of the show, which isn't a bad thing. Like I said earlier, I like teasers that just tease us and don't give us a whole lot to go off of. There's some things I'm really curious about. I love the shot of the elf. I can't remember his name now because I haven't learned all the made up names yet. But where he like grabs the arrow that's flying past him and then turns it around and shoots. I was like, that's pretty legit. I kind of hope that they don't do that in super slow-mo when it is actually in the show. Like, I'd like to see that like move done really fast.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to dissecting it at this point. I've got to watch these things like 5 or 6 times before I can fully formulate my opinions, I think.
Yeah, I just gave it one more watch, just quietly. And the one impression I'm getting is, how Jackson's original trilogy really focused on the realism of Middle Earth almost. Like magic, like Tolkien has soft magic, right, rather than like a hard magic system, and so Middle Earth is very, it really leans on the realism there. This seems more magical in a way. Like the tone I'm getting from this is more mystical, more of like a fantasy show. I'm getting some Witcher vibes, honestly, and a little bit of Narnia. Like but that's just for my third watch. So let me keep looking.
I see that some other friends have joined us since we started. So welcome, Luke and Sarah and Sarah. It's so great that you guys are all here and have dropped in. And I know Ashley dropped in a minute ago, but I think she's gone back to the game because the Bengals are playing and they're her team. So she may have left us again, having dropped in briefly. But welcome to you guys. You all have a podcast together, right? I believe.
That's right. Tolkien Experience podcast. Thanks for asking us on.
It's great to have you here. And Cliff, I'm not trying to muscle in, but I know you're juggling 1,000 things. So I just wanted to take a chance to welcome these guys. And
of course.
Luke, what are your thoughts on what you've just seen?
It's really exciting. Just to think that, like I think Anna Maria was saying, it's our first time to go back to this world in 2 decades. It's been a while. I am really excited for some of the things that I saw, particularly with Galadriel in this what seemed to be kind of frozen landscape. That it seems to me kind of Helcaraxa-esque, and I would like to see. I mean, I know they can't go too deep into that part, but I'd like to see some illusions there. That seems really exciting. And I agree with what Matt was saying earlier about that opening scene where it kind of looked like it was a Numenor-esque that looked really impressive. It really reminded me a lot of the kind of dominant settings, not necessarily natural settings, but man-made settings that they were able to make for the Jackson series. It was very much that kind of like looking up at the architecture and it being impressive in that way, and I liked that as well. So I think we have a lot to look forward to in this trailer, and I'm really excited to go through it a little bit closer.
Indeed, I am too. In fact, I want to make these distinctions between what we're looking at, that is going to be from the first age, that looks like we have to keep in mind the continuing reports that the first 2 episodes of this series are going to be a big prologue reaching back in time and reaching back into the first age. So what we're watching here in this very brief moments, it's really very quickly edited trailer, we have to distinguish, are we looking at any flashbacks that go back to the Silmarillion era, even though they're only licensing the material that is here in this book, The Lord of the Rings, and the appendices. But even as I open up Appendix A and look at the first page, I see lots and lots of details from the Silmarillion. And we're going to talk about these distinctions so that the audience knows a little bit more about what we're looking at and maybe have a better idea of what to be prepared for. And it is really great to have Luke and Sarah here. Thank you, everybody from the Tolkien Experience, to be here with us tonight. The party continues. Thank you, Kirsten, for helping out. There's just going to be, a lot to be said about this Comet Man. So much has been so much has been posted online about this Comet Man, and the rumors continue, and there it was. I noticed that. I know everybody did. There was a comet flying through the sky, and an actor who looked very much like Gil-galad. He looked like Gil-galad, an elven lord standing there watching this bizarre comet go through the sky. Tolkien never wrote anything about characters arriving on the surface of Arda via comet. So this is a very novel idea. So I want to reassure the people, in the live chat that we're more than ready to challenge the show when it deviates from the lore. I see you. Yes, I see you in the chat. We're going to talk about when the show deviates from the lore, but mostly we're going to talk about whether it's deviating from our expectations. Because right now, we're pretty much in a vacuum, and it's the first time we've seen something specific in motion, and it's our very first small little taste of many things to come. So, we'll have plenty of time to challenge the lore when the writers get to reveal what they've crafted in terms of narrative and story. But we don't know enough about that yet. Therefore, we'll just knock that one off the list as premature, and we'll stick with what we can visually grasp and what we can glean, what we can learn from the details as we get to freeze frame through this and go backward and forward. Now, I don't hear Justin in my ear, but I know that he's coming and going very quickly, and we're going to have this really, really cool screen grab and screen forward and backward technology that he's going to put up on this big screen for us to share and to look at. Anybody else, tell me, what is that that city, that beautiful city past the waterfall with that massive statue in the background? What is that? Who wants to take a guess at where we're at?
I do, because I know I've heard people saying, oh, maybe it's Numenor, but it looks to me like the city that we saw in that teaser image that came out a while back, and one of our conclusions on Torn was that it might be Tyrion in Valinor, and I just have this feeling because, and there are people on here who are much better experts on Tolkien than I am, but didn't Tyrion have a beacon? And as we panned in over that archway, there was a kind of like a pier on the left with a tower that had a flame burning on the top of it. And I was like, maybe we're looking back to Valinor here, and then we see Galadriel crossing, as they said, the Helcarax, it looks like, on the ice wall. So maybe we do see a little bit of the first age, and we flash back to Valinor, and then she leaves and makes her way across to Middle-earth. I don't know, but that's my theory about that city at the beginning there.
That would make total sense, Green Dragon, because the other impression that I was really getting was the juxtaposition of that opening shot with this, what looks like a city that's been there for several hundred years. Then many of the other images were sublime in the forces of nature that they were showcasing, which said to me like raw, unbridled, untamed wilderness that these characters are traversing and having to face against, rather than just, conflict among the different races or the different characters. And so that kind of really brings me back to when Middle-earth is wild enough in the setting of the Fellowship of the Ring, but this seems even more wild and more unpredictable. And the scene with that troll-like creature, that could be the first encounter with that race ever recorded, as far as we know. So that level of excitement is really new and something that's refreshing.
Anyone else got thoughts on that city? Am I way off? Who studying the maps? I was like, it's near the sea, so it could be. And I know that one of the other cities in Valinor was at Alaquonde that was supposedly entered under a rock arch, but it was a natural arch. But I'm like, but we are going under a stone arch. Maybe that's what they're referencing. I don't know.
Must admit, my first thought was that it could be Alqualonde and that we might have a look back towards the kinslaying, but I'm not sure that they have got the license for the kinslaying. So I'm not sure if that's, and also, I mean, I'm looking at the ships in the harbour here, and I'm not convinced that this is Alqualonde, but I don't know. I like the idea that it could be Tyrion because they've made a point of showing that pillar with the flame. And they didn't have to, but it's right there. So, yeah, I must admit, when I first saw it, I thought Numenor, because there's Meneltarma, but no, maybe Tyrion. Now you've drawn my attention to the pillar with the flame on it. But what I am getting is a sense of vastness. All of the scenes that they've shown us, they've shown a vastness. So we've got this huge sweeping view of the city. We've got a massive sweeping view of the ice and the cliff and Galadriel hanging onto it. And like Luke, I'm thinking, Helcarax, maybe. And then you've got the plains. What I'm feeling there is a sense of they want to bring a hugeness of this world to us, which I find wonderful. We're going to get more of a chance to see so much, and they're clearly throwing a vast amount of money at this. But let's just cast our minds back 20 years to the Fellowship of the Ring, when we got what we thought then were incredible visuals, and Weta bringing out all these fantastic miniatures that they were then able to film, and they looked amazing.
Your mic.
This is 20 years later. Imagine what they can do now. So, you know, with the benefit of 20 years later on the technology, I'm thinking they're going to be able to give us a massive amount more.
Well, Mike, Regina, co-founder of Torn, you were updating the site multiple times a day 20 years ago. How does this compare to 20 years ago? Our first look was kind of a behind-the-scenes sneak preview where Peter Jackson was like, look what we're doing down here. This is the time. We have the technology. And then we saw a trailer. It was like a progression of sneak peeks. But this time, all we've had is a photo and some torsos. And how is this different from what you saw 20 years ago?
Lots of hands, and we're still seeing hands in the trailer too, so that's kind of cool. But no, I had mentioned this before. Like, this is, this is a very similar feeling to what we saw back then when we actually had the first trailer out, and obviously Amazon wants to put their best foot forward here, showing us some of these really amazing scenes of beautiful landscapes and stunning visuals. One of the things that is interesting to me is just sort of the nature of how they finish visual effects and what they use for trailers and for teasers. And I think a lot of this is what we're going to see in the first two episodes, mainly because probably those are the ones that are going to be the finished first, right? So this might be a lot of the visuals we're seeing early. So I think some of those thoughts about places we're seeing might be from the first stage rather than from the second, but you never really know, right? But it definitely looks interesting. I'm interested to dive in here shot by shot to look at a few of these things, because there's some interesting things. I'm just scrolling like back and forth on my second screen here, or my fourth screen, however you want to call it, and just looking at some really interesting stuff. And you can go shot by shot and take a look at this stuff.
We're gonna go shot by shot in a few minutes, but we still want to get some reactions.
Justin,
yeah,
I'm interrupting you. Can we welcome Don Marshall? He's joined us, and I'm sure he will want to give us his reactions as we've all been weighing in here. So, Don, if you want to uncloak and welcome, thanks so much for joining us today.
Let's do that. I think, Mike, we're going to replace you on our Hollywood Squares grid. So appreciate that perspective. 20 years with the One Ring, and we're still doing it again. So thank you, Mike.
Yes, indeed. Now, here we go with a little more technical oomph. We're going to be able to do this screen.
Oh, hello. Sorry, this is Don Marshall. Can anyone hear me?
Hi, yep. Don, we can. Yeah, hi.
I am so sorry. I've been having some technical issues with my own stream for a moment. I've been trying to get in here for the last 15 minutes. Hello.
Hi. Don't worry, you're not the only one who's been having technical issues this evening. But we're so glad that you're here. I don't know if you are able to turn on your camera. It'd be great to see you and get your take on the trailer, if you've even had time to watch it.
I have watched it at least 14 times. And that's putting it lightly, I think. A low guesstimation. Let me see if I can do this. Failed to start webcam. Okay, hang on. So apologies about this, folks. Let's see if I can do this. In the meantime, if you would like to go to someone else, I absolutely understand, and come back to me in a moment.
Sarah Westvic, we haven't heard from you yet, and welcome. We're so thrilled that you're here this evening. Give us your thoughts.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. Honestly, I was pretty blown away by the trailer.
went in there with no expectations, and I was blown out of the water. To kind of echo a little bit about what Sarah said, my biggest apprehension going into this was, whether the show would be able to capture the scale and the age of Middle Earth, because for me that was Tolkien's unattainable vistas that he talked about, the stories behind the stories that we hear about. That was for me the very first draw to Middle Earth, because I was introduced through the Jackson films, and then got into reading the books. And I was just so happy that when watching this trailer, I got that energy straight away. Just that opening shot of the city, which might be Alcolonde. I'm still convinced it's the Haven of Romena in Numenor. Just seeing that, and then seeing all of the different settings that we get. There was that beautiful shot of that golden forest, which was giving me major Lothlorien vibes. I don't know if we're going to get to that point of the story in the first season, but it was definitely evoking that imagery for me. The shot of that character that really looks like it could be Gil-galad in that setting. All of the different scenarios that we've seen the characters in, that warrior in that battle scene towards the end of the trailer, it just feels like such a big, populated and lived in world with so many people whose lives are I can already get the sense that their lives are existing in the shadow of the First Age, and all of their individual stories are going to get entwined, and they're going to interplay with the drama and the tragedy of the Second Age, even though what we're seeing are these individualized moments of their own experiences. So I was just really excited to see that the world looked so expansive just from this one tiny 60-second clip.
I totally get where you're coming from with that. We've got two more guests that I'm going to just admit who are joining us here. So we'll let them in to join, and we'll get some more opinions. And it's looking to me like Cliff is frozen at the moment. He's been stunned by what he's seen. Oh, I think he might be back. And we're welcoming our two new guests. So Cliff, if you're back with us, would you like to welcome the folks who just joined us?
Yes, I would very much like to. I'm here. I can see you, but if someone could tell me, I don't see them yet. Who are the
Reverend
new guests?
Tom Emmanuel has joined us. Hi, Pastor Tom.
Hello.
Well, hello
Good
there,
to be
Pastor
here.
Tom. Hi there. I'm sorry I don't have my list in front of me for who's coming. So I'm so grateful to have you all join us. Welcome back. Welcome to the wondering.net.
And then over from the realms of TikTok, we've got New Better Do Better. Hi. And it's just a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor. Thank you so much.
Excellent. It's so good to have you.
I didn't know New was showing up. What's up? Sorry, I apologize.
Man, Don, what's up?
Hey, New, what's going on? I apologize, everybody. I think you all might be able to see and hear me. I'm doing some sort of roundabout way thing on my computer with my audio. Can everybody see and or hear me?
Yes.
You look lovely.
Excellent. Thank you. I've been crying for the last half hour. Can you tell?
So give us your thoughts, Don. Now we can see and hear you. Go.
Oh my goodness. Where to even begin? Well, there were many tears, obviously. This has been a long time coming. I've been looking forward to this since they announced it. I am blown away by just the visuals, the stunning visuals. I'll admit I was kind of hoping for something longer than a minute. I was trying to be a little greedy, but I from what I saw, it really feels like we are back in Middle Earth, right? I know a lot of people were saying, they wanted to capture the spirit of the Jackson movies, and to me, the most important thing was it needed to feel like we were back in Middle Earth. The thing that people have, hanging up on their walls is the map of Middle Earth, because that in and of itself is the character. And when I saw, everything from the wide landscapes and the waterfalls and what I assume is going to be the Helcarax, the crossing of the giant ice.
Yes.
Oh my God, it all just looks so amazing. And I am thrilled to be back in this universe that I love so much. It all looks so stunning.
Absolutely.
Oh, you better do better. Go on, you're up to give us your opinions. I can tell you're excited to share. Tell us.
I'm super excited. Literally what Don said. the trailer was great and everything, but one thing more than others excited me, seeing Galadriel climbing the Helcaraxa. And when you read the books, you'll know that she was one of the leaders that helped them get across the Helcaraxa. People have been saying lately, well, Galadriel in her armor, she wasn't a war leader. That's not specifically true. She was very much so a leader at different times, leading the Noldor. And this was one of the times where she, Fingolfin, Fingon, Turgon, they helped lead the entire population of the Noldor that wasn't with Feanor over the Helcaraxa, and we get to see that. And that blew my mind more than anything else in the trailer. It was kind of short, and they showed a lot of other entities in the trailer than what you would think you would be used to, like people that you might not know who this person is or that person, which I think is great because the Second Age is open for a lot of different landscapes and cultures and things like that. So I think that's awesome. But that scene in particular really caught me. The war, seeing which battle that is going to be really fun. So I'm excited to see that. And the opening shot of I'm assuming either that has to be either Mithlond or it has to be obviously Numenor, one of those two. But it was a beautiful shot. So I'm excited. So.
Well said. Well said. I agree. Wow. The thing that strikes me most is that we know that they don't care about money. They don't care about the production expense that it takes to acquire the rights from the Tolkien estate, which was hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. They certainly don't care about packing up and leaving New Zealand and going across the world to a whole nother country for a whole new infrastructure for a second season and beyond. They have so much money to spend. So, in my opinion, by just my general first opinion is, wow, look, every penny is on screen. Every penny is right there on screen. It looks ridiculously like detailed, but then it doesn't tell us what the writers are doing. We still are in this place of wondering and perhaps concerned, maybe some of us, about what the writers in the writer's room are doing. And so I would put this forward. I think this game is Amazon's game to lose. They've got everything lined up. They've got everything set. They've got all the money to support this vision and this ambitious adaptation that they want to do. So if it's up to the writers, the burden is ultimately what narrative are we going to get? How is it going to be true to Tolkien? How will it reflect the ideas of his approach to death and deathlessness as a thematic construct? The metaphysical ideas that are behind the fate of men versus the fate of elves in spirit. And there's so many interesting ideas that they could cram into 5 or 6 or 7 seasons. And since we know, obviously, looking at how beautiful this visual stuff is, we wonder still, I wonder, this is just one man's opinion, but I wonder how the writers are up to this ambitious task of bringing, the Second Age to life in a way that really organically feels like Tolkien. And that's just that's where I'm at right now.
Well, Cliff, I'm still behind the scenes here looking at this, and speaking of writing, no one here has talked about the voiceover, the narration. Let's go to my Elisar. I want to hear a little bit more. Like, what do you think of what you just heard on screen, not just saw?
I don't know who was speaking. I couldn't really tell, but it's like Kelly said, like the folksy kind of, it just gives a completely different vibe right off the bat than the original trilogy. It kind of, because maybe it's just me who didn't know who it was, but it sucked me in right away because it just got me thinking. I was like, who's this? And then immediately I was just taken away by all the visual things as well. So it just left me with a lot to think about.
Indeed. Anybody else? Jump on in. Jump on in if you have thoughts.
I'd love to hear from Tom. We haven't heard from Tom yet since he joined us.
Yes, please.
Thanks much. So, in the Second Age of Middle-earth, 2 great civilizations meet their fall, It's tempted by Sauron, and those are the elves of Eregion, and those are the men of Numenor, two civilizations of incredible power and wealth and prestige, but whose immense physical and material resources and spiritual powers are put to a bad end. And so my deep suspicion, and this is a suspicion, this doesn't necessarily ground it in anything, but I would say my worry going into any adaptation of Tolkien coming from Amazon.com is who exactly is offering up the Rings of Power here, who exactly and to what end this great and magnificent and visually sumptuous, as we've just witnessed, feast. Who's pulling the strings behind the scenes? And so I'm agnostic about the content. I mean, I'm very excited to see the Helcaraxe. I'm very excited to see many of these characters and to explore more parts of the world, but I can't get that doubt out of the back of my mind. Where is Sauron in all of this?
You know,
We're saving him for sure.
One thing that I've kind of struggled with now that I've had more time to think about the trailer, and I did sneak another watch in, so I've seen it 3 times now, is I kept bringing up tone when I was first trying to pinpoint my reaction, and a lot of it has to do with the use of light in the visuals. When you're watching Peter Jackson's films, there's something about them that just is so much, it feels mythic. It feels like it's harkening back to the source material that inspired Tolkien himself, such as Beowulf and the Nibelung Saga. And you feel it's visually a little bit darker. It's the color correction was done in such a way that you feel like you're hearing a story from times past. And it's a very subtle, almost subconscious, tapping into the viewer's subconscious shift. Whereas the images we saw were very bright, very detailed, and even though in the timeline of Middle-earth they come from a much earlier era, they feel more present. And I think I'm struggling with that a little bit. I was hoping for a little bit more of a mythic tone to what we were seeing. I think it would have been great. Now there's a real trailer coming. This was a teaser, but it would have been great just to see that hand we glimpsed in the posters, the hand, you know, supposedly of Sauron just gripping a weapon, or just something to tease us that there's also a really big baddie.
Yeah, I'm really sitting with the fact that it's only February and this comes out in September, and I just had to remind myself of that, because I was just thinking, like, there was for me what was missing from the teaser was narrative, but then obviously they're just trying to offer up a few dishes, like a little bit of a taste test for different characters and different bits of scenery. I personally am hoping to see a bit of practical effects being incorporated into the show, just because, I mean, we brought up Weta and the minis from back in the day. We all have so much affection for practical effect version of Middle Earth, so I'm hoping to see some of that. But yes, yeah, I'm really reminding myself, like, okay, this was 60 seconds. We have until September. This is just to wet the palate. Yeah. Still very excited.
Well, and I think one of the kind of underlying messages that this teaser did a really, really good job with, both in the narration and in the visuals that they chose, was being very clear that this is not going to be the story you're familiar with.
Yeah.
The narration was very clear, like, there are other worlds out there that we haven't even begun to explore, thus hinting we're going to explore those worlds we haven't thought of before. And then in the visuals, obviously being much more eclectic and diverse, both in the settings that we've seen and in the characters that we've seen. So just really being upfront with that message of, this is going to be Middle Earth, but not the Middle Earth that we've seen before. I think they did a really good job of choosing visuals and audio to get that message across.
Yeah.
Well said.
I wanted to mention the hand, because Kelly just said before about it would have been great to see a hand that maybe suggested a villain or a baddie. And we did see this big hand at the end of the trailer being taken hold of by the little hand of presumably one of our half-feet. And it was that hand from the character poster that had the kind of grubby knitted and was
Yeah.
holding an apple. So who's that? Who do we think that hand might belong to?
I
have
know
an
of someone
idea,
who has
but
a
I wanna
really
hear
good
others.
speculation of it. James Tauber over at Digital Tolkien did some analysis, and the gray cloth on the hand, it looks like the same one that's holding the apple, which also looks like the same as one of the people who has the big antlers on their back, one of the nomads. So I think that's all kind of the same character, and perhaps in their kind of nomadic wandering, they come across a child and they're helping the child in some way. That's kind of what I'm assuming based on those connections from Digital Tolkien.
Other thoughts? Can I go with my theory?
Let's hear it.
So I think that's a wizard, right? Now, we know from the Vanity Fair article that wizards and hobbits, well, we know this anyway, but as Vanity Fair pointed out, wizards and hobbits don't belong in the Second Age. But we also know that Prime Video have found a way, the showrunners have found a way to put in a kind of hobbit or half-foots who are in there. And so, I mean, you know, we don't really know anything about when the Maya came. We know it was supposedly Third Age, but we don't know exactly how they came to Middle Earth. And we saw this bit in the trailer of this man in this kind of flaming bonfire thing with one of the half-foots. And I felt like it was his hand at the end. And I was like, it doesn't feel evil. It doesn't feel like this is Anatar or Sauron that they're encountering because of the way it was sort of affectionately taken. Of course, they could just be calling my bluff there. But I was like, I feel like this is an important and significant bond that's being forged here. And I was like, oh, what if it was the first time one of the Istari met with one of a kind of hobbit and it was setting us up for everything that's going to come later?
That would be incredible.
That's actually awesome. Incredible. I had a thought. I was thinking about the shooting star we saw, and if that was possibly not just a shooting star, but possibly a being coming over, and that was how they were representing them getting to Middle-earth or arriving. Whether it was Anatar, whether it was one of the wizards, even though, you know, there's different, you know, thought processes on how they traveled over. You know, it's up for interpretation to the people who have the rights right now. So maybe that's how they're going to do it. Or, you know, I was thinking about that. So that's one of my thoughts.
Perhaps someone who's far more well-versed in the minutiae of the lore will know the answer to this, but there's a verse coming to my mind. For into darkness fell his star, in Mordor where the shadows are.
Yes, that's Gilgalad.
It was Gilgalad?
Yes, that's Gilgalad. That's from the fall of Gilgalad. But that's more referring to at the end of the Second Age when he fought Sauron and was killed. Literally, his name is with the star. So that's why they say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was more metaphoric, but in theory could have been taken by a high-powered studio and turned into something literal.
Yeah, but that's an interpretation of his name. So literally him falling to Sauron that's why it says fell his star.
It is also not totally out of the realm of possibility that we could see some sort of meteorite or meteor. I'm not a science person, so I don't know the difference. I apologize, but correct me if I'm wrong. There is a sword that is made out of some sort of space metal, right?
Yeah, Galvorn.
Yeah, and eventually becomes, I believe, Gorthang. Am I correct in that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it is not out of the realm of possibility that they sort of take this sort of all-encompassing idea of the star and maybe weave in various tales from any of those ages. Because just from a personal perspective, I was the one to release the one of the posters that had the really old black broken sword, and a bunch of people had mentioned to me, hey, that might be the meteorite sword that had been reforged a couple of times, and that might be some sort of callback. So I'd be very curious to see how much of like the old lore we get pushed into this sort of is it fair to call it a compressed timeline in all of this? Just like some sort of
I believe that's what they were calling.
Yeah, they told us it's going to be super compressed timeline near the end of the Second Age. And people in the chat pointing out, of course, that Eol made 2 swords that were made of meteoric material. And ultimately, I think we're leading towards Gurthang. I think we're really safe in that area. I'm guessing that.
I really hope so.
Yeah,
this reminds me that Sarah Westvick in our response video to the posters, you actually had this theory. Did you want to elaborate on that? Because you talked about it a little bit.
I did a little bit, yeah. Because there was Eol forged 2 swords. There was Anglahel and then its sister Anguriel, and Anglahel eventually became Gurthang, and it was what Turin used to basically do himself in, and that I'm pretty sure that one drowned with Beleriand's, but Anguriel is interesting because we know that it went to Gondolin, but after that its history becomes very murky. We basically don't really know what happened to it exactly. It was lost. So I have one of the things I was speculating was that it could perhaps be a way to kind of, I guess, bring the First Age history into the Second Age by going with a sword that is clearly linked to a sword from the First Age, but also doesn't have all of the, or as much of the First Age baggage attached to it, because I mean, Gurthang has so much First Age baggage, being involved in the entire Narnikin Hurin, the children of Hurin, but Anguriel doesn't have that same kind of history, so I feel like there would be maybe more room for them to play with. Just, of course, because swords in Middle-earth always have such, whenever it's an important sword, it has a lot of meaning and heft behind it. So I guess the question then would be, if Amazon is going in this direction, what kind of meaning are they going to give to a meteorite sword if that's what they're ultimately going to work with? But that was my thought.
Yeah, I think that if you don't mind me adding on to that, she's right spot on. I think that there's room to play with both swords. Gurthang ends up killing Morgoth in the final battle, so I don't know if there's preserving that, so we know this is going to be a great sword and used in that way. And then we also have room because if Sting, if Glamdring and Orcish can survive the fall of Gondolin, well, we know Maeghlin had the sister sword, so he stole it from his father, and it was in Gondolin. So if those swords survived into the Second and Third Age, there's no reason why that sword couldn't survive into the Third Age.
Oh, 100%, 100%, right on.
So, Cliff, if I could bring up real quick, so I did a poll on my stream here, and I had 60% saying that they think that the first shot is Numenor. And
really,
I know we're you guys
above
maybe
the
aren't
water
ready.
with Balerion Saints. The only spot in that whole entire sea that's above the water in Balerion. So if somebody sailed there, we saw somebody on a ship, they could retrieve the sword that way. There's a bunch of things they could do, I think. It's just seeing which narrative they're trying to play with and what makes more sense. So that's going to be real interesting to see what they do with that.
Absolutely. It looks like if it looks and smells like Linden, maybe it's Linden. But if it's going to be really Numenorian, aren't we going to be looking, and soon, just in a couple of minutes, we're going to be able to freeze frame and get really close up. But we're going to have to look at architecture and I guess take a look at what the production department, what the art department was doing in these backgrounds to see if we can get those distinctions between Numenorian and Elven stuff. I am so glad that we have everybody here sharing this depth of knowledge and talking about the fact that Professor Tolkien gave us a history where they always name important names to the most important and significant swords and weapons. It all leads up to that charming and funny little bit where Bilbo is just struggling to figure out what to name his dagger. And, I just love that. And you're right. When you say these weapons survived the fall of Gondolin, and you stop and think about that, it's something of a minor miracle that Bilbo and the Thorin and company find this piece, this relic from Gondolin in a random troll horde in a random hillside in Rudauer. It's just completely random. But that also means if Tolkien can do it, then the writer's room at Amazon can be like, surprise, little objects and amazing artifacts and weapons from the First Age can suddenly show up. It can happen, right?
Definitely.
Well, I'm I'm dying to see more of.
Cliff, I'm
yes,
interrupting
please
you
interrupt.
again.
Please interrupt me as much as you can. Please.
I
Yes.
know that some of our guests have got to go. So
Yes.
the folks who have been with us for the first part of this live stream and sharing your excitement and your thoughts and your opinions, thank you so much.
Yes.
Stay if you will, go if you must, as they say. Thanks for joining us. It's been great having you. And we've got two new guests that we're welcoming in who are joining us at this point in time. So welcome to Tim Gray and apparently Will Smith down in the corner, but not that Will Smith.
Hello.
I was about to be like, whoa.
If Will Smith gets in this live chat, like the West Philadelphia one, we'd have a completely different live stream as well.
I apologize for not being that one.
Listen, the beard automatically
the
makes
beard,
up
man.
for it. The beard makes up for it.
That's
I
awesome.
came in full
That's
garb,
so awesome.
beard, football
Nice.
jersey, eye black, and gold freckles on my hands like the dwarves.
Nice. And
Excellent.
I do
Excellent.
apologize. I do have to drop as well, folks. I have to go to work in the morning, unfortunately.
Of course.
And I got to be up early. Thank you all so much for having me, though. This has been an absolute blast being a part of the stream.
Absolutely.
It's
It
wonderful
is-
to
it
have
is
you here.
pushing- It's pushing 3 a.m. here in London. Thank you for letting me get excited with you all tonight. It's really lovely listening to you all. Mwah. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so
Bye,
much
Anna.
for
Bye,
having me
everyone.
and for it's been a blast to meet all of you, and I hope everyone who's been watching has been having a great time too. So thank you. Namarie.
Thank you.
I'm
Have
gonna
a great
dip out
night.
as well because it's also almost 3 a.m. So thank you for letting me come on and share my thoughts, and it was lovely to speak to everyone. So goodbye.
Mega
Thank you
Van.
as well. It's
Bye-bye.
nearly 4 a.m. here in Germany, so I'm going to bow out as well. It was really wonderful to be on though and to talk with all of you and hear all of these theories and share and all the enthusiasm and the hype. I'm so excited now. I don't know how I'm supposed to go to sleep, but I'll try.
I want to thank
I'm
you all.
also going to leave. Thank you very much. It's almost 3 a.m. here in North Wales, and it's either you're going to get some really great shots of me dozing off in front of the computer. So thanks so much for inviting me along. It's been great. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Thank you for being with us, my dear. Have a great night, everybody. And thank you for staying up till the wee hours of the morning. Everybody in Europe. That's awesome. Thank
Cliff,
you.
we've got one more person who's just joined us. So we need to hear from Tim and Will, and we've just got Anne has joined us, who is Entmaiden, who is one of our staffers at the One Ring. And Anne dropping in just gives me an opportunity to say, because I've been watching some of the chats and some of the things that people have been saying, the OneRing.net has been going for a long time, and we have always proudly been not for profit. Nobody who does anything for the OneRing.net has ever been paid. We all have real life jobs. We do not make our living doing this. We all fit this in as because it's our passion. It's always been by fans for fans. So the folks that you're seeing joining us tonight, Mike, who's one of our founders, Anne, who's just come in, who's one of our staff, I'm a staffer, Cliff, Justin, we all do it because we love it and for no other reason. So hey, Anne, it's good to see you.
Hello, it's so nice to see everyone. I wanted to point out my background because the opening scene when we saw Numenor, what I have in my background is I'm in Chicago, for those of you that don't know me yet. But this background is the 1893 Columbian Exposition. And one of the sort of nicknames for Chicago, or the fairgrounds at that time, which is the World's Fair, was the White City. So when I saw that opening shot of Numenor, I immediately thought of this. And I cannot wait to start to see the frame by frame, but I just wanted to put this in my background tonight, just because they seem so similar.
Nice.
That's so cool. And infamously, like, Tolkien never set foot in America. Like, he never came here by boat or plane or ever, anything.
No, he never did the famous Oscar Wilde tour of the American West. That never happened.
Yeah. So, well, we've got some more perspectives to share. Pastor Tom Emanuel, we've heard from you. Will Smith, should we let people know you're the moderator of the subreddit LOTR on Prime, the main subreddit for this huge show. Have you seen have you seen an influx of energy come into the subreddit in recent days?
Yes. I mean, you're talking about 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 people normally coming to the subreddit daily. And the past handful of days has been easily 120, 130. I can't wait to check the numbers tomorrow. Wow. But we are at, like, I made the thread about the trailer not too long ago, and I can't even check my phone. There's over 600 comments, I think, already about the trailer on the subreddit, and each one dings my phone, and then Discord pings my phone, and my family's texting me like, "What do you think?" And I just can't even keep up. I just put my phone down.
Was there enough dwarves in the trailer for you?
Oh my god, this is the greatest like teaser trailer ever for dwarves. I mean, all those beautiful shots. Durin, the Song of Lament. No neckbeard on Disa, but fine. The other shot that had multiple dwarves standing in the background while they were, hammering on something, and like the stone is cracking. Every single shot that they were in gave me goosebumps, and it was like the thing that stole the trailer in my eyes. Like, it was so cool.
That's so good. And just joining us is Tim Gray, the Senior Vice President of Variety, the biggest, the most important trade publication in Hollywood. Hello, Tim. Thanks for coming on today.
Oh my God, it's an honor to be here. I mean, seriously, I'm stunned. I didn't realize nobody got paid with One Ring. So I'm going to start a fund to raise money to pay you people, because you guys work really hard, really hard.
Well, I appreciate that. It is working hard for passion, and it's all about the community here. And speaking of community, Tim, you've joined us early last year when we talked about a reunion for the Cannes Film Festival 2001, where Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, famously had their first look in front of the world at the Cannes. And you were saying that people were just spilling out of the aisles, just excited, and not just like normal fans, but like all people of all levels of Hollywood were kind of like stunned by what they saw. What kind of energy are you feeling right now, 20 years later, as Amazon and Prime Video are charting a new course in the Middle Earth?
Well, I think the situations are kind of comparable, because when Lord of the Rings debuted, I mean, nobody had seen any footage of it. And so, we knew it cost a lot of money. It was like $270 million for the 3 films. Peter Jackson was not well known. So everybody was kind of hopeful, but skeptical, because, they spent a lot of money. The people at New Line, they worked hard. So you hope for their sake it would be good. But I think when the footage started, I think they showed 25 minutes. About 3 minutes into it, I thought, oh, thank God, this movie is not going to be cute, because anything with dwarves and elves, I thought, oh God, I hope it's not cute. But then they did the Mines of Moria sequence, which it was like stunned. Seriously, I've been going to movies for most of my life, and I'm old. But I've never been in a situation like that before. It's like the audience turned from skeptical to wildly enthused, and the lights went up, and they thanked us for coming. Nobody wanted to leave. Everybody stood in the aisles talking, and they moved us out into the lobby, but we stayed talking in the lobby, and then they moved us out in the street. Finally, they couldn't get rid of us. And the Cannes Film Festival, I mean, there were a lot of big movies there, but this 25 minutes got as much talk as any other movie at that festival. It was a phenomenon. So I'm hoping that the Amazon series, I think some people are hopeful, some people are skeptical, but I'm hoping that there's a similar payoff and in enthusiasm when the show debuts.
From what we just saw just an hour ago or so with the first look trailer, Lord of the Rings was famously unfilmable, and then they filmed it, and it was a huge success. But you can never do that on a television budget, but here we are, and Prime Video's doing it. Well, from what we just saw in the trailer, is this living up to the unfilmable aspect? Does this look like, wow, they're actually doing it for television?
Well, seriously, I think, I mean, the estimated budget for the series is $1 billion for like 5 seasons. I mean, there's never been a cost like that. But again, when Lord of the Rings debuted, there had never been a movie project that cost $270 million. But I mean, it's paid back like hundreds of times. So it's like, it seemed like a crazy expenditure, and it turned out to be a really smart investment. So I think, 20 years from now, presumably we'll all meet again, and then we'll talk about that $1 billion expenditure. It's like, yeah, that was a good investment. It wasn't a crazy move.
What do you think of, you met some of the co-founders of the One Ring at Cannes, which was fascinating to, have old media and new media and fan sites and variety meet together. And here we are today, and we're all reunited, but, because of the circumstances, we're all virtually. But what's the energy are you feeling with this and with everything?
I mean, seriously, it's really positive energy. Now, I feel like, look, if you go on the internet, at least 5 to 10% of the people are going to be mean, just for the fun of it. But I feel like this project it doesn't just outweigh the negativity. The energy's force is so strong that people are so enthused about it. It's not like another TV show that we hope is going to be good. It's like there's a real energy behind this show, and it's more than just a curiosity and goodwill. So again, I'm really hopeful. Lord of the Rings, again, I don't think anybody wanted it to fail, but people were very skeptical about it. But I think people are very skeptical about this one. But
it's like there's a real.
Pastor Tom, you're still here. You just heard him say, people might, 5% of people want this to fail. You've been watching the online comments. Respond. Can you elaborate on that? Do you think the same vibes that have always been present on the internet are still here? And I guess the question is, how do we just erase the noise and keep this energy up? Does Pastor Tom on the mic? Yeah. No audio.
You want me to talk?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I think one of the things that's important when we're thinking about the, we've seen any noise is good noise as far as marketing is concerned, right? And that includes controversy. That includes any news is good news, right? Any press is good press. And so what I'm hoping with as we continue, getting hyped for this new series is that we also continue to be, keep our critical hats on, right? Keep our willingness to critique or to be critical of the showrunners. I think one of the things about the Tolkien fandom that I've observed is that they're usually, in the most part, a pretty literate lot, a pretty observant lot, and being willing to think thematically as well as in terms of glitter and glam, right? As long as we can talk about the dwarves, I'm happy. That's great. So I don't have. My hope is just I'm pretty agnostic about content at this point, but I'm excited to be able to have these conversations with the fandom, which I've always found to be an enormously welcoming and increasingly diverse place. So that's my little take for the moment. Thanks much.
Let's go to New Better, Do Better. TikTok, you're huge on TikTok, and first off, I'm so excited that we have on this screen right now, we have Reddit, Variety, and TikTok and Twitter, like all represented. So what energy are you getting out at TikTok? Do you think that's where a lot of millennials are just getting all of their news and entertainment right now?
Yeah, I think it's the premier app right now. They each have their phases, and And this is, a lot of people are discovering all the different niches, as well as myself, that are on TikTok. And I think it has something for everybody. And it's like the go-to place right now. So it's really exciting to see. And, the fandom with what we have coming out is just like, this is the place to be right now for everything, as well as Reddit, as well as Twitter. And we're all just ringing off with such excitement. And, TikTok, like I said, is like probably the newest one out of the social medias. So it's just exciting to be there while it's popping off like this.
Absolutely. Well said. I'm the last person to make a TikTok account, and now I'm like, well, I really have to now. I really, really, really have to. We've got so many people joining our Discord, and these new platforms. This is intriguing to me because it wasn't so long ago, back in the 70s, when people were in their garage printing like fan newsletters and sending them out, paper newsletters that were sent out every few months just for the fans. And there was a wonderful lady who worked at Tolkien Enterprises. She worked up in Berkeley, California with Saul Zaentz and company, the guy who had the license and got involved with New Line Cinema to make those movies. But they had this little fan newsletter, and it was published out of their garage. And it was literally folded piece of paper in thirds. And it was the cutest thing. But now we have this. Now we have this whole massive new wave of people slinging mud at each other and also praising the artists and showing their concerns and showing their excitement. And, it's really, wow, it's really something else. But, brace yourself, because kids, this is just the beginning. This is just the very first part of the ride, really. So brace yourselves.
Justin, can we welcome, we've got another Torn staffer who's joined us whilst we've been hearing from folks, and that's Rebecca. So hi, Rebecca, thanks for joining us.
Hey, Rebecca.
And if we can take a moment, we haven't heard from either Anne or Rebecca as our Torn staffers and what their reaction was to the trailer.
Anne, go ahead. What first reactions? You've been a longtime staffer with the OneRing.net, and you've been through the Lord of the Rings movies with us and the Hobbit movies with us, and now how are you feeling? Kind of the third age going to the second age of fandom.
I'm extremely excited. I love seeing the trailer. I'm one of those folks that feel that the more Tolkien, the better. So I'm embracing all of it. I love, as I said earlier when I first came on, I love the opening scene, which I think is Numenor also. I saw a few things that I'm very intrigued by that just sort of flashed by that I cannot wait when we go through frame by frame to talk about, or listen to as you all continue talking.
Transition to them.
I think that the casting, I've been excited about that. The dwarves, very excited about all the dwarves. I'm just very happy, and I need to see it about 1,000 more times.
Rebecca, how many times are you going to see it?
I was very excited to see it. I mean, like other people, I've been, a little hesitant on a few things that I've seen, but I just, I like Anne said, I need to watch it several more times. I think I've watched it about 5 times now since it's been on. I liked seeing the little Harfoot girl I was assuming that's who was doing the narration that we hear in the trailer. I was kind of assuming it was her. I also just love, I love that everyone is so passionate about this. I mean, there's good passionate and bad passionate that we've seen. And I think people, maybe younger fans might forget that, 21 years ago, there was a lot of anger and discussion about certain things that we may or may not see in The Lord of the Rings, or things that, pictures that we saw, and, oh, you can't cast that guy, he's way too young to be a Hobbit, or, what is she doing in that scene? Things like that. So I hope that everybody just kind of takes a beat and just takes a breath. And I don't think as fans, I don't think any of us want this show to suck. I think we all want it to succeed and be great, because, more Tolkien is a good thing in the world. So I think, let's all just take a breath, and my cat agrees as well if he wants to join in.
Yeah, let's just, let's I can't wait to see more. I mean, I want to see more of this version of Middle Earth.
I see Jim has also joined us, Mad Eye Gamgee. He's another Torn staffer, so it's great to have a few other of our volunteers from the OneRing.net. Hi, Jim. How are you doing?
Pretty great. Been watching the teaser trailer several times.
And what was your reaction? Because you had some in-depth things that you were hoping for. We posted an article this morning of what are the staff hoping to see in the trailer, and you had a pretty long shopping list of things you hope to see. And with it only being a teaser trailer, I don't think you got many of them. So what was your reaction?
I got one or two. I one of the things I was looking for was, are we going to see any iconic moments? Anything that will connect to those who have read the Silmarillion or know some of the Second Age stuff. And so when you see Galadriel, who seems to be crossing the ice fields of the, I got to get it right, the Helicrux.
Helicraxia.
Yeah, then, that felt like, oh, that's kind of cool. Maybe we will see that Elven trek across. Or when you see the first pan that comes up over what looks to be a city in Numenor, although you may have debated that. But you see some flags of, well, there are going to be touch points and there are going to be payoff points. For the most part, as I expected, it's a minute long. And so, the fact that there was almost zero dialogue in the entire thing, or wondering, you didn't get a lot of leitmotifs in music. You just got sort of a classic trailer background music for it. And then just lots of character snippets. So we'll see if they pay off anywhere. And then a kind of vague sort of hint at the architecture of the storyline, which is some lines of, there are wonders in this world beyond our wonder. Okay, well, I guess we'll see where that goes. So, yeah, little bits of hint, but I don't know that my things were dispel our concerns. And I like kind of a look, and then give us reason for a hope that we're going to really want to watch the series. With this group, I suspect we're all going to want to watch the series. So there's enough there that says, yeah, I'll come back. I'm coming back for more, but I'm still hungry for more. So
that's awesome. And Jim has been one of our regular folks who help organize Dragon Con, one of the biggest fantasy conventions in the country every year in Atlanta, and we hope to see everybody again this year after the last few years.
Indeed.
So
hello, can everybody still hear my voice?
Everybody is asking in the chat
Thank you, Jim,
room,
for joining
let's
us.
get to a frame-by-frame analysis. They want to see us dive deep in, and we still got more people
it looks like
coming,
we are now
including the Tolkien professor who runs Signum
get
University
ready to show
and
frame
many
by
others.
frame
But before we jump
technology.
into the frame-by-frame,
It looks like we're going to go with this. Can everybody hear me okay?
I wanted to ask, Tim,
I am hoping
since
so.
you were at Cannes and you saw the hoity-toity of Hollywood, what were they
congratulations
geeking out
to the
about
Los
together,
Angeles Rams for winning the game
in Cannes after they
in
first
the very
saw Lord of the
last
Rings 20
minute.
years ago? I mean, did it sound like this conversation that you're hearing today?
That just happened.
Wait a minute. I was hearing the Super Bowl score when you were asking the question, so I only heard part of the question. Were you just asking about the kind of the mood at Cannes afterward?
Well, and I just realized that we have some crossover. I was wondering, you were at Cannes, you heard all these conversations spilling out into the street. What were the conversations of the hoity-toity of Hollywood 20 years ago when they first saw Lord of the Rings, and what you're hearing today with us geeks over Zoom? Were the conversations like similar, just like going into details of like, oh my gosh, did you see that?
I mean, they were similar, but they were dissimilar. I mean, I think in Cannes, I think there was, especially at the end of it, there was a lot of goodwill. People were really happy that it was working. And as soon as it was over, I went up to the New Line people. I said, okay, when can we see the first film? I mean, get me on the list. I think with this, it's, but I feel like Peter Jackson kind of invented digital interaction with his film. I mean, because most studios weren't doing that. They weren't talking with the fans. And so this is a whole different setup. In one hand, it's like really great because obviously everybody here is really enthused. It would be fun if everybody was in one room together because, there's just a different kind of energy there. But I feel like the constant the constant following of the Amazon project and all that, it's a different energy. So it's not coming as a surprise to anybody what you saw, but it's more like a relief that that maybe your fears were groundless. That maybe this is going to be like a really good show.
And I guess that's what we're hoping for this time around. I mean, I think one of the things that's slightly frustrating for a lot of people this evening is we've been so looking forward to this trailer, so excited, so much building up. And then it is just a teaser trailer. And so we saw things that were tantalizing and frustrating and like, do I love that? I don't know. It looks so thrilling. And yet I'm not sure what's really going on. So, we want to get to that point, Tim, that you were just talking about of being like, oh, okay, we feel good. We feel this is going to be great. It's tough to know. Hey, Matt, I see you have to leave us.
Yes, I got to get going. It's getting a little late over here on the East Coast, and I'm planning on doing a breakdown on this. So if I'm going to do any of that, I should probably do it before I fall asleep at my desk working on it later tonight. But thanks for having me on. Everybody who's been watching this on my stream, make sure you go over to the One Ring stream and you can continue the conversation. I'm looking forward to, it's like I said earlier, it's a teaser trailer. There's some little nuggets in there for us to dissect. So I'm excited to be able to dissect things from Middle Earth again. There's still some things in it that I was kind of like the meteor thing. I was kind of like, what is going on here? There's a lot up in the air, and I'm looking forward to diving in with everybody on it and talking about the things that are nods to the lore and things that are different from the lore, and we'll cover all those as they come. And I'm excited to be on that journey with you all here over the next several months.
All right, awesome. Thank you,
absolutely,
of the rings. And
I want to say thank you very
Jim's
much.
Got a sticker.
Hey, thank you, Matt. Really appreciate you being here with us.
Nerd of the Rings, everyone
we're
give
now
him a follow.
Actually going to get on to the next thing that you were doing yourself. We're going to get into a frame-by-frame, nitpicky little breakdown that's just about to happen right now. Thank you, everybody, for being patient with us as we get up to that point. And excellent to have your generosity and your time. I'm so glad that the other people are sticking with us. You guys are great guests. It's really wonderful to have you. Let's keep it going. There's so much more yet to come. Here we go. Justin is about to join me very soon.
Let's roll the trailer again.
I'm looking at this ship. This ship going through this arch, right there. This is. I'm sorry. Let's roll it. We're going to roll the trailer one more time, but it all starts with, kind of like the Grey Havens. It ends with that ship leaving in the distance. But here it is. This ship arriving now at the very beginning. We're going to watch the trailer one more time.
Haven't you ever wondered what else is out there? There's wonders in this world beyond our wandering. I can feel it.
wowzer. Here we go. Look at this. Okay, so we have here in the opening, and can everybody see this? There's the sun. You see that sun emblem on that arch? Looks very, very, very familiar. Let's go back and take a look at that. Do you see that? Where did we see that? We saw that emblem on a sword on that poster not so long ago. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yes. Do we have our other Zoom guests still with us on audio? Yeah? Can you guys see what we're seeing?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And so, what do you think that means?
Yeah, I'm opening this up wide. Time for everybody to jump in and let me know what they think. This is not Numenorian, is it?
It reminds me of the heraldic emblem of Finwë. So I'm still feeling like we're seeing part of Valinor here, maybe Tyrion. I don't know what anyone else thinks about that, but that's what it's reminding me of.
I thought it was Numenor, and my reasoning is not so much of the foreground symbols, but that background mountain, because that looks like Menel Tarma to me. So
Menel Tarma, yes.
My hypothesis is that this is Romina, which is one of the coastal cities. Could be another one, but that's the one that kind of clues right on it into the central mountain of Numenor. So that was my hunch.
Do you know what? You might be onto something. You really might be onto something. Perhaps we're not looking at a group of Numenorians that are the king's men. Maybe we're looking at a place where the faithful reside.
Yeah, that's possible.
You know, what I think is probably one of the things that we've learned from trailers is things are not in sequence. So it's, this could be something, we talked about the ship. It could be at any point in time, surrounding Numenor. So that's one thing I keep telling myself, because they're just throwing images at us to tease us, as you can see. And so they aren't necessarily going to be in the same order that they'll appear in the series.
Yeah. I thought Numenor as well. I'm still holding to that, but I'm keeping my mind open as well to Mythland. And Linden also has mountains in the background. Linden's going to be a very important place, obviously because of Gilgalad. Depends on what lineage they put Gilgalad to, if that symbol makes sense for him. So now, if he's Fingon's son, it makes sense then. But if he's Orodreth's son, which was retconned later, it doesn't make so much sense then. So we have to take these things into account. But I'm gonna say I'm leaning toward Numenor. But it's,
you know what? I'm going to go with you. I want to lean in with you on that. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're 1,000% right. I've got my copy of the Atlas of Middle-earth. Do you think that this tower, the tower on the far left, to the left of the statue, might be the Tower of Oromet? Is it possible that we're looking at Anduni, and we're just coming into the harbor from the Bay of Anduni?
That's on the west. So
that's on the west.
Is
yes.
on the east.
That's right. Ravenna's on the far east.
On the west. Yep.
That's right. That's right.
on the far east, on the other side, and then on the further west is Anduin. So exactly what you're saying is right. But it would also change who's there. So if I'm not mistaken, the King's Men would be more so west, and then and Romena would be more so the faithful. Or I might have that backwards, but that's what I'm thinking.
You know what? I think you're right on, but I think it's switched because they were looking to the Valar, they were looking to the west, and I think that's why the faithful preferred to reside on the western side of the island.
Yeah, I might have that backwards, but either one is going to depend on which group of people is residing where. So I think it's a good chance that it's it's Numenor.
If this is true, wow, this is the first time we've ever seen Numenor visualized. If that is Menel Tarma, wow, this is the first time. This represents the very, very first time, because not even in a flashback did Peter Jackson show us what Numenor looked like back then. So this is groundbreaking in that sense.
And to the faithful location, it all depends on when in the Numenorian history that shot is taking place.
Also true.
Initially, that breakdown between the faithful and the king's men didn't exist. So who knows?
And I'm just noticing here, we got the big statue built into the earth there out of stone, and that reminds me of the Argonath. And I just realized before we go frame by frame, I wanted to say, Tim, we know your time is precious. Don't feel that you need to stay, but we're happy to have you if you want to continue on and geek out with us. Maybe if before you go, Tim, I want to ask us if this is reminiscent. This is reminding me of the Argonath. One of the most iconic things in Peter Jackson's films. The more do you think it's a smart move to parallel some of the most iconic things that we would remember from Peter Jackson's films as they create this new adaptation with Prime Video?
I'm thinking, but this is just a guess, but I'm thinking in the first few episodes, there will be things to remind you of the films, just to show, hey, we're connected. We're aware of those films. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. But I think as the series goes on, because I think they bought it for like 5 seasons so far, I think it'll become less and less connected to the films, which I think was a smart move, because it's like, look, we talked about negative people. Some people they're gonna be damned if they didn't make a connection. They'll be damned if they did. But I think it's smart to make a connection without trying to recreate those films.
Yeah, you can even see that in the titles. They say before the king, before the
exactly,
before the ring.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think it's also important to point out that we have to remember we're going backwards in the lore. So we started at the end, we're going backwards. And so often that doesn't happen. So we have to think that the Argonath is derived from the architecture of Numenor, not the other way around. So those statues in Numenor are in the Akalabeth. They do talk about them. They start having the same effect that the men of Gondor, where they start saying, oh man, we're building statues greater than our kings because we want to escape death. That happened in Numenor well before it happened in Middle Earth. So it's actually echoing. What we're seeing is echoing in Middle Earth. We're just thinking about it backwards because we're so used to seeing the Third Age instead of the Second Age. But they actually got that from the Second Age. So if I could say that, and I think now that we're seeing those statues, because the elves don't do that. The elves don't have any monoliths with elven people and things like that. That's a very human thing that men do, and they point that out in the Akalabeth. So I think that we can kind of pin down Numenor because the elves don't have statues of their kings and things like that.
You are so right. You are so right. Perhaps it's Tolkien in a less than subtle way telling us something about the difference between the egos of the Edain and the egos of the Eldar. I love that. You caught that. That's very, very adroit. That's so true. And you know what else? I just looked here and I noticed that the faithful Numenorians were, over a period of time, moved from Anduni all the way over to Romena because they were forced to move. And that might be something that the writers of the show can put in there, like the persecution of those people who are trying to remain faithful to the Valar and to respect the ban of the Valar, and imagine them being forced and migrated over to Romena against their will. There's some interesting stuff in that sandbox that the writers could pull out and use for an episodic series. I really think there is. Now, moving forward, let's just keep going. This next clip takes us to these two strange figures with these massive elk horns or moose horns. What? Who are these people? We saw them in the Vanity Fair. These two characters are obviously in New Zealand. This is not a digital backdrop. This must be a real New Zealand backdrop. But we've seen these two figures in the Vanity Fair piece a couple of days ago, and they're described as nomadic hunters, quote unquote.
Yeah, if you're going to New Zealand, by the way, that looks like the Poolburn area, the same area that they shot the Rohan scenes. The
Yes.
background mountains might be CGI. I don't know, or added in, but it's reminiscent of that part of the South Island.
Would you ever have to, though? I mean, if you're paying that much money to be down there and get those aerial shots in New Zealand, why would you? Why would you have to add? I'm just joking. I'm joking.
If you wanted to, I don't know who these are. Here's hypothesis. Maybe because it's what I'll argue is one of these proto-Hobbit people. I think that we're about to see Markella Cavanaugh is my hypothesis.
Yeah.
And that she's the one doing the voiceover, which is curious because she was also like one of the first cast members announced.
Yes, she was. She was.
And so maybe these are proto-hobbits that are trying to find something more wonderful in the world beyond what they know. I don't know, but
Jim, hold that thought for a moment because Tim has to leave us. So let's just allow him to say cheerio.
Cheerio. Seriously, thanks for having me. I said in the message, it's really fun to spend time with people who are smart and literate and enthused. COVID has taken a lot of things a lot of energy out of people, and so it's great to see the enthusiasm. I hope the series is great. But thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Absolutely, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Can I jump in on these nomadic hunters because it's a comment that's been has been put in the chat on YouTube, which I think is very interesting. I was getting excited earlier about my theory that they've worked the Istari into the show and that's who the mystery hand is that we see. And somebody has suggested, what if these two nomads were actually the blue wizards in disguise? Now, I'm not personally espousing that theory, but I like the suggestion and it's been put up in the chats and I wanted to share it here.
Interesting.
I like that idea. I also love your early idea about the meteor man, the comet man who's arrived being the introduction of an Istari in some way. Look, if they're only licensing the stuff that's in the appendix, and if they cannot bring in Radagast and Saruman and Gandalf because they're so specifically not arriving in Middle-earth until the Third Age, even the elves, the Círdan, the elven lord, he's one of the people recording that in history when the Istari arrived. So the mystery of the unspoken blue wizards is still wide open. Maybe there's room in there for us to speculate that there are wizards arriving in this series, and it might be in a very unconventional way. But how about looking at the scale of these giant antlers on the backs of these characters? This could be, smaller people, Harfoots, proto-hobbits, because of the size of these antlers being so grotesquely large against these two humanoid forms. I don't know. Am I crazy? What do you think?
That's where I was going for.
Yeah.
They call them Did they call them hunters? Nomadic hunters? Because I wonder if that's some sort of camouflage.
That's what I was thinking. That they're characters that are kind of wearing these to make themselves appear larger to intimidate different creatures. Or if it was the proto-hobbit theory, that they just look huge because they're proto-hobbits. But I think we've seen like the elk antlers before in other films, and they are pretty massive in general.
Yeah, I can say that elk antlers can get to about 4 or 5 feet wide. So it could be a little person, it could be a normal sized person.
It's a young Thranduil who's found his first antlers. No.
I know there's another theory going around that those might be beings from Rune, and they're traveling westward, or they're just roaming. I know a lot of people want to see that. They want to see the other lands. I don't know if this is a way to introduce those lands. Even if they were going to bring in the two blue wizards, they would be going to those lands and the land south as well. So introducing those lands would be important at some point. The wizards are retconned. You know, the two blues are retconned at some point, where at first they arrive in the beginning of the third age, and then it's retconned that they arrive at the end of the second age.
He
Along with
did.
Glorfindel.
Yeah, he
So
was
if that
rethinking the whole
happens-
thing. Yeah.
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 So if
Yeah.
it just depends on which version of the lore they go with, which that one was pretty cemented. So if Glorfindel, along with the two blue wizards, arrive at the end of the second age, first of all, that kind of cements and ties in a bunch of things. It kind of anchors it to the rest of the Lord of the Rings, especially with Glorfindel there. Then you can find out what everybody always asks about the blue wizards, because you don't see them, but it does say what they go do. They go to the east and south and try to stop or hinder Sauron's forces from arriving. We have to remember that in the south and the east, even before the second age, Morgoth already went south and east and influenced the humans there. That's why they're always prone to follow Sauron and, you know, darkness more.
That's exactly
because
right.
They were influenced earlier. So people always say, why are they evil? You know, are they inherently evil? No, they just got to first. If that's
No.
my interpretation of it. So I think they could tie it all together. It's a lot to ask, but that's just my thought process.
I'm with you on that. There's so much to say about Morgoth planting the early seeds of corruption and doubt and evil in the hearts of the Edain long ago, and then Sauron just comes around thousands of years later and reaps the benefit of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, totally. It's all connected. Continue, please.
Speaking of connected, it seems like I think these are great theories, and I love them. I'd love to think that, you know, you couldn't find me a good staff, and I have to carry these antlers around. What's going on? I think because of focus, that these characters are ones that are going to connect to the story that these writers are going to want to tell, and that therefore it's less likely that it's people in the East or the South, probably at least in the teaser, more focused on characters, which is why I like the early Harfoot proto-Hobbit kind of a thing, because, you know, I think, unless this is disconnected, that we'll see when the series releases where these antler people do tie into the main narrative somewhere. So
good point.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff, I just want to welcome Kathy, who's joined us. Kathy is another of our staffers, Garfa Mayo, and a long-time Torn volunteer. So, and I know, Kathy, you were glued to the game, but now that the game is over, you've joined us. So, welcome. We're just going frame by frame with Cliff leading us here. So we hope you'll chime in with your thoughts as we're looking at frames from the trailer.
Yes, welcome, Kathy. It's good to have you here.
I guess before
You're muted, Kathy.
Okay.
But before we move forward, I wanted to ask New Better, Do Better, how important would it be, is it to you personally, to, if your theories are correct, that this is someone from the East or Ruin, or to see them in the first season? We know they have 5 seasons, and we know they're going to the farthest lands of Arda. But for you personally, you know, would this be important?
I think it is. So, you know, after the Akalabeth, you know, reading of the Rings of Power in that passage there and others, it ties it all together. You know, it's so easy to just forget about what was said about the men in the East and the South and what they did and what they thought of men that were, or even Sauron and his thing. So those areas, he gets bolstered by those areas a lot. But you're like, where are they coming from? You only really hear about the Haradrim and the Easterlings, but there's other lands further east as well. So I think it would be important to tie it in. And then it's kind of a fan service, but at the same time, it's not. It ties the lore together a little more neatly and gives you something to kind of just be like, okay, I see what's going on here. Because it's always left up for interpretation. Not really, but like they tell you, oh, he has sway here, but you don't really know what that means. It would kind of tie that together. So I think it would be very important. I think it needs to be done, but they need to be very careful how they do it.
Got it. All right, let's move on to the next one. Next shot here.
One other quick point on this. or yeah, Kathy has something.
I was just going to say, and this is a completely random comment that has nothing to do with who I think these people are. It's just the ginormous size of those antlers on their backs. I want to see them hang glide. I mean, they're so big. I'm like going, maybe they found a way to fly, but probably not. But that was the first thing I thought when I saw how big those things were on their backs. They're probably.
I tend to overthink things too, so my theories might be a little more intricate than they need to be. So
one last quick thought on this before we go to the next scene is my question is not about the people, but the setting, the location. And the big question is, well, where are they going? Which is why I was talking about the mountains in the background. So
yes.
If this is in fact some sort of a migration, then the idea of proto-hobbits looking eastward toward the Misty Mountains, which is what those mountains might be, could say, okay, we're going to break out of what we know into what's unknown in the world out there. And maybe that's, I don't know if they'll hang glide there, but maybe that's what is going on, which is why we're seeing that strip of mountains in the background.
That's a very good theory, and that makes a lot of sense. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, the young lady who's kind of narrating mentions, there's a world out there greater than the places we've traveled. I mean, so she mentions right in her commentary about the fact that they are nomadic. And she uses language that is almost a callback to Sam's speech about the stories and the great stories we heard and things like that. And the minute I heard that, I was like, this sounds like something Sam would say.
Yep, very true.
So, always pay attention to that.
And I thought it was. I was going to say earlier. I thought if she's a hobbit and she's narrating it, how much does that anchor the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings films to the show? I think it grounds it and anchors it all together very well if they chose to do it for that specific reason.
Yes, indeed.
It's going to be kind of hilarious if these two nomadic hunters just turn out to be extras who are kind of a bit of set dressing in the trailer.
Yeah. And there is that Markella Kavanagh.
I do.
With rocks in her hair.
There's all kinds of things in her hair.
She was noted as one of the characters that hasn't been assigned in a Hobbit role.
Is this a Harfoot?
This might be a Harfoot. This might be a proto-Hobbit.
Yeah, that was my thought also.
Yes.
Is this a horn?
And that
on
might
a
be the
proto-Hobbit?
hand that is being held. That might be her hand that's being held at the end of the trailer.
That's, Rebecca, that's what I thought, is that's her hand.
That as well.
Yeah.
And I think she is our narrator, because although at this point in the trailer we don't see her lips moving, when I forget what she's saying at this point, but she said this things about there's more in the world than beyond our wandering, and then she says something where she's kind of excited, and her eyes sort of light up at this moment. So even though we're not hearing her say it, I think she says, "I can feel it," something like that at this point as we cut to this shot. And like I said, we don't see her saying it, but her face kind of lights up, and it just makes me think that's her voice. And the sort of country accent that was mentioned earlier this evening when we were discussing always makes me think hobbits, proto-hobbits, Harfoots, that they give them this kind of English country accent. And so I wonder if she's our narrator, that she's the one who wants to explore and see more, and she's being far too eager and curious for a hobbit, and that may lead her into trouble.
Ooh, yeah, because hobbits don't do that. But I also remember, too, there's many references when the hobbits are speaking about stories told around the fire. And to me, that was another moment that there's probably more of them telling stories around the fire, and maybe that starts her thinking, I want to see more of the world.
There's acorns in her hair.
Indeed.
Mean, isn't that the biggest tell that this is a proto-hobbit?
Are those olives? They're not.
Yeah.
Maybe they're olives. Maybe they're acorns, but they're not horns. Those are all kinds of.
There's that one of the character posters was the hands with the acorns in it. That's got to be our Harfoot, surely.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's,
Yes,
there's
indeed.
disappointment one.
Good catch.
Who's she talking to? And so,
Right.
again, I wish I had seen Sir Lenny Henry somewhere in here in his Hobbit regalia.
Well,
but
I can tell you who she's talking to because this is an old robe on the left-hand side. You can see the tattered.
Oh, I didn't
robe.
realize. I thought that was a tree.
So this
that's
is
the same robe that the hand is in that has the hand that's holding the little person's hand. It's the same robe.
I think that's somebody from later in the trailer.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
I didn't even notice that. That's
All
so
right.
cool.
Well, the more general thing is like if acorns in the hair, stories around the campfire. Obviously, a small thing compared to a tall. She's looking up. Is this what a proto-hobbit should look like?
This would fit the bill for me. Yeah, this
Curly
would fit
brown
the bill.
hair. Yeah.
And very, very rustic. And if you're a wanderer,
Yeah.
How does this compare to how you first saw hobbits in the first trailer 20 years ago, looking like they should?
But in the Shire, they're much more settled, right? That's the impression I get from the Vanity Fair articles mention of the idea of the Harfoots being these kind of proto-hobbits who are nomadic. And I know we haven't got to the shot of Arondir yet in his wooden breastplate that was in the character poster, and the image on that looks very much like the Green Man, and I've seen lots of people criticizing that because of course the Green Man is a pagan symbol of our Earth, not of Middle Earth. But I kind of like this idea that these earlier peoples have this sort of nomadic feel, and a kind of pagan isn't the right word because that's from our world, but you know what I mean? It's this kind of earth religions, early peoples, and the decorations in her hair make me think of that. They make me think of kind of early civilizations. So yes, maybe the showrunners are using something from our world rather than from Middle Earth, the sort of echo of our world, and maybe people don't like that, but I kind of like that suggestion of these early civilizations that are quite different from the waistcoat wearing, velvet dressing gown wearing hobbits of the Shire.
But isn't that in the intro to the Lord of the Rings? They talk about how some of the groups of the hobbits are very wandery and they settled in the Shire. So I don't think that's at all out of the way. I mean, there's umbrellas in Lord of the Rings, so it's not entirely pure of our Earth influences, but
and if you're going to be wandering and they're smaller, and I'm sure the fact that they're not on most other cultures' radar is clearly they hide. And what better way to do that than to dress yourself in the colors and some of the things, the leaves and all of that would be a way of doing that. And once we get to Arondir's little scene, now you're right, we don't see his chest plate, and I want to see that thing in motion. But because that might not be a green man, but you got to think the elves taught the Ents how to speak. So who's to say that it's not some sort of thing about the Ents? And I know we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah. I was thinking that
it's interesting though as well, because like everyone's been saying, a lot of the chat online has been like, Tolkien was writing this as a legendarium for Britain, it was a legendarium for England, it was Tales of England. Well, those echoes of the pagan past, the druidic past of England, therefore are entirely appropriate.
Absolutely. And the ruins and even the Nordic stuff, because there's some of the Anglo-Saxon in there, and the Nordic mythologies as well. So
yeah, I was looking, and if we're assuming that the gentleman with the scroll is Sir Lenny Henry, and he's a hobbit, and he had the scroll, those are hieroglyphs, a much older form of language. That wasn't written in Elvish. It was written in a very old
pictographs.
Pictographs. Yeah, exactly. So that's showing how old it is, how old the civilization is. So if he is a Harfoot, it all ties in exactly with what you guys were saying. It's an older form of Hobbit, proto-Hobbit, and they're not reached the thing we're used to seeing, but that should be the case. As the same with the if we're assuming that the gentleman with the sword was the ancestor of the Rohan, then we got to remember they're not Rohan yet. They didn't arrive in Kalanathon yet. Any of that. So
So I know we're jumping ahead to the scrolls, but I thought of the libraries of Gondor immediately. Like it could be that those are, early Hobbit writings, but I just had that picture, and in the movies they showed Gandalf, in those libraries, with fire across near all those scrolls. But still, who knows what's in there? It could be, centuries and centuries of different groups that have been collected there. But that was my thought when I saw those scrolls.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We're going to move along, but I wanted to comment on the photography. Take one last look at that before we move on. Just remind everybody that how much we miss the late, great Oscar winner Andrew Lesnie, and how much I miss him and his photography in cinema. But there's something about this image, and they've captured something in the softness and the glow of this photography. I think it's really cool, and it does look very, very Middle-earth-like to me, and it's definitely a director of photography who has taken his cues from Andrew Lesnie's work in the past, definitely. So moving on, we get this...
Cliff, sorry, before we move on, can we just say bye to Rebecca, because she's got to go. She's on the East Coast and has got an early start tomorrow. So
thank you for joining us, my dear.
Yes, thank you for having me. And I hope everybody, you all need to come to Dragon Con because, the show is premiering the same weekend as Dragon Con. So I think we're going to
have a ticket already.
Ticket party. So
oh, that's a great invitation.
There's Atlanta this fall.
Very, very few things in fandom are as big and as exciting as Dragon Con in Atlanta. Thank you for that invite, and it's lovely to have you. Thank you for joining us tonight, my dear.
And also, New Better, Do Better, we're sad that you're leaving because you have such insight and wisdom and knowledge of the law. So please come and join us again for chats another time. But thanks for being here tonight.
No problem. I just have to get home. So if I get home and you guys are still on, I'll join back in. But I just have to get home because it's snowing
please do.
where I am.
Oh boy.
All right,
it'd be awesome. It'd be totally awesome to have you join us. Absolutely. Please do come back.
I'll jump back in. It should take me about 10, 15 minutes.
That sounds great.
Home.
All right. Thank you.
So, moving on here. Before the King. These little interstitial titles are kind of funny to me. The Before of the King. Thank you, Justin. That's cute. Okay, look at this. This is a big old crazy ice waterfall in the middle of a frozen tundra, high alpine, high mountainous, craggy, frozen wasteland. It's a nightmare of an inhospitable place. This is where we are.
It was beautiful, though.
It's beautiful, but really not for people walking on foot. This seems to be one of the most inhospitable places in Arda. Where are we? It might very well be the Helcaraxi, but in one quick shot, the camera moves in front of this ice wall, and there she is, Galadriel. There she is. All right, we can wind back. Take a look at that. She's trying.
That beautiful dagger of hers.
Yeah, trying to make it up this ice wall. There's some. Where's the safety gear? Where's the rope? Where's this? Oh my gosh, this is going to be so crazy.
And she's wearing armor. I mean, she's wearing that chainmail armor and everything like that. I mean, her helmet. I mean, she's wearing armor as she's trying to climb this ice cliff.
Wow. Wow. Oh wait.
But how
hold
did she
on.
get in this position? Is she trying to come up, or did she fall and then stab in to catch herself, and now is trying to get back up?
Yeah,
Great question. It looks like there's 3 people behind her in that shot that Justin just circled. There they are. They're all trying to climb up there with her. They're wearing cloaks too. I did not notice them in the quickness of the edit, but there they are. There's 3 other people trying to climb the ice shelf with her. Wow.
So that's what makes me call it the Helcaraxe, because it seems like she's traversing something. So
Yeah.
she's heading somewhere. She's got others in tow. We know that the Feanorian uprising was tragic for the elves and left some behind, and this was a horrible entry into Middle Earth. And that many elven lives are lost, or I guess sent to the halls of Gondos. But
And what time period would that particular crossing be done? That first or second age?
It's first age.
Yeah.
All right, so flashback?
Because Galadriel left and crossed the Helcaraxid, correct me if I'm wrong, but she left before the kinslaying. So she had already gone before the kinslaying happened in the first age. She was already in Middle-earth, having already crossed the Helcaraxid. And what's interesting to me in this shot, we can see that dagger that we saw in the character poster that has the two trees, Laurelin and Telperion, on the hilt of the dagger. And there's also been a lot of talk about the fact that in the shot of her in Vanity Fair, and also in this overhead on her shoulders, we can see these Feanorian stars, the 8-pointed stars. And a lot of people have been saying, you know, Galadriel and Feanor, they hated each other, epic falling out to say the least. Why would she have these things? But if this is her crossing the Helcaraxid before the kinslaying has happened, then at one time Galadriel and Feanor were not enemies. And so there's no reason why she wouldn't have had armor with that emblem on. These are things from her past, from the time when she happily lived in Valinor in the First Age, I think, and I don't see any reason why she wouldn't have taken them with her to Middle-earth. The fact that later she was the sworn enemy doesn't necessarily mean that she wouldn't have had armor that had the Feanorian star on it.
So could this action then be a flashback?
Mm-hmm.
Just like we think, or at least I think, and I'm pretty sure we've all thought that the view of the two trees and of her brother was also probably a flashback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked about this before, Kathy, how we cannot assume this is all happening in sequence.
Yeah.
You know, they're just throwing images at us. But I love the idea of some flashbacks. And I think, gosh, you know, this whole thing reminds me, I haven't read The Sill in a few years, and I really need to soon, and refresh myself. But I don't believe she was always enemies of Feanor. I can't say they were ever friends or allies, but they at least coexisted. So
Yes, indeed.
it quite likely could be the symbol of Feanor that she's wearing, or has in her knife, sharp, or spear, whatever it's called.
I would like to interject the possibility, just a tiny possibility, even though we know that they're going to show a whole bunch of First Age flashbacks in a very long 2-episode prologue. There also is a lot of room and possibility that this is some other adventure in some other space that is not the Helcaraxid, not that big chapter from the Silmarillion, because I want to cautiously remind our viewers that Amazon did not license the Silmarillion. So that whole story about traveling across the Helcaraxid and going after Feanor and his sons after the burning of the ships, all that stuff is something they don't have a license to. So maybe we should prepare ourselves that this is some original place with a new effort of trying to get somewhere or do something that we don't even yet know. But I'm with agreement with a lot of the people in the chat saying, why are you wearing metal armor? Even this chainmail, why have metal armor and these gauntlets and all this stuff when you're out in the freezing cold? It makes it 100,000 times more difficult for you. So it's a bit odd.
So maybe that makes me think she didn't intend to be there.
Yeah, exactly. Now let's logically piece that through. Maybe she's in a place with these other 3 people, assuming they're also elves. Maybe they don't want to be there and have found themselves there through misfortune.
Yeah, and climbing that hill is the only way out.
Maybe.
Cliff, can we just welcome 2 other Torn staffers who've joined us, Josh, LSR, and Nancy Mithril, who are longtime One Ring volunteers. Guys, we're just working our way through a frame by frame and speculating about Galadriel here and what exactly is going on here. So welcome, thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks for having us. I'm excited to get a chance to talk for a few minutes.
Yes.
Josh, I know that you are a big hoper that this world will tie into Peter Jackson's Middle-earth, and so I think you're siding with some of the folks who are disappointed with what they're seeing so far. And obviously we've been talking about a lot of stuff that we're excited and positive about, but maybe you can say a little bit about what's disappointing to you and what you're seeing so far.
Well, I will lead in with that. I thought the trailer was really cool. I thought it was very well done. I thought it looked very pretty. I definitely can see where some of it visually is going to fit in with what Jackson and crew did during Lord of the Rings, especially. But I definitely think, based on some of the photos that we've seen, obviously, that there's going to be some things that aren't. I don't know that you can get a lot of that from this 1 little minute teaser. Just simply because we don't see a lot. I mean, it gives you goosebumps. It gave me goosebumps watching it because I thought it was very exciting. So, and then obviously sitting here and listening to you guys talk and go over all the different things. I'm excited to see where it goes and try to, as Kathy I think put it in one of the emails, make my mind movie work to where maybe I can merge some of the things together in my own head. But I think some of it looks really cool. I would say like this scene right here where it's Galadriel and she's jumping from one spot to another in the ice is something that people kind of hammered The Hobbit about with Legolas and some of his antics. I thought it looked really cool. I think she looks great in that armor. I think it's going to be, pretty cool to see her do some things in it. So, I don't know. It's. I don't want to sit here and be that guy, necessarily. I'm. I have to make up my own head and emotions and deal with the fact that, for the most part, this show is going to be its own thing and not play in the same sandbox. If you've read our articles, you've read, that for me, it's a disappointment, but, it's okay. It is what it is. I'm a grown adult. I'll figure out how to make do with it and everything. So I think, it is what it is. I don't know. I don't want to be that guy and rain on everybody's parade. So for me personally, I thought the trailer looked really neat. I think there's some really cool stuff. I think there's ways to, if you want to mind meld and ignore certain aspects, if that first scene is Numenor, okay, we didn't see Numenor in Jackson's film, so I can still make that part of that universe in my own head. If there's, Harfoots, if that wasn't seen in Jackson's films, I can still make that part of the world that. And I can take Jackson's sandbox, I can take this sandbox, and I'll just make my own sandbox. And
Josh, you were us. You were many of us 20 years ago.
Well, and we joke about that. I don't know if you were in that, Anne, when we talked about it that night, but that's kind of where I said something along the lines. I now understand completely what everybody felt like now, over the course of this, whether or not it was you guys going into Lord of the Rings and having been there for that, but then experienced The Hobbit and just kind of all the emotions that we've had over the last 20 years with the films and everything. It's time is a great teacher of things. And I've learned now to understand and how to deal with it. And like I said, it is what it is. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to sit down with my mom and my dad, and we're going to watch it because, Middle Earth has kind of been our thing for the last 20 some years. And I'm going to have a good time with it. So
I think you made a great point about making your own sandbox, because I think that's the best way to live in all these different visions. Of Middle Earth.
Well, and the thing is that I think, and Kathy said, like I said, the other day, and sorry, I'm probably taking us way off track. Here I go.
Go for it.
But I think when Kathy said our own mind movie, and I think that's something, watching the chat and everything, is that don't we already? I mean, for those of you that read the books before the films came out, I came into the books from the movies, so my mind movie was already impacted by Jackson.
Yeah.
So you already, for people that are upset, I guess my thing is didn't you already have your own mind movie? I mean, wasn't that how did you take what Jackson did for good or bad? Because, like I said in an email, to me, these films are about as perfect as you can get. And so that became mine, and obviously I have my own visions of things we haven't seen on screen, but now that'll be impacted by some of the things we saw or will see in this series, or saw in the trailer. So I think for some people getting upset, I think you just have to learn how to make your own sandbox, and you're either going to get upset by it and throw your hands up and stomp your feet, or you're going to find a way to make it all work. And I don't want to be that guy, because I'll put it to you like this. For me personally, I enjoyed the Hobbit films. I understand them; they've got warts and all that kind of thing, but they weren't fun to talk about because there were enough people out there that just did not make them fun to talk about. I don't want to do that I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to do that to people's enjoyment. I don't want to do that to my own enjoyment. So there's going to be things that are in the show. There's going to be weapons maybe that we see that don't look like what they did in the Lord of the Rings, with Jackson's films. And I'll just cut that out and imagine he's holding the sword or, axe, or wearing armor that looks like, I'll make do. I'll make my, and I'm going to have a good time, because I just want to be, with everything that goes on in the world after teaching all day or whatever, I just want to watch something and have a good time and escape. I'm not wasting energy. I'm not wasting energy. So
very well said. Very well said.
Long windy road. Sorry, that was my teacher part coming out. I'll go back to.
That's lovely. Lovely to have you here, my friend, as always, and continuing to enjoy your energy and your enthusiasm on collecting the precious and getting the information out for our fans, for the best collectibles and statues and things that you provide for us here at theonering.net. But now, moving forward through our frame-by-frame breakdown, questions about the shape of the chainmail, which is around her forehead, being all craggy, shredded, and rather unkempt, as if
it's that way around her wrists too. It's almost like it's purposely frayed the way a skirt would be.
Yes, and so, what a lot of people were saying about the still photos that came out from Vanity Fair, they're like, wow, that looks rather pristine. Looks like nobody had a wrinkle in any of their armor at all. Well, now we see this armor is battered to hell, and there's scuffs on the gauntlets and all kinds of things that represent the wear and tear of whatever misadventures this poor character has been suffering through. So at least that, gives us another visual dynamic, which is considerably different. A lot of people saying that the still photos looked way too clean and too tidy to be like a dirty, grubby, Middle-earth adventurer type person. But here we go. Let's keep rolling forward, and we'll see much more.
But the elf warriors have always been rather pristine looking, even when they were dying at Helm's Deep.
Yes, they were. Yes, they sure did. That's quite true. Mithril? The question from Justin was, is this Mithril? And I wouldn't imagine so. I wouldn't imagine that. Maybe Mithril is something, well, maybe it is. Maybe this is something that was given to her because she has a really, really good relationship with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm. We know this from Professor Tolkien. So it's possible.
But going back to the earlier point, if this is first age, it's not Mithril.
That's right. That's right. If it's a flashback, then that answers that.
Then it is.
We don't know.
Walk on snow? Will this weigh her down?
Justin said, did everybody hear Justin's question? He said, if she is wearing, this type of armor, and remember how Legolas could walk on the surface of the snow in Fellowship, would this armor weigh her down if she was also trying to do that Legolas trick of, well, I really don't know. I mean, it's a very, very good question. Legolas notably did not wear all the extra armor and things that, Boromir or Gimli had. Intriguing. Very nice to notice the two trees, the gold and the silver of the two trees in the pommel of her blade. Definitely everybody noticed that, for sure.
Either way, she's kick butt. She's kick butt in that.
Indeed. Now, before the Fellowship...
One of the first times we see Galadriel, and of all the characters we see, Galadriel comes up the most, again and again and again. So pretty clear that she's going to be, one of the main narrative threads of the whole thing.
Absolutely agree.
What?
She's the protagonist for a good portion of it.
That is a wise decision on their part, for sure. Okay, moving forward, Justin is rolling. Justin is rolling this footage forward. After the next title card, we are now tossed at sea. And who was filming this? It must have been director J.A. Bayona, and all those scenes that they had in a water tank, that must have been the water tank. But who is this guy? Who is this person?
You notice Galadriel's not on the raft. In that sequence, she's not on the raft yet.
Doesn't look like. No. Now stop that previous shot, Justin. Stop in that previous shot. Right there. No, I can't tell. I can't see if there's two people on this raft.
It's closer and
there are.
There's
two. Yeah. Yes, I see two people on the raft. There they are. Yes, I see them. There's one. There's two. There they are. There they are.
So the next scene could be after this one, and Galadriel has fallen or whatever. So.
Yeah, because she's not on it when you see the full shot of the raft.
Yep. Well, then it's going to match up in a later shot that we will see, I'm sure.
So my question on this is, if we have these huge waves, which reminds me of the fall of Numenor, but isn't Galadriel already in Middle Earth at that time? So why is she on the water?
Hey, now the people in the live chat are saying, is this related to the fall of Numenor? And I'm like, no, I'm sure they're going to show that years and years from now in season 5 or season 6 if they go and extend it further.
Yeah.
I think this is just a shipwreck.
We certainly have been told that this character who's called Halbrand, and that it's in the Sundering Sea. Now that doesn't tell us anything else about what's going on, but we do know that this is the Sundering Sea, and Halbrand is fleeing his past, and obviously he's in some kind of shipwreck there, and Galadriel presumably gets washed up onto his raft, and that's where they encounter each other. This much has been revealed already, so we know that's what's happening here, but the context of why and how it's happening,
we have no idea. Right.
That is Halbrand.
Too, when you have trailers, sometimes things end up in weird order. You could have it where those sequences here we're looking at in some kind of reversed order or different parts of that whole sequence where.
We see the moment where she gets pulled on the raft.
Right.
Yeah, because notices her ear.
But you're right, Josh. I mean, they're clearly just teasing us with images.
I mean, the Spider-Man trailer, they completely took out all the Spider-Man from No Way Home. In the trailer, you see a fight scene, and it's a battle sequence, and characters are actually missing that were in the final film. So, Amazon, I don't blame them if they would play some games with the trailer. I would if I spent that much money on a license.
Yeah, keeping things a surprise.
I'd want to get you want to get people hyped up for it. I would.
We're seeing characters and we're seeing moments in no particular order. It's just meant to give us a taste.
Indeed.
Notice that Halbrand has some sort of chest on the wreckage with him. There's one thing that appears to be intact, which is a kind of chest that Cliff's pointing out. And that makes me think that he has rescued something from whatever wreck he's been in. So presumably there's something very important in that chest that he's salvaged.
Interesting.
Of course, it could just be full of apples and it was floating by and he pulled it on board. As you do in a shipwreck in that weather, because I don't know how much control you have over things of weight while you're in the water trying not to drown.
Maybe it's second breakfast.
No. The significance of the Sundering Seas being mentioned is
no Galadriel.
There's no Galadriel in that particular shot, but when is she going to get there? But yeah, she's right there. Yeah, she's going to be in another shot later on. But the Sundering Seas tells us that we're in a, it's not called Belaguer, the Great Sea. It's being called the Sundering Seas. according to what Vanity Fair is reporting. I wonder if that is to be held into significance of some kind. I wonder. But anyways, now, Mr. J.A. Bayona is famous for directing The Impossible, which was the film with Naomi Watts and Obi-Wan Kenobi and Spider-Man. Little Tom Holland was just a lad. He was just discovered by J.A. Bayona. And famously, the film centers around the tsunami. And so Mr. Bayona is very, very familiar with water tanks and this type of complicated physical work doing in water tanks. And it's pretty wild. And they certainly did put his experience to the test in making this scene. They sure did. Now, moving on and forward.
I wonder if that's why they hired him in the first place.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And
this was my number one on my list of what I wanted to see was an elf acting like an elf.
An elf like it's
Do you think he
definitely
did,
an
Kathy,
elf
for
acting
you?
like an elf.
He reaches back and he grabs an arrow that's being shot at him, picks it up, turns it around, and shoots it right back. I'm sorry.
I know.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
So
This is-
that it's
This is our it's our new boy, our Rondir. This is our Rondir, and the physics at play here is a visual effects artist nightmare come true.
Oh yeah.
And so the question is, who shot the arrow at him and who's shooting
Yeah,
back?
because there's you can see lots of arrows in the ground around him. So there's somebody's chasing him and shooting at him.
Well, actually, the person look over here to the far left. He just caught this arrow and saved somebody else who is lying on the ground behind him to his left. The arrow that he caught was not to save himself. It's for the person that he's protecting right behind him on the ground.
Yeah.
I didn't see that before.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Well, because that was the thing is we were wondering, is he by himself? Is he a lone elf, wandering the woods, or does he work with others? So if that's another elf right there, then there might be a battle or a chase.
Or he could be guarding a border, of a realm.
This is true. Yeah, we don't know yet, but I got my wish. The elf was acting like an elf.
Welcome back. Welcome back. You better do better. We're glad you're back with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you guys think that clearly he's a Sylvan elf? Do you guys think that he's from Mirkwood or Greenwood, as it would be, or Lorien? Reason I'm being, if he's one of the Galadrim, tree people might make sense for his chest plate. And we don't really deal with, in the Second Age, we don't really deal with Orifirst people until the Battle of Daggerlad. So I'm just question as who are we dealing with? Because we do deal with Galadriel and Celeborn's travels to Lorien. We deal with that people, but we don't really, like I said, we don't really deal with Greenwood elves yet. So any theories on that?
At this point, the realms may not even be formed yet, because Galadriel's so young. In what they've shown us, the realms weren't founded until later.
And they were all one big forest, too, weren't they? All the way down to Fangorn.
No, there was a Lorien realm that predated Galadriel.
Yeah, those realms were formed. So Greenwood was formed. Remember, these are the part of the Nandor that didn't come over across the Misty Mountains. They formed the two kingdoms. Galadriel actually joins the kingdom. She's not a Sylvan elf. She's no Dorian. Even though she's part Teleri, she's not a Sylvan elf, and she comes over. This is one of the strikes that happen when they tell the story with Nimrodel and Amroth. This is one of the strikes because that's why she's technically can't be the queen of that place. She's just the lady and lord of it because she's not a Sylvan elf. They joined with them.
I dig it. I dig what you're talking about. You're leaning into the Avari, and these were the unwilling. That's the Elvish word for those elves who were just completely unwilling to go. They didn't want to go to Valinor. They didn't want to deal with the migration or the difficulties of Sauron's and Morgoth's forces all along the way. Rather, you're right. I mean, this might be one of those open-ended places where the writers are giving us a chance to maybe look at some of the lives maybe some of the ecosystems of other Sylvan elves that are not related to the familiar forests and kingdoms that we know so well in the Third Age. And
I want to
that's
point out
exciting.
something.
That's exciting to me, that they're exploring something new. Not only are the pre-hobbits, the proto-hobbits are wandering and they're migrating and haven't found a place to call home yet, and now maybe we can find some of these other elves who never wanted to go, the Morroquendi or the Avari. They didn't want to go to Valinor, and maybe they'll piece it together and give us more clues in seasons 2 and 3 and 4 about where he comes from. But our early speculation is, I was thinking Greenwood the Great. I really was. I was. What do you guys think?
Something. I've got to interject here. From the Vanity Fair article, we know that Arondir has this forbidden love with Bronwyn, the created human character that a lot of people are not happy about, but we know that that's part of the plot. And under the photograph of her, it says in her apothecary, in the Southlands. Now, I thought that was very interesting because if Arondir is in the same area as Bronwyn, and we see a picture of them together, and her home is in the Southlands, what do the showrunners mean by that? Now, Southland was what was sometimes used as the name for the Darkland, which is the separate landmass, but I don't think they can mean that because nothing in Tolkien's lore suggests that that was ever inhabited at all. So I don't think they mean that separate landmass of the Darkland, but they certainly seem to be suggesting that Arondir is an elf who comes from the south of what we know as Middle-earth. Now, what does that mean in terms of what Knew Better, Do Better's been saying about the different realms and things? I don't know, but it's very interesting to me that Bronwyn is in the Southlands and Arondir is there with her. What does that mean about where he's from?
Well, in addition, you've got to realize in Second Age Middle-earth, it was much more forested than you see in the Third Age. And in fact, I don't know if that's going to come into the plot, but the Numenorian colonization and the stripping of woodlands to support their shipping interests.
Yeah, that's probably going to become an issue. Yeah.
It's one of the issues that Tolkien actually talks about. And then, of course, we've got, and here's my theory, it's just my favorite theory. It's not the Green Man, and it's not an ant. It's Tom Bombadil on his chest plate.
Oh.
The forests covered everything, and Bombadil's the oldest. And what a better way to introduce
That was awesome.
Bombadil.
Although he's got pauldrons on, so you just see the that close up of his shirt in the close up picture, but when you see that full shot of him, you can see that there's 3 leaves up at the shoulder, which would make them appear to be like pauldrons to go with the chest plate.
Cool.
So
It's Bombadil.
I want it to be Bombadil, and I want his forbidden love to be River Daughter, but
Literally tying into everything you said, the Force all used to connect. In the Council of Elrond, literally Elrond and the other Elf Lord, they say, I knew Bombadil back in the day when the Force all used to connect. We called him Thorn, some called him Arwine Benedar, some called him, he used to walk everywhere, he used to be everywhere. So they could be tying that in. That could be the gentleman with the apple, or even they're telling him the story. He's the oldest, he would have seen a lot of things. There's a bunch of different things, but I think you're spot on right there also. And then the Avari, they did have, it may have not been a kingdom, but I know they did have a settlement in the south near the White Mountains, because that's where Amroth goes. Nimrodell's traveling through there when she gets lost, but that's one of the places they have to leave Middle-earth after Sauron is attacking. But he's leaving for a different reason. But it didn't just used to be the Grey Havens. There used to be a bunch of different places they used to retreat from in the world, and that was one of those places. So that is in the south. That can kind of answer that question, but I can't say I would know a kingdom in the south of the elves, but I know they did have a stronghold, if you want, I want to say, or a shore, or a haven there.
Right, and Treebeard talked about how the forests were all connected once.
Yep.
Even including the old forest near the Shire. And then, because Bombadil knew, the old forest well.
And I still hope that we do at some point in time encounter Ents. And even possibly see, yes, Entwives. That would be so awesome.
Amazing. What do you think happened to the Entwives?
They went walking.
They went walking.
These tree roots were made for walking.
Indeed.
Well, there was some, little story how they went and actually taught the hobbits how to farm land.
Okay.
But then at a time when the hobbits weren't writing a whole lot down, like this tree was telling me about how to plant its baby.
And that's why they settled. They finally found a way to stay in one place and grow food. Just, bringing together all sorts of rumors over the last, 20, 25 years.
Okay, go ahead, Cliff.
Yes, well, I was just saying, in the distance, somebody was asking if there's a historical effort, of a military effort, or one of the big battles or wars where the Sylvan elves take a significant part in it. If that were the case, I don't know that Professor Tolkien recorded it. I don't think there's anything in the Second Age of significance where the Sylvan elves are, as a group or a body of people, involved in a very specific thing, if that's what you're asking.
Just as far as I know, it's just the Battle of Dagglad when Orpha refuses to listen to Gilgalad because he doesn't like the Noldor, and he rushes in and he ends up getting killed. That specific instance I know of.
That's exactly right.
Incorporate something else.
And you know what? I'm really looking forward to that. I mean, maybe about 7 or 8 years from now, when we do get to the end of season 5 or season 6, if there's an extension to season 6, I'm really, really looking forward to Gil-galad having a very big dramatic death, because Peter Jackson did not give Gil-galad anything to do in the battle, the last alliance of elves and men. But out there on Daggerlad, out there on the battle plane with Orofer, I'm so glad you mentioned it. I love it. I love having these details at hand to talk about. This is so great. Justin's going to roll forward on this beautiful little trailer bit thingy, and we're going to...
And what was interesting about this, and I'll say it as he does it, but so he catches the arrow and he shoots, and they timed it perfectly so that when you see that meteor flying through the sky, it almost looks like it was suddenly a flaming arrow. Because that's what I thought at first. I was like, well, wait a minute, it wasn't on fire when he caught it.
Yeah, a clever,
they
clever
timed
editorial
it and they edited
bit.
it together. Yeah, so they edited it together. I just thought that was beautiful editing.
It wasn't. Very interesting edit, but look at that, Justin. We have Gil-galad. There's no mistaking who we're looking at. We're watching this, and that's a little bit... This whole thing with the comet going over is a tiny, tiny bit evocative of Game of Thrones, where all the characters were looking up at that red, comet in the sky. But this isn't a comet. This is an asteroid. This is like... To be correct, I think this we have to call it. It's an asteroid crashing to Earth. But look at Gil-galad and look at this place where he's at. Look at his...
He has long hair.
Look at his armor.
He has long hair. So
telling you.
Credit the short hair elves. He's got long hair.
This is great. This is such classic.
Where it does feel like it's in the same sandbox as the Jackson films. I mean, the actor looks similar. Long dark hair. I mean, again, like I said, it goes back to like where you can play and plus in this moment, I'm sure in the show we'll get a little bit more. We can see some places again that we didn't see in the movies, and we can make our own little mini sandbox in our minds.
I'm going to dissent here. This actor does not look like Ben Walker to me. That actor looked like Tristan Gravel to me. And if it is Tristan Gravel, then what we're seeing is our Pharazôn, and not.
Ooh.
Because look at all the gold. There's gold.
Gold. A lot of gold.
I
thought that he was confirmed as Gil-galad. Ben Walker was.
He's got super pointy ears that we've highlighted here, so I'm not sure it could be in Númenorian.
I think he looks like Ben Walker.
I thought the character with the gold rings was confirmed as Gil-galad, and isn't that him?
That's him. That's him with the gold rings. That is indeed him.
I could be wrong. I thought I saw that in the photos from Amazon.
That could be, but I was trying to look at actor photos, and it just didn't look like Ben Walker. Now, obviously, it's dark and very quick, so I'm pausing and looking.
The only thing I've ever seen Ben Walker in was Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter.
The heart of the sea. He's also in the heart of the sea.
Okay. Yes.
I'm wondering if
Gilgalad was not one of the confirmed character posters.
Okay. So.
Oh, he
maybe
wasn't.
Al-Farazan.
Wow, could be Ar-Pharazôn. Wow.
Could be Al-Farazan.
Yeah,
Okay.
because there's coins on the ground, but there's also water, so I'm just kind of confused.
But are they coins or are they the golden leaves of Lorien? Is my question. I thought they were the leaves.
All of these Malorn
Yes,
leaves here?
I think they're leaves as well. I think this is linden that we're seeing here.
Yeah. I don't think he went to Lorien.
Well, I'll point out that the trees from Lorien came from Numenor.
Ah, yes.
So, again, I'm not strongly convinced, but it was ambiguous to me.
All right, so there's a debate there still.
Good, nice debate.
I'm telling you, in somebody else earlier, just a few seconds ago, said how much this actor looks like Mark Ferguson, who was the actor who played Gil-galad in Peter's films. And he does. He looks to me a lot like Mark Ferguson looked in Fellowship.
And we got to keep in mind, Gil-galad is a king. So, him wearing gold or anything, that's not necessarily wrong. Both of them are king. Ar-Pharazon's a king, so they call him Ar-Pharazon the Golden. So it's easy to say, so I can see completely your point, thinking it's Ar-Pharazon. I completely understand that. But then we got to keep in mind, Gil-galad is also the king. He is the king of the Noldor elves, and he may very well be wearing gold and having gold leaves around him and linden, and that could be what they're doing there. So I think it's a good debate.
Of course, him looking up doesn't necessarily have to mean he's looking at that same meteor going overhead, just like the arrow wasn't also the meteor going overhead. So it doesn't necessarily mean that these two scenes actually follow each other in the actual direction.
It would seem to be implied, though. You see this meteor thing streaking across the sky and the character looking up.
But that could be them trying to trick us too.
Yeah, because
it's a teaser.
So what does a meteor thing mean? Is it some kind of an omen, some kind of a sign, some kind of a warning?
Or is it just some old dude who's going to fall naked into a fiery pit? Looks like lava.
That's coming up, but I don't know.
Okay. Now, rolling forward with more footage, it is time for equestrian skills. And
yeah, there she goes.
I am telling you, there's a late description. Professor Tolkien, somewhere in one of his letters or in another place, Kirsten, I think you sent this to me the other day. There's a place where Galadriel is described by Tolkien as being, quote unquote, very Amazon in her temperament and appearance when she was in her youth. She had her hair all tied up to keep it out of her way when she was doing these extraordinary athletic physical things. So this is in alignment with Professor Tolkien saying, Lady Galadriel was not just sitting around, being all prim and proper as a little elvish princess somewhere. She was out there kicking butt, taking no names, being hardcore, and she was taller, way taller than most any other of the Noldor women, and she was super athletic. And look, the showrunners are leaning into this. Here's our girl, Galadriel. Being I don't like when I see people saying, "Oh, Xena, warrior princess, what a cheap take on Galadriel." Well, come on, guys. This is actually fairly in alignment with what I know Professor Tolkien has described as a youthful Galadriel.
Well, and I can see some of the concern because what we see of Galadriel in the movies is very regal, very sort of not of this world, beautifully perfect, but that's not the Galadriel of the books.
And once she goes after, the scenes in Dol Guldur.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You see, there's obviously magical power in that, but she also at one point picks Gandalf up like he's a child. She just picks him up and almost like, whoa.
So I have to interject as more of a book purist, but I
Please.
love the movies here. But of all the characters that Tolkien wrote about, the one that probably went through the most transformations in his writing was Galadriel.
That's true.
So, you know, who knows where he probably never did ultimately land on any particular thing. But I completely agree with Cliff that the kind of characterizations of her in strength of leadership, in strength of character, and also in physical, bodily strength, this Amazonian idea, and, you know, completely consistent of one of the children of Finarf.
Right, and she was called, what was she known by, Nerwen, wasn't it? Which meant man maiden. That was what her mother called her.
Yes.
And so she was known as, Nerwen, as the man maiden. And so obviously it was about her strength. And
Another tomboy?
Say again?
Like a tomboy?
Yeah, exactly. And Cliff, it was letter number 348 where Tolkien wrote about her Amazonian disposition. And so, you know, she's often referred to as having been strong. And, you know, and some people have said, oh, well, but that meant she was strong in her kind of political leadership and everything. Sure, you know, we can debate what exactly was meant by that, but I don't think it's a stretch to see this character being strong in battle. It's not like we're picking a character who was never described as being strong and manly and Amazonian and all of that.
Indeed. Look, Galadriel, I'm reading the comment from Donny Seltzer in the chat. Galadriel fought in the kinslaying of Alqualonde against Feanor in defense of her mother's kin. And of course, that's brilliant to remember that. It is not the first time that Galadriel has picked up a sword and put on armor. It's just not the first time. So I'm really, yeah. Thank you. Let's just keep going. Keep going, guys.
The book, she kind of goes through a transition, really. I mean, from what's known of her character to, you know, just from what you guys are talking about and some of what I remember reading some of that stuff over the years, and your guys' memory with it is obviously a lot better than mine. That, you know, she kind of goes from being sort of described as kind of a warrior princess in a way into where we see her in the books by the time that the Fellowship gets there, and that she's transitioned to being more regal, you know, versus having to put on armor, if, you know, for anybody that has a problem with that, and having to go out and fight, because at that point she's not doing that. She's dealing with Sauron and what's going on in Middle Earth in a totally different way, because she's obviously evolved as a person over the course of many thousands of years. So it would make sense for her character to evolve. We'll see her like this in this show, and then if you watch the Lord of the Rings films, you see the transition of the character in a visual medium to what we see in the films.
In the most recent book, The Nature of Middle Earth, Tolkien actually talks about that, sort of the elven properties of having a physicality being and a spiritual being, and that over the course of their lives, the physicality thing, the childbearing one, the battle one, and so on, diminishes and gets replaced by the spiritual component. And so the idea of seeing the bookends of Galadriel in Second Age to the Galadriel end of Third Age would make complete sense, that you would see a much more physical versus, you know, she is absolutely powerful in the end of the Third Age, but it's a different kind of a power.
Yeah, more cerebral. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's a better way of putting, I think, what I was angling at. It's like it's just a transition of the character that makes sense over the course of her life, that how an elf is, or how Tolkien described, you know, Galadriel specifically, kind of, and everything. So,
but the sum total of that power is still the same.
Yeah.
So if she is that regal in her early days, she would be that forceful in her command and in her prowess in battle and so on.
And we got to remember that her motivations were different in the beginning. Remember, she was caught up in Feanor's rhetoric. Still, she wanted lands of her own. So this is a young Galadriel. In the first age, she is much removed. She doesn't take part in really any of the battles. She's removed in Doriath for the most part with her husband. So she's removed. Second age, now she has a chance to where she can have those lands that Feanor was talking about, and she can press that. And she really didn't necessarily learn her lesson in the first age because she was so far removed. Second age, now she's in battle, she's dealing with it. That wisdom comes with fighting Sauron. Now, when she gets in the third age, I've seen what happens from wanting, from battle, from what happened with Sauron. Now I have that wisdom. That's why she's who she is from her experiences as well. So we could talk about the magical and the elven properties of that, and then also there's the just over time you grow wisdom from actions and things, and then we get to when she shows Frodo her ring, and she's like, I don't want the ring. I passed the test. Now she knows better. But she did have that desire. It's explicitly said she was one of the people that had that desire to have those things. And then the Second Age, those things were available to her. That's why they traveled there. And those things were available. And she fought and did those things. But then, Sauron literally was winning the whole time. The elves weren't ever winning that war until the last alliance. They finally got the upper hand. But the Númenóreans came. This is the only reason the elves ever were getting any help or any way they were going to even survive that. So she was, on backpedaling that was a bad experience. She's seen people flee. She's seen people die. Celebrimbor, they were close. They died. Now she has this wisdom that she learned. Still has the power, but coupled with the wisdom. So I think that's important to note too. So who she is as a person is going to change from her experiences as well as just her growing, from what you guys said.
So she may not be quite as wise in this time period.
She's definitely not. She's still affected by what Feanor's saying.
Mhm.
She's still
Indeed, the very long.
Yeah, she totally got pulled into that Feanor stuff. Yeah.
She doesn't even like Feanor, but so many people got pulled in by that. Fingolfin,
You're right.
him. He got pulled into it.
Yeah, it's a very long shadow. The Feanorian shadow that is cast over all of the Noldor is incredibly long and very strange. And I mean, to people who are unfamiliar with it, that's the challenge for the writers of the show, to get us into the history of Galadriel and the Noldor and understanding these concepts. I mean, let's take a look real briefly at why we're taking 2 major episodes at the front of the whole series to go all the way back into Valinor and to look at Galadriel and her brother, and it's Tirion, the city, and we're looking at all this stuff. Why? Everyone is complaining, and they have been liberally complaining about how much a Second Age series is trying to give us all this First Age stuff, because we need to see Valinor right up front, so that by the time Ar-Pharazôn in the end of season 5 wants to break the ban of the Valar and take his armament and his fleet and go over the seas and break the ban, we understand. The audience needs to be really fully informed about what Galadriel saw and the long shadow of the Feanorian oath. And we need to understand something more about that up front, or the success of the story in season 5 won't really pack as much of a punch when the Númenóreans, are split in between the Kingsmen and the Faithful, and some of them actually break the ban of the Valar. By that time, we're going to have the big, ultimate, cataclysmic end of everything at the end of the series. I mean, I'm casting my mind many years into the future. Sorry about that. But you're right. You're right in saying this is a different Galadriel. We as fans probably have to adjust a little bit to getting to know her. She's not going to be in the same place spiritually and personally as Cate Blanchett was at the end of the Third Age. It's going to be a real different thing for us. And I acknowledge everybody in the live chat saying, wow, look at the armor. Let's talk about the details. Even the horses themselves are given some of the most magnificent armor that I've seen in a very long time. And acknowledge to the hardworking craftspeople making all this armor for the humans and the horses. I will acknowledge that. We're going to... I've never seen this. It's amazing. Go ahead. Yes, Green Dragon. Yes.
I just want to welcome Helena. Oh, she's disappeared. Who's just joined us. Helen, the clueless fangirl. She was up on the screen for a moment and she's vanished. But I believe she's joining us all the way from Germany, which means I think that she's got up very early to be here. So hopefully she'll reappear in a moment on our screens and she can join in as we're going through the trailer frame by frame. Welcome.
And Nancy had something to say.
Please, yes, please add in. Anybody chime in?
I was just going to say that in the Silmarillion, it says that, even though Galadriel went with the ban of Feanor, she wasn't going for the same reason. She was going because she wanted the wide lands of Middle Earth. It wasn't because she was denying the Valar as Feanor was.
This is one of the big payoffs that I'm hoping for. You know, it goes back to what I wrote before we saw this thing. I want to see more about why Galadriel saying I passed the test. I want to see what that's costing her and where that's coming.
Yeah.
So what we're going to see, I hope, is those kinds of character buildings that show, you know, at the heart of why would she desire that ring, and even the, you know, everybody that gets tempted, including Gandalf, it's tempted through a good lens that is going to become distorted. And that's.
Well, I just had a sudden visual of the Amazon writers like taking notes from all this. Like, oh crap, you know, we got all this stuff we got to add in.
Hopefully, since this has been in production for so long, hopefully they've been torturing each other for the longest time. Plus, Torn Tuesday and our panels have been going on for years, and we've been talking a lot about a lot of this stuff. So, just saying.
Interesting, yeah.
So let's just say hi now that our Clueless fangirl Helen is with us. Hi. And David Baxter has also joined us, a long-time Torn friend and a key player in our history. So welcome, David. Welcome, Helen, and thanks for joining us. We're just making our way through frame by frame, but maybe you'd like to say a word or two about what you thought when you saw the trailer this evening.
Absolutely. I just want to say it's been such a pleasure just to hear all the scholarship and the thoughtful discourse. Can you hear?
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, good. That's occurred so far. For me, I'm a film and television executive, so that when I saw this, it's weird. I was kind of broken in two, because I was also 13 years old when I saw the Rankin and Bass Hobbit. I was 14 years old, actually 13 when I saw the trailer for Ralph Bakshi. And, every time that we see something new, there is the shock of the new. And, every generation has its own images in its mind. And the thing that I came away with watching the trailer was, makes me curious. It makes me want to know more, which I was very happy about. The only thing that I didn't feel, and this may be just, it comes with television, is it didn't have the sort of this leadership, sort of a singular vision to it. All the scenes on their own, I thought were really cool, but I didn't feel them as a collective. So that would have been and it's very hard to do. I mean, they're planning 50 hours. So, the question for me is, can they establish what the stakes are? And, what does it mean to die? And where does the shift of that death is a gift get turned into, I want eternal life? And to me, the series lives and dies on those things. As a teaser, as a film executive, I was like, okay, they did what they're supposed to do, which is they're not doing this for the, scholarly fans of Tolkien. There was a reason why there were so many sort of throwouts to Game of Thrones with, the wall of ice. And, it's because they know that they need to pull in all of those viewers. And it's I love the detail. I love listening to all of you, because you can go into and make, really cool suppositions or theories on all of this stuff. But sometimes I just think, they're trying to just get people to watch the thing. And ideally they want to bring in new subscribers. That's how Amazon wins, is to get more people to pay for.
Well, that's why they put it on the Super Bowl.
And that is exactly why they put it on the Super Bowl.
And at the bottom, it said what the subscription was.
Yeah, no. So, I just love seeing the passion of all of us, and the fact that we can have, a real discourse, and not get too caught up. Every generation has a different thing. I mean, when I saw Gollum in the Hobbit cartoon, I'm like, what the heck is that? I didn't get that.
And Bormer in that short skirt.
Yeah.
Oh,
So anyway, that's my initial impression. Anyway, it's great to see Nancy, Kathy, and Kirsten in particular. I miss you guys terribly.
David, it's great to see you too, and thanks for sharing your opinions. We need to welcome Corey Olson as well, who has joined us, the Tolkien professor. Hi, Corey, it's lovely to see you. We want to hear your impressions, but we haven't had a chance to hear from Helen yet, the clueless fangirl.
Please.
So,
Absolutely, and I came to hear Helen primarily, so.
Well, Helen, over to you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And it is literally 5:30 a.m. in Germany. I got up at 4:30 for you boys and girls. So thank you for having me. And yes, and Cliff and Corey know me as a very, I'm a very bookish Tolkien fan. But my actual, I have two hearts beating in my chest. I work in marketing. I produced 2 Super Bowl spots actually for my old employer, and I worked in TV for a long time, So this whole thing, us, now over analyzing every little detail, is this Finrod in the Dagor Bragolach, like all these little things, is obviously, and my pre-speaker just said it, the casual fans, they don't know all these informations, right? But for them, I think what they mainly saw, and what I saw as a visual person, was everything looks beautiful. And I even like the music. I saw a few people, saying something about the music on Twitter. I like the music, and this is everything I saw so far was another version of Middle Earth for me, because we are speaking here about another time, and I think that is very important to remember, right? And I don't know, I grew up with Tolkien. My first book was The Hobbit when I was 6 years old. That was my first English book, actually, my dad gave me. So, and I went to Oxford to boarding school and all that. So, I'm connected to this whole thing, but this show is something different from the books. And I do think a lot of people have to accept this in the fandom, of all the hardcore fans. But nonetheless, I love speculating, about Galadriel, and this is, and I'll give this to Corey in a second. But my main thing is, I have a small dedicated YouTube channel to the First and Second Age. I read the Silmarillion like, I don't know, 20 times or whatever, and I love to get the backstory of Galadriel, because I think a lot of people don't understand her importance in the Legendarium, right? She is, of one of the oldest. She's from a royal house, the royal house of the Noldor. That family alone is literally like a Greek tragedy on its own, right? And I love that we're going to explore her backstory, because when you just know, which is perfectly fine, the Lord of the Ring movies, right? You think she's something like a wood witch elf, whatever. But that woman, comes from such an important line, and they shape the fate of the world, of the First Age, the Second Age, even the ages before the sun did rise in Middle Earth. And I'm here to explore her line, and her family.
Go Galadriel.
Go Galadriel, yeah.
Go Galadriel is one of my primary thoughts too, for sure. Helen, I completely agree with you. I think that's to me one of the most exciting opportunities about this. I'm really glad to see. I feel like a lot of negative reactions that I've heard are just absolute, from the title trailer down through this, have been again and again people just being like, that's not the Peter Jackson movie, like that's not Galadriel's voiceover, at the beginning, but it should be Cate Blanchett, and it's, I get that. I do get that. I understand the emotional attachment to that. I have empathy for that point of view, but I don't share it one iota. Like, not even a little bit do I share that point of view. I am excited to see what they're going to do with these characters. And Galadriel is, people keep saying, like, why does Galadriel look so young? Because she was young. Like, this is, and it's actually funny because I've been doing this study of the nature of Middle Earth, which was just published, of course, last year. And they didn't have this when they wrote the script. Like, they didn't have this. But if they had, they would have found that they were dead right when they cast her that way. I mean, Tolkien recalculates Galadriel's age like 7 times over the course of like the early chapters of this book in mortal equivalents. He's always going back and doing like in mortal equivalents. And at this time, at the beginning of the Second Age, Galadriel is the mortal equivalent of like mid to late 20s, scrappy, young, like making her way in the world kind of place. That's exactly where she was in her life, according to Tolkien, right? And it's cool, as I say, like they nailed it, and they didn't know. They didn't even have this book, and they were right about that. Their instinct was right. I was just responding to somebody on Twitter this evening during the Super Bowl who was saying like, why does Elrond looks so young? Well, okay, yeah, he is hundreds of years old. Yeah, he's hundreds of years old. That's true. But in elf years, that's almost nothing. I mean, he's like a teenager, and he is this like, junior dude trying to make his way in the world. And what a fun opportunity, right? To take these characters that we already have this connection with and to tell some really exciting stories and work them into this in some really cool ways. I think it's a neat opportunity. I'm glad to see them doing it. I have loved everything I've seen about Galadriel so far in particular. I am excited for Galadriel, and I have to keep reminding myself, like, because I get puzzled when people are like, that's just not Galadriel. I don't understand. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, it's not Kate Blanchett. It's not Kate Blanchett in a swoopy, white dress. Like, it's not. But she's in a different place by then, right? That's like senior Galadriel contemplating retirement, right? She's in a completely different place. And that's, and it's great. It's great. So like there's just some really fun opportunities, and it's neat to see them thinking outside of the box in some of these fun ways. So I was mostly excited.
This is a time to go ahead, please, Helena.
No, and the Elrond thing, I think that is super important, right? Because the Elrond is, you must imagine that guy, that little boy, literally, he went through so many hardships, right? The Elrond you see in the Third Age is not and he's not a little boy, obviously portrayed here, but he lost a lot of family. Like he has seen so many tragedies in the First Age, so it is perfectly fine to portray him here as another person. Yes, he had then thousands of years, to become the known scholar he was, right? Because and just like Galadriel, her being portrayed with a certain sadness because she misses her homeland. Middle-earth is not Galadriel's homeland, right? She was born in Valinor. So her having sadness, wanting to go back to where actually all of her family is now, because she's literally the last of her line at that time. Her father is still in Valinor, it's fine. You have two complete versions. I'm not the girl I was with 20 or 18. Like, that's perfectly fine. I even look different. So, people need to relax a teeny tiny bit. And the Elrond thing, because I saw that online a lot. This is not, because they were portraying him as also the hair. And I think, what was it said? Not under the picture of the Vanity Fair article. I think a lot of people freaked out about that. The scheme. No, what?
Politically ambitious, it said.
Ambitious, exactly, right. And you have to imagine him and his brother just split up at the beginning of that age, right? His brother also left. So I think that political power play there at that time with Lyndon, him founding Rivendell, that is an important. It was a political play with the Forging of the Rings taking part, Sauron coming in. It was political as well. So I don't mind that part. Him and Celebrimbor, there was politics.
Guys, can I just jump in here? Sorry, I'm interrupting a fascinating flow of thought, and there are many things to say, but we need to just say bye to Josh Elisar, who is heading out to head to bed because he also has an early start and it's late for him. And welcome to Tookish. John Tookish is one of our staffers from the First Age, and yet he doesn't look a day over 3,000. And he's here to join us as another staffer chiming in with his opinions. So Tookish, welcome. It's good to see you.
Thank you so much, Greenie. It's great to be here. And yes, it's that fabulous elf cream I've gotten from Galadriel that just keeps these wrinkles at bay.
Indeed. You know what we're going to do? Go ahead, Sukesh.
I was going to say I've had the opportunity tonight to be hosting over at our new platform on Discord with chat, and it's just been a wonderful experience, and we've really enjoyed watching all of you. You guys are rock stars today, and it's been fun even before the breakdown, and then of course the breakdown, which we've been doing too. All kinds of speculation, and some very, very happy fans out there, I'm pleased to report.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. We're going to watch the entire trailer all again from the beginning right now, and then we're going to go back and finish a little bit more of our frame-by-frame nitpicking and granular analysis. So let us look to the control room and replay the entire trailer from scratch. Go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
Haven't you ever wondered what else is out there? There's wonders in this world beyond our wandering. I can feel it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes. Yeah, that is a proto-Hobbit narrating. I'm fairly sure that that was Markella Kavanaugh narrating. Yes. Are we all back? Is all of our Zoom chatters back? Welcome, everybody.
Yeah, so where did we leave off?
So where did we leave off? Okay, we're going to go way back to where we just were. And there was this significant... There was this really significant bit of armor and horse riding all over the place here. And this is really funny because we want to know what's here. What's going on? What is so important? What is so bloody important that everybody has to go this way? We're going to find out. It's just going to be a long, long wait until September when we find out exactly where we're going.
And is this elves or hobbit? Or elves
one of
or
the
human?
big things that
well, this is Galadriel, and we don't know who's with her.
Galadriel, yeah.
I think it's a fair question.
Sorry?
I don't think we can assume it's elves, but it does look like elves.
Can we just point out that we've been worried about CGI, and it's not?
Yes, a lot of people have been worried about CGI, but take a look all around. That is New Zealand. You see all that? There's no CGI involved here, kids. Take a close look. All right, just so we know. I want to move very quickly right on to the very next shot because this character, we do not know who this is. But they turn around and they're also wearing chainmail that looks really, really similar to the chainmail that Galadriel was wearing in the previous shot, climbing up the ice sheet. And he is face to face. This character, I do not know. Don't know who he is, but he's in the exact same kind of armor and wrappings that Galadriel was while climbing the ice sheet in the previous shot. Anybody have some speculations here for me?
No, but he's about to face that ice troll.
Same here.
Yeah. I'm just hold on. I'm just looking at this. Look at this. Everything. Gauntlets, the rags here. Yeah. All this is and look, the arrows back here, all these arrows back here. Who is this guy? Why is he with Galadriel? We want to know. We want to know what's going on. But even more strange and more bizarre, what is this? Who is this guy?
Those are arrows.
On his back,
yeah, we knew that, yeah.
So there was speculation over on Discord that this is Finrod, and I'm not sure what the conversation might have been here already, but as one of Galadriel's brothers, this could tentatively be Finrod, and he is discovering. Oh gosh, where?
Ice troll.
I apologize.
So, what's our excuse for Finrod? Is
Now,
my
yeah,
main
where
question.
where did this speculation come?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like hostile to the idea, just puzzled by it.
Right.
The Finrod actor was confirmed, and there is another shot in a battle scene, elves versus orcs. Is that if you can, Cliff, if you can check if that is the same guy, because I know the guy fighting on the battlefield in armor, the elf, is the Finrod actor. That was apparently to like.
Oh, you mean in the shot that we're going to get to later near the end, where all the elves are in that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also
Yes.
Finrod. Yep.
You mean in this shot right here? Is that him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the same actor. That's him.
Yes.
Okay, so then it's Finrod.
So
then it's Finrod. If
maybe
this is the
he's
same
exploring
person,
Nargothrond here.
yeah. So if that's the same person, then this is Finrod confirmed because they confirmed the actor apparently. Yeah.
Wow.
But is this really the same?
So then, what we must be getting there for is flashback to the crossing of the Helcaraxa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what
With
I
the
think,
ice troll.
The ice troll
at the Helcaraxa.
Yeah, that's the Helcaraxa. That has to be the Bragalac where we see him fighting. He doesn't fight in Nargothrond. So he's integral to discovering men.
Yep.
He befriends the dwarves. It ties in the Baron and Lúthien's story. The Ring of Battle here literally goes back to it literally ends up in Arwen's possession, which is back to his rightful line because she's Galadriel's granddaughter. So there's a lot they can tie in with Finrod and a lot they can explain from the past with Finrod. He does a lot, even though you might not think it. He's very important. And he's like beloved by all the races. He's one of the people where I feel like he would be a good person to explain a lot of things because of him being beloved by everyone. And also it emotionally ties Galadriel to the past. Like someone said earlier, we want to see Galadriel go home with the pain she feels. She wants to see her brother again. He does walk with his father. We know he comes back. So in the third age, is that something she longs for? You know,
and
stuff
Sauron
like that.
Sauron kills him,
Sauron
right? So
kills
that
him.
also
Mhm.
explains why Galadriel has that hate and that suspicion, right? Because he killed her brother.
Killed her brother.
That's right.
This theory was put out there by Lady Nico, so I just want to shout out to Lady Nico. Nice idea.
And does this mean then that this has to mean that they've gotten the rights to this segment of Silmarillion and past histories? Because if this is all, if they're naming a character, if they're naming characters, and if they're naming locations, then they have to have gotten those specific rights in order to do that.
I just want to shout out
Tuesday
Vanity
night.
Fair really quickly. They already have a new article out on their observations from the teaser trailer. And they've kind of gone doing what we're doing. But just to backtrack a little bit, they say that opening shot is Numenor. They say that that character that we see early on is a Harfoot, and that is who is doing the narration.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then they say this is the one that's throwing me off. They say when we first see her in the teaser, she's climbing an icy cliff in what is clearly the Florid Waste, aka the Northern Waste, leading an expedition to track and destroy any remnants of Morgoth or Sauron who went into hiding. They're saying it is not the Helcarax.
The Forod Waste.
Okay. Yeah,
okay.
I mean, that's
what's
the new
Finrod
one,
doing
but
there
okay. I know it, but I don't see the connection of that. But
yeah.
Oh, and the
Okay,
other
so-
one that we had gone over, they had said that was Gilgalad.
Yeah.
Well, and-
So
and if-
I'm back to being completely puzzled about Finrod. Because again, I'm here for it, right? I'm totally here for it. Are we going to unkill Finrod? Is that what's going on?
what is happening with the Finrod? Now I'm confused.
Exactly.
They have not mentioned Finrod in the article so far.
No, well,
Guys, I'm interjecting for a moment because I think our last guest for the evening who's going to be popping in has joined us. It's another one of our staffers from the first age of Torn, Demosthenes, and he hasn't got visuals for us, so we're only going to be able to hear him, but I know he's going to have lots of interesting things to say. So Demosthenes, it's so great to have you here, and I hope you will sing out and let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, all the way from Brisbane.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. On the Finrod thing, I just wanted to say that it's because it relates to the rights, that you should be able to find pretty much everything you need within Lord of the Rings itself. If you look.
Ooh, his audio's cutting out.
Creatively, if you look creatively, you can find it.
I have to
It's
think
no
of
big
an
deal.
actual
I mean,
mention of Finrod by name.
and even then, you know, like it's like they have a new rights deal, right? And it seems pretty clear to me if they're trying to say that they're just doing the appendices, that they have a different kind of rights deal than they have had. That's not how the rights deals used to work. I've worked under the old rights deals. That's not how they used to work. Like if you get a stray reference to something, it doesn't give you rights to use that story in the Lord of the Rings. That's not how the rights deals have been in the past. So they have a new one, which is cool. That's awesome. Yeah. But it's, yeah, I don't know. Like I'm kind of over guessing about the rights that they have
because to see what we see, because
exactly.
they either get sued or they
We'll
won't get sued.
Exactly. I'd like, it's not my money on the line, so I'm going to be just interested to see what we see. And you know what we've been seeing so far is clearly a nice mix of a whole bunch of things and whatever.
Well, and they're in communication with the Tolkien estate. I mean, this is not happening in a vacuum.
Yeah. No, I have no problems with it.
So I thought I read somewhere that they did have some consultations about certain pieces with the estate, and the estate approved certain specific things.
We actually reported ages ago that we thought that they had been given rights to certain bits from the Silmarillion and the Unfinished Tales. But what we have heard more recently is that they absolutely do not have rights to Silmarillion and Unfinished Tales, that no new film rights have been sold. However, as David just said, they are working closely with the estate. They have been given the rights to create their own stories within the world. We know that, and Vanity Fair made that very clear as well in their article. But yes, so Corey, you're absolutely right. What exactly does that mean if they're lifting little elements that they are then allowed to weave in? All we do know for sure is that the Tolkien estate has to give it their blessing.
Sure.
Well, and that's important, guys, because in the end, you know, the whole franchise and everything becomes that much more valuable. Let's not kid ourselves. The original Lord of the Rings will be redone at some point. Who knows? It might even be within our lifetimes, and maybe with these characters after they've gotten older. So it behooves the Tolkien estate to give them enough to make a good story. Otherwise, they're cutting off their nose just to spite their face.
David, what's the original Lord of the Rings?
Oh, say that again?
What are you calling the original Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for me, yeah. It was a combination of
how many
Rankin
audio
and
iterations are there, right?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. They will continue to be new ones.
I feel like they have some sort of something with the rights. With the first image we received is the two trees of Valinor in Valinor. Like, so that's clearly just First Age stuff, or prior to the First Age, rather, Silmarillion stuff. So they got to have some kind of rights. The trees aren't even mentioned any other time that I really know of in the Lord of the Rings.
Let's see. I'm taking a quick, very, very brief look at Appendix A right here. And I'm sorry if I have my back to the camera, but literally, Appendix A is what they spent a lot of money on. And it says...
Okay, so maybe it's in there.
There's the tiniest reference. There's a very, very tiny reference.
You can find it creatively. I mean, like if you're creative, you can find it. You can find hints of it, but the story is not there. You know, I mean, and it's fine. It's great.
What are they doing? I'm trying to figure out what are they doing.
I know. That's why. Like,
do you know what?
They can say what they. Yeah, it's all good.
On page 314, it says filled them with the radiance of the two trees, Telperion and Laurelin, that gave light to the land of the Val. They're talking about the jewels. Professor Tolkien gives the briefest, super quick summary, super brief summary of Silmarillion major events at the opening of Appendix A. So taking all the little granules they can, they're going to go farther, expand. Now, here's what's interesting. People say comparison to The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, in terms of how much Peter Jackson had a level of success with that adaptation, it's because The Lord of the Rings was an act of condensation, or rather condensing, specifically condense down to bring The Lord of the Rings into a relatable commercial cinema product. Now, The Hobbit suffered from expansion. It was not the same process in adapting. The Hobbit was expanded and expanded and expanded, and it suffered from that. The Lord of the Rings did not suffer from the opposite work of the adaptation, trying to squish and condense things down. So I would venture to say, and anybody can argue with me if they'd like to, I'd like to hear some contrasting opinions, but I think that it's always more challenging to start with smaller amounts of stuff and then expand outward when you're not quite sure where you're going. I think it's a really unenviable problem, and all the people in the writer's room at Amazon have the toughest job to craft all these pieces of narrative and these long, tailored threads of storytelling when Professor Tolkien gives us only brief little bits and outlines, and Tolkien doesn't have a lot of full narrative written about it, except for what he bothered to condense in the appendices. So it is a real big challenge that's in front of them, and I don't envy them at all. I'll just say that.
Yeah, but Cliff, that they get paid to be the writers, adapting and writing, something else is it's a challenge, but it's also incredibly exciting because they're putting their stamp on something. So there's there'll be a lot of energy in that. I think the biggest danger, and you brought it up with The Hobbit, is the great thing about Peter Jackson's The Lord of the Rings is the number of characters we could absorb. The more characters that you have, the more points of view, the more dangerous it becomes in terms of losing a narrative focus. So I'm very curious, whether they're going to limit during each season, how many point of views we're going to see.
Well, what that's interesting on the back of the trailer, how many different points of view are expressed in all of these different characters, including this last one. Like, where in the world would Finrod Felden come because he died in the First Age? And is he tossing out the ring of Barahir to somebody so we can have connection all the way to Aragorn in this thing? So that's the challenge that this project faces, because there is so precious little. I mean, my fear is that we're going to get last seasons of Game of Thrones-ishness going on, where
please no,
it's going down a path that no one is quite sure of. And
I think, Jim, too, one of the challenges they have is they have people like us that know the story well and are going to expect some adherence, to what we know, versus bringing in the people that are brand new. That, as you said, or maybe, or other people have said, they love the movie, the Peter Jackson movies, and they want to see more hobbits, for example. So they have it, whereas those of us that know the story know there are no hobbits in the Silmarillion. So we'll accept hobbits, but we know they don't really fit. But other people, are expecting a lot of hobbits. So it's a real challenge. In addition to the fact that there's not much there that they have to fill in.
I think what's encouraging to me about that challenge, and I agree with everything that everyone's been saying, and I've been noticing through this evening with the chats on YouTube and in previous threads and things that have been happening since we've seen the character posters, since the Vanity Fair article came out, a lot of people are talking about the guardians of Tolkien, like we're the ones who are protecting.
We're the real fans,
Tolkien,
right?
And some people are saying, are we at the One Ring claiming to be the guardians of Tolkien? Not at all. The only people who can claim that are the Tolkien estate. They are the only people who in any way can claim to be the guardians of Tolkien's work.
That
None
is
of the
true.
rest of us is claiming that. And I think it's reassuring. It reassures me that they are involved and that they are approving the storylines that Amazon are coming up with. If anyone has the right to be the guardians, it's them. And I think it's a really good thing that they're involved.
Well, and it's
But
been
look,
fascinating to watch the process unfold. And I don't think we've seen a partnership like this. We had such great faith in Peter Jackson because we kind of knew what was happening, but they didn't have this sort of relationship. And, you know, I don't want to hurry up and make us obsolete, but yeah, I'm kind of wondering statistically, like at the end of the day, how many viewers are not Lord of the Rings or Tolkien fans? I think there's a huge hunger out there since Game of Thrones, and just speaking for myself, since the way Game of Thrones ended, for high quality fantasy to do great storytelling. And so, you know, there are going to be a lot of people who come to this without a background. So we're having a heyday here because, of course, this is a dream come true. But there's a lot more out there. And at the end of the day, it's driven by dollars and who's purchasing Amazon Prime. So I'd love to see some numbers and learn about that as well.
But look, the thing is, I do think the casual fan, if they, regarding this right situation, bringing in somebody like Finrod and all that, right? If they make up Galadriel's whole backstory or characters, and somebody then who hasn't read the books before, then buys the History of Middle-earth, the 12-volume books, or who buys the Silmarillion and then reads about it, and then is like, oh, but then the show lied to me because the author actually is telling a complete different story. So why am I getting two different versions of this Middle-earth universe, right? So I do think a teeny tiny bit, yes, maybe they don't have the right, you know, to talk about the Helcaraxa or name them or whatever. But then if somebody picks up the books and reads it in 1 or 2 years, this actually happened to Witcher, then they're like, oh, but this is why this is two complete different versions. So I do think Tolkien has stayed because it is important for them, you know, to keep this man's legacy alive, and to know people the truth of the story of the elves, the men, whatever. That would be weird if the show tells a complete different story, gives them different names, gives a complete different backstory to whoever, right? So I do think it's possible. I have no idea, right? But that they have some additional little tiny things to make things, you know, like as Tolkien has told them, even though they're not in the appendices, that would make sense story-wise for me, at least.
And we'd heard that the rights included that there was stipulations that most of the big named events and things like that had to remain. I mean, if you talk about this event, you have to do it the way it was written. I mean, you can't change existing things, so they can't change existing events, but there's obviously going to be in-between spots, just like there's in-between people. I mean, it's like when you may be in this town focusing on this, the story that was published in the book might be focused here, but things were still going on all around you. So that fills in. And Cliff, do we want to go further in the video? Because I really feel like I know there's more images on there that I really, really, really want to talk about.
Yes, we do. We're going to continue right away. I'm just allowing this breathing space for everybody to offer these great insights. Let's come back, Chris Saint, if we can. I'm asking our digital producer to come right back, not just to me, but to the screen, because we have some very, very good people in our YouTube chat. Excellent, excellent fans who have done a bit of sleuthing, and we have sleuthed enough to discover, thank you Mojo Dojo, this actor on our screen right now is Kip Chapman. The role that he is playing is unknown. It is not Finrod. It is not a named character. This is an unknown character, but this is Kip Chapman, not to be confused in any way whatsoever with this other person who's here at the very end. That is Finrod. This is not Kip Chapman. Okay, guys? See what we're seeing now? This guy is Finrod. I am legend.
Well, maybe the other, because they look very similar, maybe the other is Egnor or Angrod. You know, she had 3 brothers. who crossed the Halcaraxa with her. So
That's right.
who knows?
Yes, it could be a whole other brother.
Let's bring them all back. I say, let's get the band back together.
Now, this is.
What,
I want to get to this when we get.
time you can do
I want to get to this when we get to it in the proper time. When we're gonna come right back to this. But now we
Come
know.
on, give me and Corey something. Hello.
Okay, here we go. Let's come on back.
What
So
are they doing?
we were.
Is Ordre going to be the brother, or he's going to be the? You know, what version are they using? Are they using straight from the book Silmarillion? Are they going with retcons? That's important.
It is important.
That's very important. It changes so much. Ordre changes everything. With Gil-galad, he changes stuff with Finrod. It changes stuff with Galad. It changes a ton of things. It changes the kingship. There's a bunch of stuff you got to think about with that stuff. The line would go different. You know, it's so much with that. The retcons are very difficult to, what do you want to do? So we got to figure out what they did. I would love to know which retcons they kept, or they said, you know what, it's just easier if we just stick with what's in the book because that's what most people know. So that is very confusing. I personally think, and I'd like to ask everyone in here because I personally think, Gil-galad plays better as Fingon's son, with his temperament, with his bravery, with everything. He plays tremendously as Fingon's son. It makes more sense. It doesn't make sense that Ordre would send him to the Havens with Círdan and then leave Finduilis to die. That makes absolutely no sense to me. So even though I love Tolkien, I think it was a mistake to retcon that because Ordre is a weak king. It doesn't lend to Gil-galad's strength. He gets usurped twice and makes terrible decisions, whereas Fingon literally dies in battle and makes great, not necessarily decisions, but heroic things. And then if we look at Gil-galad is the longest reigning Noldorian king, and he died very bravely fighting against Sauron. It speaks of a higher person being his father. I would love to know what you guys think about that.
Well, I think just from a writer's standpoint, they're just going to seek to simplify and to make this as understandable as possible to a wider audience. And, keep that in mind when you start seeing stuff, because they did the same thing in Lord of the Rings. There were no I can't even pronounce the Barrow-wights, and how they got, and how they really got their swords. So, they've got 50 hours to play with. They don't have 12 hours. So the excitement will be in, can they create in these, these sort of, with these epic places they have to hit, can they make us care about the characters so that we can weep? Can we understand what it is for an immortal to lose a brother or a sister? What does that mean to somebody when if that person didn't die, they would be with them forever and ever and ever? That's why I keep coming back to this concept of death and how it will be shaped. And of course, it's called the Rings of Power. So how the heck are they going to deal with Sauron? So,
indeed,
the questions I have.
Rings.
You're exactly right. Amen to all of that. But before you get on, we all agreed that Bombadil is going to come into this thing somewhere.
Let's come back now to our quick. We're finishing up the very last bits. We only have about, honestly, it seems that I've got 20 seconds left of material to show you guys.
Quick flashes.
And they're quite quick. We got quite a few bits. Now here's interesting. Look at how much money they spent on this excellent CGI on this troll. Take a close look. Isn't that great? It's absolutely terrifying. Look at that.
I wish I could see him through your drawing.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing. I'm waiting for Chris to come back to full screen. This is just absolutely high end. I cannot wait for the Corridor crew on YouTube to tear apart the CGI in this trailer. It's going to be great. There we go. Who is this guy, and why is everybody saying that this is a troll? Because that's a troll. That is a big, very different kind of designed troll.
Well,
what else could this be?
They were going to have ice trolls because
they can't call them cave trolls.
Okay,
Okay,
take a look.
so-
What's this? Look at the ice on his back. Does this look like little chunks of ice on his back? Can everybody see what I'm looking at here?
Or rock, could be stone, like quartz.
Oh, or it could be quartz. Yeah, I just see lots and lots of these.
Can I ask, what does the phrase ice troll even mean?
It looks like when you have fur and there's ice, like snow clinging
It looks
to the
like
fur.
that. Yeah. No, but this is what I think is really interesting, right? Like the fact that some journalist or other has said it's an ice troll doesn't interest me. What interests me is look at that thing, right? That doesn't look like any troll we've ever seen, right? Like, wait, what's the backstory there? Is it an ice? So it's a troll, and it's an ice troll, right? And we have some idea of the history of trolls, right, and the origin of trolls and where they come from. What's up with this thing? Was it made of ice?
Because Tolkien's trolls can speak. You know,
yeah, Tolkien's trolls can speak. They're like, yeah, they're not like this, right? So this is a different thing. What kind of thing is it? Probably some like, I mean,
is it one of the
Morgoth
nameless
could have had
things?
it.
Yes.
Is it one of the what?
Is it one of the nameless things? There are
There
monsters
you go.
that were
There are lots of
unseen
nameless things.
that won't cover the world after.
Absolutely. So to me, like just saying it's an ice troll, and then like people be like, oh well, yeah, you know, ice troll. I have no idea what an ice troll is.
So this ties in though.
It does look kind of cave trollish right here in this shot. That's definitely like some kind of a cousin to the cave troll we've seen in the Fellowship in Moria.
Well, and it makes me think a bit about how a saber-toothed tiger relates to a modern-day tiger. Maybe this is like a saber-toothed cave troll kind of thing. It's their idea of what did it look like before they evolved into a mammoth became an elephant. This became a cave troll.
Right. Over the course of the next few thousand years, they're going to become bipedal, and they're going to sure, okay.
and they're going to be tweeting.
Yeah, exactly.
So this ties into what Vanity Fair said, that Galadriel was going to the northern reaches to, clear Morgoth. So, I mean, the ice on the back fits in with that.
Yes. This could be a guy who's left over from Thangorodrim. And what if they just don't have the license for the word, and they never use the word Thangorodrim, but give us other optics or other visual elements to let us clue in that maybe this is something left over from Morgoth's most feared domain that was destroyed in the great battle when Beleriand was sunk. But you know what? Never had tusks before. In terms of creature design, just basic, CGI creature design, this is a whole new take. And maybe this is something we should more prepare ourselves for. That Amazon
Look at the pointy ears too.
Yeah, Amazon Studios is gonna offer us these things to differentiate themselves from, it's gonna be really intriguing.
CGI artists, everybody wants to get their, awards in. They're not going to do it by copying what's been done before. You should expect everything to look different.
And I think that's a nice facet of this, is that this is an example of expect the unexpected and expect things that you haven't seen before. And I just also want to shout out to like Guillermo del Toro and also the people at Weta, because this is, I see echoes of bugs in King Kong, for example. And but anybody else GDT vibes on this one?
Yeah.
That was the first thing I thought of.
Yeah, and down at the bottom, is that a hand in the bottom right? Is that a hand or a claw?
Claw. Right down. You mean right down?
I think it's a hand. If you back up just for a second, it looked like a hand because it was gripping.
Do you mean
look
this?
at fingernails.
This is an illegitimate child of a Balrog. This is a mix of a Balrog had a baby with a troll.
Interestingly, Bobby Ellis in the YouTube chat said that there are ice trolls in the Lord of the Rings role-playing game.
Yeah. I was interested. This was really the clearest shot of
those are fingernails
of an evil character in this. We may see some backs orcs in that last shot, but this, maybe it was just because this was what they had the CGI complete on. But it's curious that this was the bad character, evil thing that the trailer decided to land on and show us.
This is ice. There's a lot of ice on the sides.
The beard on this thing is crazy.
Coming back to what she said earlier, she said that's Galadriel clearing out the last remnants of Morgoth's creatures and things like that. That makes a lot of sense. And then in terms of things that came over after the War of Wrath. You know, we have the Belrogs. They flee to Middle Earth and go in hiding. Then we have the dragons. They flee to Middle Earth. They live in the withered heath. And then maybe possibly this thing, you know. So I think that would be really interesting if this is one of the ways, you know, things migrate. The Noldor migrate. Those creatures migrate. The swords migrate somehow. It would be interesting to see that stuff, you know. So
yeah, maybe we can get some fell beasts, early versions of fell beasts.
Cool.
Indeed.
I just don't want to be in that cave.
This really, really looks like there's ice everywhere. There's ice here. There's big icicles here. They come down from the wall. This place is frozen, and I'm just uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable thinking about it. Yeah, look at this. This guy is he's hangry. He's really hangry.
Yeah, and he's like, "Don't you wave that torch at me, man."
It probably does not smell very good either. No, precious.
I'll say. Now, moving a bit forward, we see that this person who is not Finrod is very brave and is going to use that torch right here in the same way that Aragorn used a torch effectively against enemies of the Fellowship.
The ring race, yeah.
The ring race. But his fate is uncertain. Maybe this guy is a Star Trek red shirt kind of guy, and there's his little. Maybe he's
not named in the credits. Did you say?
He is. Yeah, he's not named. Maybe. Oh no, we know it. We don't know the character, but I'm just saying red shirt.
On IMDb, under Kip Chapman, it shows in his bio. It says that he's in this show, but it's not on the list of projects. Probably because they haven't named his character yet. We're giving him a
looking
name.
good. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah.
Do you know in the
he might be monster fodder soon.
in the classic Star Trek sense, I'm thinking he's a red shirt kind of guy. Okay,
IMDb says he's in 8 episodes.
8 episodes? Okay, then he lives.
That's no red shirt.
I've known that to be wrong. For instance, I mean, like they were very incorrect about in the Wheel of Time series. They were very incorrect about the number of episodes several of the actors were in their initial listing. So I've started putting asterisks next to those until I see it for myself. But
okay, kids, this is fascinating. We're looking at this. The legend begins this fall, right after that fades away. We're looking at this incredibly cool basin. Do you see it right here in the very center? Okay.
Look
at all those figures.
And there is a bunch of elves. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's lots and lots. There's at least 2 dozen, 3 dozen elves, and they're all standing right here around this.
Because there's water, there's like a little stream in between, so they're on the shore as well as the island.
And the trees are fall color.
That is the same platform we saw the guy that we think is Gilgalad standing on earlier, because there was water behind him. So obviously the gold things around him were indeed leaves.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. That does my.
I think this could be
this being very
basin.
Rivendell.
Go ahead, Jim.
Feel for it.
There's a waterfall here. It's very Rivendell. Are we looking at
Linden.
Yes.
Linden.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying this is.
It's on the water. There's a
there's a lake.
Body of water here to the right.
There's a lake or something.
You mean this lake?
In the bottom right, you
down
can
on
see ripples on the water. In the very bottom right-hand corner is water. Yeah.
Yep. This is all the lake.
The town that's behind. Jim.
Bottom right-hand corner.
This is this is all the surface of water. Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
I think it's Linden. I think Rivendell is in the valley. It wouldn't have that much open space outside of it.
No, Kathy, you're thinking this could be Valinor?
Valinor? Could be. Take a look at this. I noticed steps. Look, I just noticed the steps going up in the far left-hand side.
And there's like a banner in between your big circle blob and the steps. There's some sort of banner or a lattice work in the trees, either woven branches or a banner back there. It has it's got like a vertical lift to it.
A banner.
I see just what you mean. Yeah, between the trees, like a quarter of the way from the left, you can see what looks like a carven like trellis or something.
Oh yes, you mean this right here?
That's it right there. That's
yes. I see this.
The Discord chatters felt heavily that was a banner of some kind.
Well, the picture that has Elrond and Galadriel has a picture behind it. You see people standing or people kneeling or something like that, but there's it's almost like a painting or something like that is like tied between two trees directly behind them. And it's just the coloring makes it, you're almost like, am I looking into the far distance or am I looking at an image that's tied between these two trees? But if you go back and look at the image of Galadriel and so that might be, and they might have been then standing on this little
kind of at the right of the clearing behind it, you can see that curved walkway.
Yep.
You see that?
Yep.
Just from the.
You mean this walkway right here?
Yes.
Yes. Yep. And I see somebody in a gold robe. This person is not wearing the same colors that everybody else is all around. This person.
They're all dressed in
That
white.
looks like Gilgalad from the other shot there.
Yeah,
the one
was
in
wearing
gold.
the gold costume.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't ignore the coloring, though. Also, the fact that this is fall, it looks like there's storm clouds gathering in the background. This doesn't look like a happy scene to me. This looks like a council or some kind of.
I thought as well. Maybe this is a war council ahead of the battle scene. You see Galadriel leading the charge in. Perhaps.
Could this be Lake Evendem? Like, was there any settlements there?
Not really. Maybe. I thought that.
Okay, so Linden was split in two, right? In for Linden and had Linden, right? And the Gulf of Lune basically split the kingdom of Gilgalad, basically, right? And this completely, and Linden existed because the world changed after the fall, after the end of the First Age. So Linden now built the new coastline, but this wasn't before. And this looks very reminiscent of, just visually, this looks like, okay, the world fell off here where the waterfall is. This is just like visually, this reminds me, I think it's
I think that's a great point, because if you look at like right above that where you just drew, that looks like a tree with the roots exposed. Sort of like the ground was pulled away and just that's what was left.
And it built the new coastline after the War of Wrath, right? Which destroyed half of the continent, drowned, and this is now the new coastline, Gilgalad's kingdom, basically.
Ooh.
Yes. Are you talking about these tree roots right here?
Yeah, right above, just right there, right that last mark that you just made. That looks like a tree stump. And if you go down below, it does kind of look like roots are exposed as it goes down the hill. Or off
it
the
does.
Cliff. Yeah, and then a little bit over on the other side of the water. Yep.
And regarding the council and meetings, during the time of the forging of the rings, Galadriel was there because they held council to talk about, okay, what is happening in Eregion? What is Celebrimbor doing? Like, are we, because Sauron tried to knock on Gilgalad's door as well, but he basically shut the door in his face. They held council. Sorry?
No, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah. And
it makes a lot of sense.
They held council in Linden, and that was, those were dire times, right? Because you said, it looked like the whole scenery looks with the storm clouds and everything that could portray visually, okay, so something is brewing because they saw evil rising in the east again.
So I wanted to ask you guys a question concerning, Gilgalad, Celebrimbor, and then Elrond as well. So, Gilgalad's the High King, but I always ask this question when I get with people who are tokenists. Do you think there'll be any discourse between Celebrimbor and Gilgalad, being that the line was switched over to Gilgalad's line, but Celebrimbor would rightfully be the king if it hadn't been for, Maethros giving up the line? And then also, if something happens to Gilgalad, now Elrond would technically, if he took it, would be the king. So there's a lot to play with there, I think. Do you guys think that's a bad idea? Or do you, I think of discourse in actual kingdoms and rivalries and people loving each other, but they're remembering, hey, actually, I'm from the eldest line. I'm Celebrimbor. I'm from the eldest line. My grandfather was Feanor. He actually.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, grandson of
king.
Feanor over here, right? Absolutely. Yeah.
I think it depends on how much they want to lean into the Game of Thrones. The politics versus a narrative that's sort of more sweeping and keeping with Sauron, sort of good guys and bad guys. But if they're going really gray, then yeah, it's a very rich vein.
Maybe that's one of the reasons he leans towards Sauron, because hey, Gilgalad's not really listening to me. He thinks he's better than me. Let me listen to this guy. He came from Valinor. He's a, I don't know.
Sauron in the text rallies him up. He literally says to Gilgalad, "Oh, but look." Not to Gilgalad, to Celebrimbor. He says to him, "Oh, but maybe Gilgalad doesn't want you to be super successful, and have everything he has in Lindon." He literally says that to him. He rallies up the elves against each other. And that happened, in the ages before when he rallied the brothers. You just mentioned it. You better do better, right? You just mentioned it. The brothers were rallied up by Morgoth before.
I think there's terrific
so
potential for storytelling right here. And it's an astute observation, because we don't really get into the conflict of elves of this era, and it's more about I think we expect the drama of Numenor and what's going to happen with the lineage of Elendil. So we expect to see that kind of drama, but not so much from the elves. So I think that's very creative thinking.
I gotta say, I wish that all of you guys were like in the writer's room, because frankly, this. I mean, this is really. I guess it's really wonderful when you can tap into the veins of drama and seeing where you can pull this from, even from the appendices, even with limited amount of, information. And I that's why when John Shippey, was sort of stopped, I got concerned. Because
yes, we all did.
You need to have an adult in the room somewhere.
Yes. Now, before we actually lose track of time, let's move forward. Varking Rune Song, this guy's for you. Here he is. It's Durin, Prince Durin. Here he is, everybody.
This is where the trailer actually picked up. This is what made it. Look at the sadness in his eyes, the curling up mustache. That weird thing around his neck. Look at the two little faces on the back left of this picture at the bottom. It's almost like a mask.
Do you know, I never noticed that. Here, let me draw these around for you.
They're skulls. They're skulls.
Right. Or are they war masks or funerary masks?
Maybe. One has a
big for skulls, because and they have noses. So
I could not figure out what it was. I just noticed them and they stood out to me. And he's got tears in his eyes.
There they are.
If you look really closely, he has tears coming out.
And the next scene is, I believe the next scene is decent.
Hang on, wait though. Can you, Cliff, roll it back just a tiny little? I love the fade into this image.
Sure, of course,
can you get Right halfway to the fade.
Let me clear away my mischief. Let me clear away the mischief. And come right back to the fade.
Keep going, just right there, right in the middle. Okay, no, right when it comes in. Keep going, keep going. Right, frame by frame, and that one right there.
Wow.
The superimposition of the dwarf and the tree. I just love that. Like
the dwarf and the elves.
Yeah. But like just the whole the tree dwarf. Anyway, I just loved it. Like right there, the way that they're juxtaposing.
It's the waterfall in his beard.
Councils. Yeah, the waterfall in beard, and he's crying. And his tears, and like the way that the tree looks like it's his hair coming out. I mean, it's a very, very brief moment, but it's a slow fade. It's a slow crossfade.
It's a very slow fade.
There are moments of definite
I told you the transition editing in this trailer is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love
that. Look, this guy is great. He's going to be a really great asset to the show, and I got a very good feeling that these dwarf characters are going to be fan favorites. These dwarf characters are just going to be great. They're just going to be great. I just have a weird instinct. Maybe nothing else will be, but I think the dwarf characters will be kind of really great. I don't know.
Is anybody seeing that uncanny connection visually between Varking and Miss Durin? Look at that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's Daddy Doran. We don't know where I fall within this line.
I just hope they're not used as comic relief as much as they have.
Me too.
I hate. In
This
I
image
agree.
certainly suggests it does not.
They are not going to be comic relief.
I agree.
Maybe a little.
And oh, good heavens, oh no. Look at this.
What's going on?
It is not Will Poulter. I want to say, hello, you are not Will Poulter. Your name is Robert Arameo. Ladies and gentlemen, for the very first
and look,
time.
He's got armor on. He's wearing armor because he's got pauldrons on.
Yeah, this is our guy. This
And they
is
look
our
like
Elrond, half elven. He
Armor?
is
What is he holding?
A sword.
a scepter.
Dwarvish.
Scepter, I almost want to say.
And look at the people in the background.
There's a great theory
It's the
coming out
scepter
of the
from the
chat.
picture.
Is that
The scepter
dwarvish?
From the picture.
That is
Or is that-
Dwarvish.
It's not. the
That's
scepter.
totally dwarfish.
It's dwarvish. So there was a great theory coming out of the chat that perhaps this is a container, and it separates, and
Yeah.
inside you've got architectural plans that Elrond is carrying around, and this could be.
I think he did some consultation with the Dwarven
I
engineers.
thought it looked like a container for sure, and you can see dwarves reveling in the background behind there.
Could it be
Oh,
the
yeah.
same hammer that we see in the photo? The same
Oh yeah,
hammer?
look at all the dwarves in the background have their cups. They're raising their glasses and drinking. Everyone's lifting up they're toasting and celebrating. There's all kinds of partying or some kind of celebration
But he
going on
looks
right
so
back here.
Could be the base of a hammer.
And he looks he looks so serious. He's like not part of that party.
He does
He's
not
like-
look
he's focusing.
serious. He looks ticked off. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
He looks
beyond
really
serious.
ticked.
His
Yeah.
look here.
Yes, that is a great observation, and I'll pull it all
Oh my
together.
gosh, you're
in
right.
just a
You get to
little
see his eyeball.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's
bit. He
like
is there on a politically driven mission to restore relations with the dwarves, and he
Right.
is very frustrated
Yeah,
for
Very
something that is
unhappy.
playing out later in the trailer.
yeah,
Yeah.
agreed.
although the next image that gets to Disa, she's singing.
That's a great
Yeah.
touch, by the way.
This is really cool. I know. And one last tip of the hat, if everyone can see these the shoulder plate stuff, that's just so
pauldrons.
cool. Yeah, that's what you call them. Thank you. That's why I have great faith in you. I have such faith in you to help me get this right. Thank you very much. Moving on. Look at
Look
this.
that.
Swan wings.
Singing. She's singing. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love her.
Singing,
Is she
And the
singing or-
rumor
It's
had
some
been
opera. Yeah.
that she is singing a great song of lament because there was a rumor that there was a dwarven mine collapse, and this is why she was singing, and that's why Doran maybe had tears in his eyes. But the
Oh.
Vanity Fair article actually says a shot of her singing is about much more than music, however. This is how the dwarves commune with the mountain they live beneath. Reverberations tell them where to dig, but also, more importantly, where not to dig. And if you
Yeah.
know the fate of Moria, you know the dwarves did not always heed this guidance.
Oh.
Oh.
When they
No
get
neck
desperate in
beard,
the third
but
age,
she
they
still
don't
has
listen to
sideburns.
So,
That's
forgive me,
wow.
guys. Does Mithril has not been discovered until the third age, or is it possible that
No
this
Mithril
could
yet.
happen in the second?
Maury is founded
No.
in the second age.
No,
They had
it's
Mithril and
definitely
Numenor
But they
even.
don't find
definitely. They have Mithril and Numenor, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
know that one of the Rings of Power is made of Mithril. In fact, Celebrimbor set up shop there because there was Mithril, and he wanted in on that action. So there's
From my
definitely Mithril in the
understanding-
second age.
From my understanding, it's after Sauron attacks Aragion where the dwarves start having their hardships, and they have to seal themselves off to not be get caught up. And then later, this messes up their trade routes and everything like that. So they have to regain their wealth that they lost during this whole war. They have to dig deeper, and then it becomes a thing. If I'm remembering that correctly, that's kind of how they got caught up in their downfall from that.
That doesn't happen until the third age, but
That
yeah,
happens
yeah.
in the third age, but it's because
Yeah, yeah.
of what happens in the second age. They remember they were the eastern side is open. They to establish the trade route with Aragion in the second age. They become immensely great and everything like that. But then when Sauron attacks Aragion, they have to shut their gate, and then everything is kind of cut off from them
Right.
for a while. So they can't
Right.
do what they were doing, and they lose power, and then they try to regain it again by digging and mining for the mithril that they know was there because they've got it before, but they just kept doing it too much, trying
Went
to
too
regain
far.
what they lost.
Indeed, we are in amazing territory because there's a brief moment in the Fellowship of the Ring where Gimli turns to Legolas and says, "Yeah, buddy, all you had to say was the word friend, because, quote unquote, those were happier times." That was not in the Ralph, it was in the Ralph Bakshi film. Peter Jackson did not include that dialogue, but it is important to understand, really. We are getting to see Khazad-dûm at its very, very best, at its height, and ultimately, if the writer's room wants to get some real drama out of it, we're going to see some things go very, very badly for these poor dwarves. You know,
So
that's just the way it's
yeah, and
going
I
to
want
happen.
to add, one place that always fascinated me was Holland, which is, right near the mines of Moria. That was the little elven land that, where they actually made the gate to Moria. Celebrimbor did that, and they were friends.
Yeah,
So
it's a
Entire
region.
settlement went wide.
Mhm.
Yeah, Holland is a region. Holland is just man's word for a region.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. Okay, so here she is singing to the mountain. This is a new concept of dwarves actually singing to the rock, to the mountain itself. This is super cool. Or do you guys think is this a little bit too? Is it too offbeat? Is this cool for Tolkien?
No.
I love it. And,
So-
and,
Yeah.
and in different tones probably resonate against different kinds of stone, whether it's
Yeah.
gold or silver or
It's
mithril.
completely in line with Tolkien themes as well. The entire place exists because of song and
Singing.
music.
Yeah.
And the elves sang and brought things to life. And so,
Singing makes perfect sense for the
Yeah.
I would
I'd
say
even
that
be okay.
singing.
I'd even be okay with her singing and worshiping Aule, and then the elves of Aragion are like, "Oh, who are you singing to?" And Aule, and then that's how the friendship becomes so strong. It does say that. I'm not saying that's why she's singing, but that would be kind of cool too. If those things
It
tied
would
in,
Yeah,
From an
'cause you
effect
have that
standpoint, it's
connection
really
to
hard.
why they're friends.
Yeah, from an effect standpoint, it's really hard to render like the power of music, right, without it looking really hokey. Like, I'm going to sing a song, and then because of my song, magical stuff is going to happen. Is actually really hard to do well on screen, right? So that they are going to integrate song and sort of the power of song in these like that totally works for me. I think that's pretty cool.
I mean, Jackson did it a little bit with Chris Lee, Christopher Lee, when he was singing in Elvish, and then you saw
A little
the
bit.
impact.
I didn't.
So
I
I think you can do. I think you can.
think that was the most successful moment. I mean, it
Yeah,
wasn't the
it
least
probably
either,
wasn't.
but it wasn't the most successful either. I mean, it's he did a reasonably good job there, but it was still a little bit, like I'm gonna sing and then a lightning bolt is gonna come. I was like, yeah, okay, but but anyway, no, it's good. It's good. I mean, they did do that at that one point, which was cool. But
Okay.
anyway, I think the dwarf song thing is awesome.
I do too. I kind of think it's very synergistic with the idea of the Ainulin Dale. It wasn't just, the Maiar and the Valar that were singing. That connection to voice and creation and power being extended through the voice is all across many characters and many narratives in Tolkien. It's all over the place, and I think it works great. I love it. Moving
Yeah,
quickly.
this is amazing. I can't wait to see
I
that.
wouldn't move. Are we not going to talk about beards?
She still has sideburns, but she does not have a neck beard. It can
Yeah,
be
but
CGI'd in later.
Yeah, her hands are blocking the shot. We can't see her sideburns.
Yeah, and they do come pretty far. I mean, it's not a full-on here beard, but this comes down kind of here. It's more beard than I would want to have, speaking personally. So I think it counts as beard. It's I think we need to see a better shot of Disa. But it's interesting. Everyone's been like, she doesn't have a beard. She doesn't have a beard, but she does have all of this down here.
Yeah, and I guess I never saw that in the books, that there was this insistence that women had beards.
No.
They just said that they were indistinguishable from the men.
Right.
But that doesn't
It is a fan
Which she's
fixation,
not.
but there is very little justification for dwarven bearded women.
Yeah, and boy,
in
are they
the text.
determined to
My
hold on to
goodness.
that fan fiction.
Fans,
She's got
fans
a
have
working
the, have,
dwarf's lady's beard,
Yeah, I'm gonna jump ahead, and I'm going to jump ahead, my friends, to see this Morfid Clark. And is that Halbrand? Are we pronouncing his name correctly?
Yeah, we're on the raft again.
We're on the raft.
We're on the raft again.
And if everyone is with me, if Chris can bring in the main shot to fill the screen, there is a moment where the hair comes up and we see elf ears. And this is what? This is...
What's interesting?
Whoa.
What's interesting to me at this point, the vibe that I got at this point is that it feels dangerous. Now, I don't know what the relationship will be between Halbrand and Galadriel, but he's clearly revealing that she's an elf as he pulls her hair back, and she looks very uneasy about that. There is some kind of danger Will Robinson going off here as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, yeah.
Vulnerable.
Totally agree.
Yep. Yep. These ears look
would
really
she be
good, though.
coming out of the water? Is he pulling her out of the water?
Yeah, she
And
must have
does
just
that
come
mean
out.
that climb up the cliff failed?
Well,
I thought that too. I wondered about that because earlier they showed them on the raft, or two people on the raft, fighting the water. But somehow it doesn't seem to be quite as icy as climbing up that ice cliff. So I'm not sure.
Well, and the very first picture of the Vanity Fair article from a couple days ago had her emerging from the water, and everyone was like, oh, she's got this come hither look on her face, and I'm like, no, she looks like she's about to attack somebody. And so that may have been because it was light, and therefore I'm thinking when the seas were calmer, she was swimming, she emerged near this raft, he pulls her on, and for some reason he feels the need to check to see if she's human or elf.
And
Now,
he does.
If he's a Numenorian, which he looks like he could be an ancestor of Faramir, so if he's a Numenorian, and he is not one of the faithful, he's one of the ones who no longer converse with the Edain and stuff, then, she could be worried that he, could do something to her because they don't like the elves anymore.
Yep. Besides which, Galadriel's hair, for crying out loud, Fëanor couldn't touch it.
Exactly.
Like, man, back off Galadriel's hair, dude.
Exactly.
How?
You gotta be a dwarf to get some hair.
Only
Seriously, it's a big deal. He's probably got 2 or 3 of her hairs on his hand right now, right? And Gimli's like, dude.
The Vanity Fair article also said, because they talked about filming this shot, and it said that in this moment, Galadriel sort of makes up her mind, I have to fight.
She definitely looks pissed off.
Yes, she does. Now,
She's about to jump up and smack his face.
we have to put in the back of our minds, why would Galadriel be reticent to admit that she was of the Eldar? That's interesting. We'll have to file that away and move forward as we quickly finish up our frame-by-frame analysis. Who is this? Who is this?
Guys, I'm going to get out of here for the second time. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We're so grateful to have you here, man, and thank you for your excellent lore, wisdom, and your insights. Really grateful to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you.
For me. I'll talk to you guys later.
Amazing insights. Hope we get a chat again.
Yes, please come in.
Soon. Thank you so much.
Come and join us again very soon. Torn Tuesday. What is happening here? It is proto-hobbit Markella Kavanaugh reaching her hand out to Meteor Man. This is
It's a
crazy.
Maya. It's one of the Istari. That's my pet theory, and I'm sticking with it.
See, I thought that looks like Durin to me.
No.
Is he emerging from the lava, or what's happening? I'm just
Yeah.
before we get to speculation, can we please figure out what the heck is happening here? Forget who it is. First, let's figure out what the heck is going on, and then we can speculate, right?
Well, look at this. Look at this.
This is when the meteor hits. This is what they find. Yeah.
Yep.
There's a
like that.
Okay.
There he
standing
is.
there in the bottom.
And there's there's your Terminator guy, Cliff.
Right.
This is Go ahead.
I was just going to say it seems like he's being kind of born out of this meteor crater.
Right. But now, so notice this. He's down in the first shot. He's down in the bottom of the concavity. Right now,
Yeah.
she's reaching up to him from where? Like where are they in the same place?
It looks more like he's grabbing her. I don't know. He
And
looks
doing
kinda
what? Pulling
scary
her up?
to me.
Oh,
Wait,
no,
her-
I
Is it
think,
kind of scary?
I think she's
arm-
pulling him.
Her
I think
arm and her
the
hand is
head
extended.
deceiving.
She
She's
may be on
reaching
the
down.
concave thing, pulling him out of it.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
reaching down to him and pulling him out of the crater.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's got to be
The
small.
crater looks like it's
This guy's
about
gotta be
50
tiny.
feet across in that first shot.
It's
Oh, these
the
are Hobbit-
crater.
we're on Hobbit scale here.
Yeah, the crater is actually full on in the second shot. This is the second shot that we're seeing here, folks.
I think they're out of order.
Yep, they are out of order.
Time lapse between the two.
Oh, I see. They are both there. Wait. They are both there in that second shot. Okay, I see. Okay, so he is on a little rise in the middle of the crater.
Yeah, and there she is. There she is. She's right here, reaching her hand up to
Yeah,
him.
there she is. Right, I can
There
see her
she
there.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
And she's trying to
So
help him,
she's-
it seems.
It
She's
almost
wandered
like
into
there's
this fiery, burning crater
a
to help the
wall.
naked dude.
Yep.
like in the first shot of
Yeah,
them, it looks like
like
there's
you
a
do.
wall there.
Like, yeah, there's a naked guy in the middle of this flaming crater. I think I'm gonna run in and lay my hands on him. That's the plan.
Right, but
Looks like
again,
Captain Caveman.
because-
Does anybody remember that from old school cartoons?
Yes.
Yes.
we've
Yes.
established that she is far too eager and curious for a hobbit. We've established this, and so she
Right.
does
Yes.
She's a book.
like
She's
running
a
into a crater and grabbing burning men by the hand.
That sounds very,
Took
very
nonsense.
Gollum.
That makes
This is where
perfect
the
sense.
Turkish adventure comes from. It comes from way back.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, this
I don't
is
know about this one.
intriguing to me. We're introduced to a character that we have no earthly idea why the writers would have him arrive on a celestial object. It is not
Do
found
we
in
know
Tolkien.
that for sure? I mean, do the celestial object? I
Well,
mean,
okay.
it
Well,
looks like he's
meteor.
in a flaming crater. I agree with that. But I mean,
Sure.
like,
No,
do
we
I
don't
mean,
know.
Oh,
to say that we know
But
he
you
fell
saw
from
the
the
meteor
sky seems a little
before.
bit perhaps
And
beyond our
he's
data.
not
But
burning.
you saw,
Well,
but you saw the meteor in one of the other shots when who was that? Galad or somebody looking up, and the meteor
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
There was
did
some
see
nice
those, but they
rationale
don't necessarily
involving
have
that
to be
shot.
connected. They don't have
I
to
was
be
wondering about the meteor. So
Sorry, I'm
this
wiping
is
my finger. There was some nice rationale in the Discord chat involving that shot, theorizing that the meteor is kind of arcing from west to east, coming from the west. So Anatar was supposed to be an ambassador of the Ainur. Where would he have come from? From the west, out from the sky. So maybe this is Anatar arriving.
can I add some more confusion to it?
Yes.
The new Vanity Fair article, when it talked about Arondir earlier shooting the arrow and then the meteor looked like it was going across, it says it's hard to discern what this could be. A burning projectile launched from a catapult, a comet, or a meteor of some sort. And then it says it's neither of these things really. We catch a glimpse of what's going on slightly later in the trailer, but their answer is really another mystery. There's a tall, bearded, shaggy-haired man who is seen arising from a burning crater. A Harfoot girl is seen in the shot reaching out to him among the cinders. Who is he? Where does he come from? What does he want in Middle Earth? And is he a force for good or evil?
Mm-hmm.
He's a wizard, Harry. You're a
He's a
wizard,
wizard.
Harry.
He's taken the Harfoot to Isengard.
Well,
Does he look tall to you guys? That's just not what I would say.
do you know what?
I'm buying-
I'll say this
I'm
much.
buying
He needs a haircut. He really needs a haircut.
No, he,
He needs
doesn't
a-
if he's Tom Bombadil.
Funny. He needs.
I mean,
he,
if we're talking about Hood Sauron, that dude.
No, Mamado
If-
gets his
if we're-
boots later on, apparently. So yeah.
If
So
we're
funny.
talking about Hood Sauron, this dude is pretty hot because it's a bad joke, but
We would be getting our hot Sauron, that's for sure.
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness
I
gracious.
think it's Doran. It's a hot dwarf.
Does this
Okay.
be like a really old Elijah
Now
Wood?
look
after
at the
some
way the
rough
rocks. Go back and look at the way the rocks are. Do you notice that they're all up in the air?
Yeah,
Mhm.
these rocks are all floating,
There's an explosion of some sort.
but
So you
there's
think that-
something. There's some anti-gravity effect with these rocks
Cratering
floating.
out.
There's something
Yeah.
happening here.
While
It's
she's
an
in there.
impact
So
crater. Crater comes in, projectiles
Okay.
come out.
no,
Now,
but
jumping-
she's right there. Like she came.
Yeah.
If she would be atomized if she had been there. Like
Or she'd be
there's
floating
time for her
too.
to enter the crater.
She'd be floating too.
He's a Burra Hobbit.
Does that actor
Or a hobbit. Yeah.
Does the actor look
For a
like,
hobbit.
Okay, now we're going
Does the
to
actor
move.
look like Joseph Mall to you?
Joseph Malway? Does it?
Yeah.
Does it?
I'm
Might
asking.
be. Is that Joseph Malway?
Because he's one of the ones that we don't know who he's cast as. I'm buying the Anatar theory.
I wonder. No.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule it out.
I
I
would rule
would-
it out because you could take that hair and make it look. If he chooses to shave or anything, and he could transform himself into
Okay.
super sexy.
Now,
Okay, let's go forward.
and now,
So
ladies and
moving on.
gentlemen, we are moving forward into the last 10 seconds of our trailer analysis.
And we got a bunch of dwarves doing rock
Look
pounding.
at super dwarves. These guys
Look
right
at that
here.
beard. Look at the
These
beard on the guy on the
guys-
far right.
Yeah, baby.
These are
that's-
Look at that
Senior
horn
dwarves.
that the
Oh
two
my-
gents on the left are holding.
These
Yeah,
are
what is that thing
dwarven
they've got
elders.
that
It's a
snaky
horn.
thing they're
You gotta see it
holding?
behind the
That's a
Prime
horn.
Video logo.
A horn.
Yeah.
Could be a
It's
horn.
a big old horn. Big old horn.
Oh,
No,
this?
You can see the mouthpiece right next to his hand.
Where,
It's
where,
definitely-
where, where?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yep.
The dude on the right's left hand. You can see the.
They
little
got to get rid of
mouthpiece.
that Prime Video logo, and so we can see more.
No,
You
no,
mean-
it's,
you're
it's
talking
up.
about
It's-
this.
It's right next to the end of the right.
Mhm.
Yeah, and if you look at right next to his hand, above his hand is a little mouthpiece. Up at the top.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, right there. There it
Can I
is.
just say, because I didn't chime in at the time, but the actor you were saying, who is it in the fire? It looks like Peter Mullen to me.
Peter Mullen?
Yeah, and he's a big name, so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Peter Mullen.
Okay. Peter Mullen. Okay. And now this is Unknown Dwarven Lord 1, 2, and 3. And this right here, this guy is our Prince Durin. Right here.
So look at the ceiling. You know, like it's kind of formed, but then there's some sort of like house thing in the back or a roof thing in the back behind the dwarves on the left.
Yeah, you mean
And
this?
there's a fourth dwarf right there. See that arm underneath the rock, just to the right of the horn.
Yeah?
No,
Oh, wait, hold
just
on. There's another person
beneath the
right
rock,
here.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a person right there.
Yep.
Yep.
To the left
Yep.
of dwarf 2.
We're going to say this is
number
dwarf.
2's left.
That
Yeah.
looks like a
Yeah.
female
Dwarf
person.
number 4. And I love all the angular, all the really specific forced geometry. All this type of stuff is very dwarven to have these lines and angles. It's all very dwarven.
So this is number 2 on my wish list, that we get to see dwarves as miners. Oh, and the rock splitting. Miners, builders, and warriors. And look at that.
This has to be
Yep.
a ceremonial kind of an event. You know,
Can you break a
because
rock?
have
Yeah, I was.
elders looking on and the horns there, and that
And
maybe
can you
that's
break a
Zissa.
rock?
Can you stop the video right after he breaks the rock?
Sure, but after I make
Go
a joke
just a little
about
bit forward.
Sure, after I make a joke about the Dark Crystal, because this is the part where the Skeksis are chopping their swords at the stone, you know, trial by stone, trial by stone. So these guys are all Skeksis. Here's your Skeksis, and this is your trial by stone, right here. Break it.
I wonder if this has anything to do with the inscription that is on the hammer, which was "Wake, Sleeping Stone."
Whoa.
You know,
Well, it's a
And I
pretty
love the
clean
fact that all
break.
the sparks come out of it. Look at all the sparks.
Yeah, that's a pretty clean break. Now, my friend,
You're right.
you were asking me to stop in the next shot right after, right? This
Right
one.
there.
Here we
That
are.
Face in that image is not Doran.
Right, that's not Doran right there.
No,
Agreed.
you're right. Holy cow, you're right. Who is this guy?
You know who that is?
Who
That's
is
Elrond.
this
Could
guy?
be a young Elrond who's in a rock breaking competition with Doran and loses, and that's why earlier he looked very frustrated.
Oh, it's a rock breaking competition. So it really is a recreation of the Skeksis trial by stone. Holy cow.
Confirmed.
This is so cool.
Okay, so
This is so cool to go back to the 1982 original Jim Henson classic. But here we are. This is what's happening. Wow.
okay, so my theory on this is, Sauron gave out the rings, right? And well, there's controversy if Celebrimbor gave out that specific dwarven ring himself or not. But this is very reminiscent of the scene, where Gimli tries to destroy the ring in Ladders, right? And that was just a thought I had, that the ring is on top of that rock, and they're like, what witchery, what sorcery is this ring? And they try to, destroy the ring. But this is very far-fetched, but it just reminded me
I don't
of
think
the
it's
scene with
far-fetched. I think they're going to do as many callbacks as they can to try to.
But I don't know if they ever held nobody had possession of the ring except for Sauron until he lost it. So that would be a challenge for them to.
But he gave out the Dwarven.
Oh, I thought you meant the one ring. So the Dwarven
No.
rings, yes, they could be trying to destroy them. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe this
Because
is
we knew the influence wasn't the same.
Oh, sorry. Maybe this is the way they seal a deal, like the dwarves
Mm-hmm.
and elves,
Sure.
by both breaking the rocks, because then if this is Elrond in this picture, then the picture we saw of Elrond, that would have been the hammer, because is it the same stone?
If it's the same scene, it would be the hilt
Vanity
of
Fair
the
Be
hammer.
the same, the same
says it.
sequence.
Yeah.
From a different viewpoint.
Earlier in the trailer.
Yeah.
Take a look.
But
Take a look at where we are now. This explains all the celebrating and the toasting of the dwarves in the background in this shot.
Right. It's
That
the
expla-
same. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, but what if Elrond advises them not to use the ring, not to take the ring, and he's really frustrated because they do, and the dwarves are like, yeah, epic magic ring, let's all of the seven of us, let's wear rings. And Elrond is like, no, because we know, the elves
This is a
were
really bad
suspicious.
idea. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Could be.
maybe this is this. I don't know.
Love it.
Wow. Okay. Another interesting shot of Ismael Cruz Cordova in.
Is that who that is?
This is. This
Why
is.
is he chained?
Why is he chained?
You guys see it here. You saw it here first. He is chained. Chained. Chain of fools.
And he's
Who
got an
changed the
Exodus
elves?
again. So what's going on?
What is it that he's attacking?
Yeah, what's that structure over to the right?
This is interesting. What is this thing?
Yeah.
So I see wood, I see wrapped, and I see some sort of fabric.
This is-
like
this is all
like
fabric.
masts of a ship, but that doesn't make sense.
Well,
There's a
it turns
tower
on
in
its
the
side.
background.
I thought the same is like the sails and the masts on a ship.
Yeah, like
Yep.
the Haradrim, in the
Do you know what I just noticed? I just noticed right down here in this corner, there's somebody with a weapon. There's somebody holding a
up on
weapon
the cliff,
right here.
there's somebody also. There's somebody on the cliff.
Is that a somebody or is that just a stone?
This is just a stone.
But
Yeah.
there's also a ladder. There's a structure going up the side, like it was a pit or something.
Yeah, the
And
fabric and
if you look
the wooden
at
fabric.
the landscape. Yeah,
Sorry.
Well-
and the landscape looks like there's been some kind of battle or something, because those are like remnants of trees.
Yeah.
I wonder if
There's
it's
Look at
some
this.
scarring right there, right on
I
the
wonder if
cliff.
it's a
and
slave pit.
fresh, like something was collapsed or fell there.
That kind of yellowish.
But if he's
Guys?
got a chain on his leg, I'm wondering if this is some sort of enslavement.
Maybe
Like
I
a
see
pit where
orcs.
he's-
Look at
he's
this.
battling
Look at
something
these.
in a pit.
I'm trying to draw your attention. I do apologize, everybody, but we do need to move along. This is orcish. These dudes
Oh, yeah.
in the lower right corner, right here, look really weird. Like they're not human. They look orcish to me. What do you think?
And is that yellow dust or smoke coming out of the side of the hill? It almost looks like sulfur.
Yeah, it does look like sulfur.
Oh yes.
No,
it
up in the
does.
air, Cliff, behind the guy, up in the air.
But also
Yep.
on the cliff face where it's coming out of the cliff face. So in other words, a place like Rotorua, but in the kingdom, some place that has that kind of geological stuff.
Fire and brimstone.
The sort of sail-like structure, the logs and the skins or whatever tied together, reminds me of the Oliphant, sort of the like.
Their saddles.
Yeah, the sort of huts, like like in the old Elephant and Castle, that you would get the sort of hut on the back of the elephant. It reminds me of those structures that we see in Return of the King. That sort of, lashed together skins.
Could
Yes,
that be
it
what we see
does.
in the background there, or is
Instead
that
of
more like a
orcs, it could be
building?
Haradrim.
Yeah.
Well, I think Helen, if I'm understanding correctly the reference you were making, you're looking like maybe like the slaves changed to the oars on the ships, on the Corsair ships. Is that what you were thinking of when you were thinking about with the association between the ship and the chain at the beginning? Now, I'm still trying to figure out the chain. First of all, he's on a tremendously long chain apparently, and this dude can jump really far in a chain. Like why? Like in what context is this dude chained on a like 20-foot chain that he's jumping through the air like this? I'm trying to figure that out.
I just blew it up really big, and it does not look like it's attached to him. Like maybe he used it to swing on.
Oh,
it's possible.
And the other thing is that weapon he's holding. Remember the first Vanity Fair, the pictures when they were released in Vanity Fair?
That's attached.
There was someone with that scythe kind of sword shape.
Yeah, that was Bronwyn. That was the woman, Bronwyn.
Oh, well, because this sort of looks like the same shape.
But isn't Bronwyn who he's in a forbidden relationship with?
Well, Bronwyn has a sickle. Bronwyn has a sickle. That's not what.
This gives me vibes of
it's a similar shape, though.
Like a Star Wars scene where somebody's in a pit battling a tauntaun or a garntaun or a what?
Sarlacc.
You get what I'm saying?
Sarlacc, yeah, a Sarlacc or a tauntaun. Yeah,
so he's in there in a forced battle.
One of the two.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, he has the high ground.
Gladiator. It might be a gladiator ring.
This could be
a gladiator situation. Yeah.
Just orcs having fun, picking away at these people.
Indeed. Now, this is really fascinating stuff. Don't know what's going on with those orcs, but that's who they are down there in the lower right, for sure. And now, if I'm not mistaken,
I still think that's a woman up on the cliff, but
where?
It's a rock.
With this, this I believe is a rock, and that is a rock.
Yeah, I mean, Kathy, I could see what you're saying. Like if a woman like that's cloaked, sort of head to toe, or not just a woman, a person. It doesn't have to be a woman.
That's a gladiator ring. There has to be somebody watching it.
Sure, it could be. It's a fascinating idea. Fascinating speculation, and aren't we very good at fascinating speculations here at the OneRing.net?
He is about to hit. He's going to break that. I mean, he looks like he's close enough to do it.
Dude, yeah, he's going to smash it to bits, isn't he?
That chain is about to get. He's about to get yanked.
And here is definitely our boy Finrod. Here he is. This is him. This is Finrod. Now, can we assume that this is a flashback to the kin slaying, or who are these enemies that he's up against in the shot? Are they? Oh, they're orcs. Those are orcs.
So look at the guy at the far right. That's an orc.
All right, this is not the kin slaying. Not the kin slaying. Definitely not.
Ground rule question. With these, we're assuming these are all season 1 shots, right?
Yeah.
No.
Right.
We don't know.
What I'm asking. Do we know that? Because
we don't.
No, we don't know for sure.
If we were to know that or to feel reasonably confident, then this has to be a flashback, right? Because obviously the Battle of Eriador is not going to happen in season 1, right? Like that's not going to happen. So we're not going to get warfare like this on this scale in season 1, unless it's in flashback, unless we're remembering back to like the death of her brother in the First Age or something, which I know he doesn't die here. But anyway, so I want to make sure that we can, because that was a question I had when I was looking at the poster, the poster images. Like, are all of these folks in season 1, or are we getting the whole thing?
We're getting what Amazon wants to tease us with. Right, and what they have available.
Right. No, I'm trying to figure out what's safe as far as speculation is concerned.
The posters we don't know. The characters could be from any season, but as far as we're aware, they haven't shot any of season 2 yet.
Right.
No. So what I heard from the grapevine and the rumor mill is the first 2 episodes apparently are a kind of flashback, where this is like the prologue Galadriel gave us in The Lord of the Rings, and this is her telling how the elves even came to Middle-earth, right? This is her telling about her backstory, right? Obviously, she mentions her brother. I do think this battle is the Dagor Bragollach, which is the Battle of the Sudden Flames. You see flames, fire in the background. All I want to see is dragons. Bring me Glaurung. But I really do think this is one of the flashbacks, because Finrod isn't alive later on, And I think this is the first 2 episodes is crossing the Helcarax, doing whatever she did with, in Angband, killing the reminiscence of Morgoth and all that. And I think this is the 2 first episodes. How did the elves, where came the elves from? How did they come to Middle-earth? Who are there? Who is Galadriel? Who is this family? And then we get to, this is now introducing humans and all of that. That's my theory on this. And I think this is the Dagor Bragolach where he was fighting.
I like it.
Sorry?
So Will Smith was asking if that's a Balrog in the upper right hand corner.
Oh no, this
Internet in
seems
the
to be an
chat
explosion
keeps
of some
picture,
kind.
So I don't know
And
what
there's
picture
a
we're
big,
referring.
large figure back there with a
Any
fire
chance
all
that's a
around it.
dragon? Like she was saying, Glaurung?
Dragon. Yeah.
We can only hope. The one thing I will say is that if this is the Dagor Bragolach, that gout of flame in the upper right-hand corner is a little underwhelming. You know, like
There's more to come, Corey.
I'm just saying, or it's already passed, right? I mean, that was the early bit of the battle, right? The sudden flame bit. But I mean, I do agree. Like there are flames, and so that is, kind of Bragolach-esque in that way. And I certainly am hoping for. I agree with you, boy. Like Glaurung would be fantastic. Though I'm trying to figure out. I mean, obviously, you can't retell the whole story. We're not going to do and now flashback to the Silmarillion in 25 minutes, right? Like we're not going to get the whole thing. So this would have to be a flashback. It would have to mean something. Like if she's explaining, as you say, and I like that idea, right? She's explaining, like maybe it follows up from the ear scene on the raft, right? Yes, I do have pointy ears. And in fact, let me tell you more about, me and my pointy-eared kin, right? And then okay, well, I have no idea, right? But the point is, if she's telling this story, right? If we're getting this flashback, the flashback has to be showing us something. Like, what's the purpose? Like, we gave our lives in defense. Like, what role? They would be elevating the Dagor Bragolach to a particular place in the story to represent what the suffering of the elves on behalf, at the hands of Morgoth, what the elves did to protect Middle Earth and make it possible for humans to well, not that they did them all that many favors in the end, but anyway, there has to be a reason, right? There has to be a reason to do the flashbacks, and it could just be like remembering her brother, especially if they're gonna I don't know if they're gonna kill him off. I mean, that's the other thing is that the Dagor Bragolach, Finrod doesn't die there. I mean, in the books, he doesn't die there. Maybe they're going to choose to kill him off there, and he's going to die here in battle. He does not look like he's in a happy place right here in this shot.
Well, and some of this could be that they're going to show a battle, but only us book nerds are going to know what battle they're referencing.
Battle? Yeah.
Because it's kind of like, when in Fellowship, when they get to the trolls and they, get to that place and they see this 3 cave trolls standing around. Only those of us that have read the Hobbits knew that that's what that was. So it could be.
But the thing is, humans come in as saviors, and I really do very often in these battles, right? And I do think the important thing is here between setting up Numenor and the friendship the elves needed in the Second Age Numenor. They would not have beaten Sauron. They were not the First Age elves, right? And I think this is explaining, men became so powerful in the Second Age. Look at Numenor. Gil-galad knew they needed the Numenorians, the men, to help them aid fighting evil, right? And I do think this is could set up men.
Yeah. Oh, Helen, you are so right.
A man
I
saved Finrod.
I was going to say, I just
Finrod.
forgot the most
Barahir.
obvious thing. The Ring of Barahir is what happened
Barahir.
right here in the Dagor Bragolach.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
The oath of Finrod and the gifting of the Ring of Barahir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
So this explains the friendship of men and men becoming, powerful now, because from the Third Age we know this is the age of men now. This is why the elves leave. But this explains, and connects basically the elves were very powerful ones, and this is the shift basically here, what we see.
Indeed. This is great insight. Really appreciate this. At the very end of this, I've identified all the orcs and all of them on the left and right. It looks like our elves are being hammered into a very difficult position where they cannot retreat. It looks very
Finrod is
dire
being
for them.
surrounded, yeah.
Yeah, being surrounded, it looks really, really bad. And then, as soon as we
Can you
leave
find
this
a man at
shot,
all?
I beg your pardon?
Can you find a man in there at all?
I don't see
think that
any. No,
Stage
actually,
right about to rescue him, I think, is where
Yeah,
they
I mean,
would
this
be
is
in
like
the shot.
this is Game of Thrones Battle of the Bastards, where they're being completely, cut off, and then at the last.
if I see someone who doesn't look like they're in elven armor, it's this person here, in the center, in the back row. That's the person. If anyone can see this, that
There's your
person is.
man.
There's a human. There's a human being. There's an Edane, and as long as we're here, we might as well keep it moving forward. You see this? The camera's pulling back, and as the camera's pulling back, and then it cuts to black, suddenly we have a tiny little hand holding a large human hand. This.
That's the hand that was holding the apple. That's the
Wow. Yes. Do you recognize this fabric right here? All of this is in the poster of the person holding the apple.
And it's the fabric in the shot earlier when we hear the voiceover saying, I can feel it, or whatever it was she said, and we see her sitting by a lantern, and there was that fabric at the edge of the shot.
Around the campfire.
I mean, this is a really dark way of looking at things, but because of the Christian imagery, could that potentially be Sauron? Because it's the apple of knowledge. Once again, it's expulsion from.
He's a little too grimy.
Yeah,
to say it's definitely a grunge look for Anatar here. I have to say.
You think about that. I mean, those fingernails are bloody.
Well, it's funny because Kathy and I both, when we were commenting on the character posters, picked up on the apple as being like the evil queen, Snow White, temptation, what David's just saying as well. But this shot to me feels so affectionate and not threatening at all, unlike the Galadriel ear being revealed with the menace in it. It would be a massive bluff on Amazon's part. Not impossible, but it would be a huge bluff to have a shot that seems so importantly affectionate and tender, and then be like, but it was a villain. So I still think it's a wizard.
I think it's a
I'll
wizard.
go with it too. I'll go with you on that one.
And I think, too, it's a very effective way to end the trailer. They just showed a battle scene, and now they are showing this very, warm, endearing shot.
They're showing hope. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just a battle scene. It was a battle going very badly. We're fading away from them, and then it cuts to black. Like, yes, it's a very, very unencouraging battle scene. And then the immediate cut to the hope and tenderness and affection. I agree.
Maybe Bombadil? No.
Always
You're
Bombadil.
determined to get Bombadil in this story.
It is the Meteor Man.
It is fascinating.
Everybody is Tom Bombadil.
There is an unexpected connection between these two characters, and if they're really starting early in season 1, we're going to see how far it unfolds into seasons 2 and 3, and how much more complicated it gets for this character. Right after this scene, believe it or not, it just cuts to the main title, The Rings of Power. New series, ladies and gentlemen, debuting on Amazon Prime on September 2nd, 2022. And there you have it, frame by frame. Wow, what an endeavor. What an endeavor. I have to say,
awesome.
Wow.
I think I'm looking at the current Vanity Fair article, and it made a point of pointing out the before the king, before the and all that stuff. And I'm trying to get to that section in here so I can tell you what it said. Title cards: before the king, before the fellowship, and before the ring. So it mentions all three of those, and I think we only saw 2 of them, so we must have kind of gone over the before the ring. So in other words, it's using those 3 title cards to really sort of say, this is when this takes place, is before all of that. So all of that history you got from Galadriel at the beginning of the Return of the King, or the beginning of the Fellowship of the Ring.
We want to thank
which was
Amazon Prime
3,000
for
years ago.
partnering with us.
This is even before it. So it's really helping people who are nominally educated on, they saw them once. Or whatever.
The Before the Ring title card happens right before we see the movie.
Ah, okay. All right. That wasn't.
That's why I keep thinking that the material of the meteor, whether it's making arms, that it might be wrapped up in the One Ring. Yeah. What is the One Ring made out of? Something? Scholars, do we know what it's made out of?
It says
just gold. But there were other things in Middle Earth made from space metal.
Yeah. That evil sword is probably something that was
the space metal is black metal, Galvorn, but it's made of gold. Though Gandalf does mention, that Frodo's fire wouldn't melt even quote ordinary gold. So it's not like it's just a golden ring.
It could be space gold.
Well, gold,
space gold,
Anatar gold.
It's gold equal power and the will to control all life. I think.
Yeah. You take gold and you infuse it with evil, and there you go.
Indeed.
Yeah,
well,
and we have this in the first age with the swords, right? Eol, the dark elf, he forged swords coming from a meteorite. So that's which is an evil sword, by the way.
It is so impressive, all of you people. My God, to get all of this out of the trailer. It's just amazing.
Aren't you glad you jumped in, David?
I want to.
I was glad I was invited. Thank you all.
Just back to the space metal. We have that shot of the potential female with the sword. Wonder if there could be any connection there back in the posters.
That's right.
With a broken sword. With a broken sword.
It's not a female. It is the son of Bronwyn.
Right, but it's Bronwyn's sword, apparently.
Yeah, which means she comes from a heritage of some sort, possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, after all, we're going to these realms where we think the nine kings of men have to come from somewhere, and that sword almost implies a family line that might be tempted.
Well, I'm just saying Black Numenorians. And they were from that area because this is where Numenor colonized, right? And they didn't just do Londaer, they had various colonies. So it just screamed Black Numenorian to me when I saw the broken blade. But
yeah, well, I looked at it and it looked evil, but it also looked ancient. I mean, it really looks ancient. They aged it really well.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I don't know where Cliff and Justin have gone.
We're right here, and we're right here ready to make our closing statements as soon as everybody gets these last speculations out of their system.
Oh, goodness. You guys have been at it all day long. This is.
We have been, and go ahead, please. Let's acknowledge everybody who's joined us today. Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as my own personal closing statement, thanks to all our many guests this evening, not only the folks who are here with us for the close, but we've had many people coming on throughout the course of the 5 hours that we've been going. And it's just been excellent and fascinating and brilliant. It has been a pleasure for us to collaborate with Prime Video to do this. We were thrilled to be asked to do the official live stream for the Trailer Watch. I want to reiterate again that no one at theonering.net is ever paid for anything. We are all volunteers. We're all fans like everyone else out there. We do this because we love it and we're passionate about it. And we were just delighted to be asked by Prime Video to do this. So thanks to you guys. I also want to mention the people on Twitter who've been tweeting their hashtag LOTR fans, their video reactions to the trailer. Those are adorable. So I encourage you to go and check out people looking excited at hashtag LOTR fans. And yeah, I'll hand you back over to Cliff and Justin, but thanks everyone for being here tonight.
Yes, indeed.
I got invited to send my video directly to Prime Video's Twitter. Because I posted a reaction video, so they actually
very cool.
Yeah, so I may end up floating around somewhere on their Twitter feed. I don't know.
That's so cool. That's very cool. I missed out on that opportunity entirely, but I'm glad somebody from staff did that for us. And thank you, Kirsten, for reminding everyone out there in the interwebs. Once again, keep in mind, everyone, this is an all-volunteer fan website. We are not paid shingles. We are not paid for access. We don't get paid anything. And everyone who's just been ranting and ranting and ranting, I'm going to leave a little tiny troll treat in a silver cup. I'm going to put that silver cup underneath your bridge, the bridge where you live, Mr. Troll. So enjoy that troll treat. We're done. We're done with all that mischief. And it is also time to extend gratitude to Justin and Chris Saint, the people working behind the scenes to pull all the levers and press all of the electronic buttons. Thank you for helping put this together, along with JC from Scum and Villainy Cantina for hosting this extraordinary outdoor space. A big tip of the hat, thank you to Amazon Prime and to the folks working so hard at Amazon to, collaborate with us and helping get the stream out and talk to all the fans. What a great myriad of opinions and concerns and joy, puzzlement, mystery, excitement. All of this is all mixed up together. All of us together are in this. Now, whether we like it or not, and whether we want to complain about it or not, I will leave you guys with this final bit of wisdom. Amazon Prime is now the caretaker of a very, very big intellectual property, and we're just going along for the ride. It is going to be very interesting. We have so many unanswered questions and so many things to speculate about. We want to see the spirit of J.R.R. Tolkien on screen once again, where these talented artists have put their efforts into creating a whole new adaptation of the world of Arda. Not just a little area of Middle-earth, but a much bigger, expansive story. Isn't it ambitious? Aren't we lucky to be here? To be, the audience, to enjoy this amazing and interesting effort. Win or lose, pass or fail, we're all in this together, and I want to have that sense of camaraderie continue for all the years that we're all together in this community, and it's going to be very, very long ride. So buckle up. It's going to be a great ride. We'll see what happens next. I encourage everybody. I'm just going to say, please, come and join us. I encourage you all to visit our live stream on Tuesdays, because that's what we do. Every 5 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, we're doing Torn Tuesday. Come and join us live. Do I hear the voice of Justin in the background? Do I hear the voice of Justin in the background? Nope, I don't. Okay, then, everybody, let's just say our good nights and a safe journey home for everybody. Shall we do that? Yes, we'll do that. Thank you, Kirsten, Tukish, and Josh, all the people from theonering.net. Our staff have been so dedicated and so hardworking just for the fun of it. And we're thrilled to have them with us, backing us up. And a lot of other people around the world have stayed up very, very late hours to be with us. I acknowledge all of you. Thank you again. We'll be seeing you very soon. My name is Clifford Broadway. I'm just such a pleasure, and I'm very blessed, very grateful and blessed to have this experience with everybody joining us tonight. Until next Tuesday, we say good night and good luck, or sometimes we say buenos noches y buena suerte. See you next time, everybody.
And a big thank you to the Discord channel.